is time. We are back for the High Roller Series at the Onyx Club, and what a treat we have today. It is the No Limit Hold'em main event final table, 25K buy-in, producing 207 entries. They've been whittled down to just the final 9, and those are the ones you see before you right here, right now. All guaranteed $100,000, but all lies. Always in a tournament, no matter how short you are, dreaming of that first prize, $1.15 million. And the man currently in pole position, the man that quite simply needs no introduction. Patrik Antonius with 9.6 million in chips, admitted yesterday during yesterday's cash game. He just ran through the day to build that stack. Jeffrey Mooney, a little less known compared to Patrik in second. Boris Kolev, a man with form in this very building. He's rounding out the top 3. And there's a bit of a drop-off with the likes of Sherbacov and Lip and Kolev. All with around about the same. Ladva a little bit shorter. And Sherbacov, well, he's in 8th in chips with 34 blinds. And then Jess, bottom of the counts, but with 25 blinds. Still so much play to work with. I'm, of course, James Dempsey, joining me to the start of this final table, Neil Farrell, a.k.a. Farrado. Farrado, what a treat we have ahead of us.
Yes, James, what a lineup for this final. Excited to play. To play? Wow,
oh,
getting ahead of myself.
Drop you in there.
Excited to watch these guys battle it out for the top prize of $1.15 million. Some familiar faces for me and some not so familiar, so wonder if I'll get yet another new favourite player today, as I have already in this series.
You have indeed, yeah. You've been spoiled. We've all been spoiled. Perhaps, though, for now, eyes on the old favourite, PA, up top. Saw him in the cash game last night, didn't we? I think did he win like 50K or something, and just got to go, lads, got to sleep, got a big final tomorrow.
I believe it was 4 dinners, a quick 50K, and then off to bed. So a pretty successful evening for him.
There was the beef wrap, there was the salad, I think there was a salmon. Certainly some lamb chops were ordered, and perhaps a ribeye, I'm not sure. But no mash.
You can't be having the mash, mate.
No, there'll be butter in that. Just having none of it.
Yes, he is like selling.
I used pepper yesterday.
So then, moments away from getting cards in the air. Is there a rule about you're sitting in the Boris Kolev in that you just have to have a massage the entire time?
I believe that is the designated massage seat, James. It's a new feature we're bringing in this year, where if you are lucky enough to draw the 4 seat, you will be furnished with a free massage.
If you're lucky enough to draw the 2 seat, I'm going to go on a limb and say you will be awarded the buck. For a second there, I thought we had no black cards in the deck.
Yeah,
it was like a higher or lower type game. Red, black, red, red, black.
You will see now the experts at the table will notice that red cards are hot now, so they will be playing accordingly.
Specifically diamonds. Jessica, like I say, coming in with a shorter stack, but of course, a wealth of experience from that seat. And so many blinds in play. This is the first time they've combined 9 players.
It's the late Reg Queen, James, so I think she'll be very, very accomplished with that 25 big blind stack.
Is that the title, is it?
I've just created it now.
Okay. With any, any facts to base that on, or is it just your opinion?
Just basically, whenever I open Instagram, Jess comes up and I just see a max late Reg, some high roller tournament, and then about 6 hours later, I'm at the final table. So
okay.
That's
fair enough. Everyone's got this. Look at this duck. Kolev.
Okay, I'm instantly.
Yeah, we're Team Kolev.
Yes, I'm a big duck man myself.
Oh yeah. Any particular favourite mallard of yours?
I mean, I like them all kind of equally, to be honest. It's unfair to take favourites. I'm just a duck enjoyer.
Not Daffy, not Donald.
No, not those charlatans. No. Sell out for fame.
Mooney starting things off on the final with a raise. Interesting, Mooney. He, I believe, either bubbled or was 1 off the money. Or 2 off the money in the 50K. Nearly made it deep in that. So a second bite of the cherry for him here. Jess is going to come along. 2 5s on the button, and Sherbacov out. calling from the big.
Three-way action to kick us off. Big fan of that.
No one with any interest in A73 or hearts. Mooney jumps in front, courtesy of the jack. But again, nothing wagered. Oh, backdoor 2 pair. Probably not thinking of getting a hand that strong when you've got King Jack no heart on that flop. But
I was going to say, as runouts go, when you have King Jack no heart, that's a pretty good one.
Fortunately for him, I'm going to pick up any customer at this price. That's good pointing cow there. Must be noted for those who are unfamiliar, and you might be, but this man does have $14.5 million in career earnings.
Yes, I have seen this man on Triton, I believe.
Yeah, incredible performance back-to-back at the last 2 Triton Montenegros. So in 2024, he won the main event with 4.7 million. And then last time out, 2025, in an attempt to defend the title, got second for 2.9 million.
Oh, rubbish then. Second.
And it's not like he's blasting the a lot of Triton in between. In fact, he did play one in between there. It was in Monaco where he got 5th invitational for 1.5 million. So he's been on a bit of a tear.
Yeah, it's not a bad run of results, that is it? Let's be honest.
So yeah, may not be that familiar to everyone, but you should be aware he knows what he's doing. To live. The duck man. What's Russian for duck? Testing a Russian name.
I believe it is duck.
Oh. Fair enough. I wanted more from you, but... Kislev, of course, the other end of the spectrum in terms of live tournament experience.
Keep it.
A Hender mob boasting 400k in live caches.
For the next.
No doubt a litany of online results
Amazing.
that would happily match those.
Oh, it's a little poker duck, James. It's got cards on it. I didn't know we had them in poker flavor.
Oh yeah.
I do like these kind of novelty card protectors, particularly when it's on top of your chips and you have to take it off to reach for bets. I'm just imagining, you know, having to fire like a 3rd barrel with air, and you know, it's like $1 million to first, and you're having to remove the duck before you slide your chips out.
The Russian for duck. Utka.
Utka.
Problem to bluff raise.
I don't like it as much as the word duck, but...
Utka. Okay. I'll remember that.
Okay,
Do you think the same word's used if you know, someone throws something at your head and they shout, Utka?
Ah, is
Or
it?
do you think there's a different word for that?
I guess it'd be a different word, right? I guess it's only just the same word in English.
Maybe it's not.
Is that how language works?
I don't know. I love these little rabbit holes. I often take myself down these things when I learn about languages.
And then when a Russian's trying to learn English, they're like, you use the same word for duck as duck? That's very confusing.
Yeah.
You'd be right.
Maybe.
Basketbonico here trying to sneak one through on the button. And a couple of interesting hands here. Kolev does make the call. Looking to keep in hands like King 3 offsuit, try and cover them on a King high board. And Kislev has a choice here whether to call.
There's powder dry.
Yeah, perhaps thinking that he's going to be dominated too often.
Kolev, of course, another very experienced player in these realms, and a man with a former great result here at Merit, winning the millions last summer. Good for a cool $1 million payout. And that one, if I remember correctly, was like a tournament that was $1 million guaranteed for first. So it was like a huge pay discrepancy between first and second. In fact, just looking at it now, it was Mehdi Chowi, who we saw in the cash game last night, got second for 300k. So it was a 700k heads-up match. The depth of that one.
Not too bad. Casual 700k heads up. And the scenario I was saying about pre-flop, James, has happened to me. I do have a king high flop. And the brickiest of bricks on the turn might spell bad news for Vaska Boynikov. I say the brickiest of brick, he does have king 3, so you know I would have said the same about a 3 normally.
That's true. 6 pair in the river. Both going to feel very comfortable with their hands still, of course. 6 doesn't rate to be in either player's hands too often.
Yeah, it will feature a little bit, but not super often. I think Kolev's going to be very comfortable with his hand here.
Myriad of perhaps misdraws to represent. Season bet 950 and very quick call from Vaska Boynikov.
Yes.
Not much you could do once you got to that river, one feels.
No, I think post flop is pretty standard. There is an argument to be said for perhaps checking the flop as Vaska Boynikov, but it's kind of just like an example of the kind of trouble you can end up in when you open a little bit, perhaps a little bit too wide on the button with the king 3. You do get into these kind of dominating spots.
Hey Fredo, I can't confirm, but just in case you're in Russia, someone does shout "Utka" at you. They are just shouting at the bird. They're not looking for you to move out the way. But if you were to hear "Prignutskaya" or "Uklanitsaya," that would mean get out the way. They're not wanting out a mallard.
Okay.
Just you know,
that's handy to know. So I know whether
we've learned something today. Whatever.
What would they say if someone had thrown a duck at me?
Nothing for me.
Oh, I think they would shout "Prignutskaya Utka."
Okay, okay. Now we're getting to the real questions.
No, I know.
Why would someone throw a ducky?
You haven't lived a day in my life, James, have you?
No,
The
never.
spot you regularly find yourself
My
in?
ace was burned.
You'd be surprised.
Are you feeling nice?
Professional.
Bravo.
Card removal.
You learn some terminology.
Instead of letting them know, you thought of an ace there.
Yesterday I watched a 7-minute video of Federholz.
Setting up the tighter image maybe to pounce.
Easy name. How to play final table. Okay.
It's a funny one because it's just in that little kernel of information. Because you know, a lot of players would have thought, well, if I've got an ace in the big here and it's going to open the button black from the small, there's obviously a lot I want to continue with. And maybe the ones I do want to follow might turn into squeezes. So it's just letting that little information out. Maybe,
Yeah.
you know, you've got to be aware of what that signals to the other players. I guess what I'm saying. It's not necessarily a mistake as long as you
Adjust accordingly.
exactly.
Yeah. Particularly if you said it was ace 9. It's not. It wasn't like you had ace 3 off.
Right.
There we go. And we do see the raise and the 6-3 off now. Putting the pressure on. I feel like it's the Drake meme where it's like ace 9, no thanks. 6-3 off. Yes, please. Just exerting pressure on a stack that he covers.
Shoot. Don't want to see the flop. What is the delay for the TV?
1 hour.
30 minutes.
No, it's 1
But
hour.
we started later, so
Only
30
7
minutes?
30, 60.
I had even more.
60.
1 hour. 60. There we go.
Jessica
That's
trying to
the
hit us with some
30
fake news.
I heard 90 minutes.
First confusion was it was 7 minutes. Let me just use this time bank chip.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of people wonder, delays in poker tournaments. I think, an hour is always nice. There is an argument that, the short delays do affect play. People find out about hands somewhat sooner than they might, but it's kind of the same for everyone, and it is what it is.
Yeah, it's just part of modern poker nowadays. We do live in a media world now. It's, but I mean, a lot of these guys you're going to have played with a lot anyway. It's not as if you're going to get some super brand new information that you should have some pretty solid reads coming into the final anyway.
When you've been in these situations before, and I know you've been on a number of feature tables and final tables, are you someone who really chases that information hard? Do you sort of tap up some friends to watch the stream and feed out anything important, or do you just sort of freewheel it?
If there's a stream, there will be someone watching the stream for me just to give me. And it's not necessarily every hand. It's just if someone does something out of the ordinary. You know,
Right.
like someone's opened 10-8 off under the gun, or someone folded pocket 8s on the cutoff or something. Just anything out of line, kind of. But I mean, it's one of those you have to, right? Because other people will be doing it for them. So it's a bit of an arms race for the information.
I always wonder sometimes because you get fed that bit of information about one hand that someone's done, and it can skew your opinion of that player so dramatically that you end up doing something later on you wouldn't have done. I know ideally you do that and it's a good thing, but it can be double-edged.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we can.
Particularly if there's maybe a little misreporting, or you know, your friend didn't quite catch the hand right or something, and you make some obscene fold or something.
Like, oh, maybe they folded that hand they shouldn't have folded in that spot, but they may be overly tight with that hand class and overly loose with a different one, and now they end up bluffing you later on because you think they're tight. That kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of the times you make a final and you're with people you've played a lot with anyway.
You've got a clue, haven't you?
You know, if it's people you haven't played a lot with, generally that'll be a good thing. So, not as big a deal.
I guess quite useful as well if someone is going somewhat ballistic at the start of a final, and you can just be reassured, oh, they just kind of got hit by the deck rather than they're just trying to run everyone over.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
This is my time.
It does kind of go against a little bit against the purity of the game. I can see that argument, but it is just kind of the price we pay to have these high quality, high production value, entertaining streams. You know, it's you got to give a little something up.
Lip. Raise and take. A long day ahead for at least some of these players. Participate with this tournament having had a 1 hour per level structure before the final. We now switch to hands per level. It will be 24 hands per level, although this level, starting with I believe 12 hands left on level. They were sort of about halfway through last night when they made the final. So
I mean, if you fast very fast, and this
I have to say I'm a fan of Lip's get-up today, the flat cap and what appears to be a kind of waistcoat, like a woolen waistcoat. When we get the behind angle, it kind of looks like, you know, he's come straight from the farm.
how it goes
I
now.
think it's with the jumper, isn't it? Oh, it is a waistcoat. You're right. Apologies. I thought this was like a
Is it though? No,
jumper drape.
I think it is a jumper drape.
Oh, okay,
It's just,
but it certainly looks.
I really wish it was a waistcoat.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like a bit of flavour. I mean, you're sporting quite the shirt today.
I am, yes. I've got quite a loud shirt on today. When you don't have much of a personality, you have to cover it up in certain ways, and this is how I choose to.
Matches the sort of bass tones of a Ferraldo, we say.
The general theme of disarray.
You know, quite white. A lot of ginger on it.
We have break in 30 minutes.
I'm here. I do remember actually watching a stream, I think once before, where you were in the commentary booth and there was a camera in the booth and it would periodically cut to you. And I'm pretty sure at one point you didn't have a shirt on.
Yes, that was perhaps a slightly different tone of final table that I was. I believe that was at the Irish Open, where still a very prestigious event, but the theme, the general tone's a bit different. You know.
Isn't that great? Like how we can have that. You know, we've got these big tours and everything's kind of static, but you do get these kind of standalone venues or events. So take Onyx, it's definitely carving out its own image, especially with all the rules the players have to abide by, with no face coverings, you know, no hoodies over the mouth, no neck coverings, this kind of stuff. Irish Open always being the one that everyone recognises. Obviously a very serious event, and I'm right in saying the longest running poker event in Europe.
Oh yes.
The longest running outside America.
50s, I think.
But it has that it's a party, right? People come just to have fun as much as they do to play poker.
Exactly, yeah. It's good. You know, we have so many events now all over the world that if you want a kind of serious, you know, very high-end kind of experience, you can come to something like Onyx. If you want to have a great time, party atmosphere, you do Irish Open. There's still lots of money to be won at both as well. Yeah. But you can pick what you like, and it's.
But I love how they just
good.
They've led into that, right? JP and Co have just sort of gone like,
oh, it's
that kind of thing is not necessarily. I don't think they're prompting you to do that, but it's like it's on brand.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a fantastic event. One of my absolute favourites.
I've heard it's Patrick's favourite event. He loves nothing more than smashing back a yay bomb.
To be fair, if I was
playing it blind.
if I was built like Patrik, I'd never wear a shirt again, mate.
Ladva gets run through. Big Blind seems to be fighting junk at quite a high frequency.
Yeah, a lot of raise and take. It's the start of a final. I mean, a lot of these guys will be very, very experienced anyway, but there is still a little bit of settling in that goes on. It's just kind of human nature.
Worth noting as well, of course, next pay jump is basically a blind. It's 24k the difference between 9th and 8th. Then a further 36k, then 40k, then 70k. Continue to climb all the way up to $1.15 million. You know, so I quickly deviated from doing that as I realized the maths was going to get a little harder for me.
One thing I really do like is the payout structures here. It's kind of a little bit flatter on the bottom, so it's, you know, it's sometimes if there's big kind of steep jumps between, there's a lot of the waiting game. There's a lot of trying to outlast players because it's so valuable. But keeping the kind of the jumps a little bit lower at the start before ratcheting them up near the end, just I think really encourages players to play, not to, you know, use a very like blunt term, but to play for the win. You know, that's what we always used to say. You know,
I started playing live poker right sort of at the onset of the boom. It was very much the case that it was pretty easy to know what third, second, and first would be, because the difference between third and second would be double. The difference between second and first would be double. It was always like hyper aggressive, go for the win type of strategy. You know, not ICM still exists in that situation, but nothing compared to how it is today.
Oh yeah, back in the day the payouts were crazy. Antonius pouncing there with the ace-9 off, just making his presence felt. He's just, you know,
nice Patrik. I played this game.
Nice little pickup.
I hear something in my hand, you know that.
That's good, Patrik. Show him who's the papa here.
Like this. 3-bet you fold and it comes to me like this. Crazy, eh?
Interesting voices we hear.
Yes, oh. And the voice from Woody Woodpecker.
Hmm?
Woodpecker, you know? It's a cartoon.
I was not expecting this.
You don't know this? Unbelievable.
I know.
Oh my God.
Just you're doing it very bad, so I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm very bad. Yes, really.
Wow.
Kolev has a poker duck and is a Woody Woodpecker cartoon fan.
It's not that he's a Woody Woodpecker fan. It's just that in his head he hears Patrik speaking in his own head in the voice of Woody Woodpecker. This is, we're getting deep into it already, and we're, what, an orbit into the final.
On the news. Yeah?
Hope no.
No?
No. Problem.
Folded ace-10 suited there just because he was reminiscing about Woody Woodpecker.
Who the thought of the ace-10?
I think it was
Kolev.
I think it was Kolev, yeah.
Oh.
From what from what I've seen from Vasco Boynicao, this is going to be a kind of tough blind versus blind situation to limp in. He does pounce with the 5 deuce off. It's maybe something I would maybe make a little sneaky adjustment to what I'm doing here. Not tell anyone except for, you know, the 1,000 watching right now.
So the interesting thing with Vasco Boynicao is, you know, we're playing for 1.15 up top. Pay jumps are a thing. But if I were picking a player around this table who doesn't really care too much about that, and I know because I was at those 2 Triton events, how much he spoke of like how he really wanted to win the title, and he was actually really devastated when he got the second time up. He wanted to defend the title. He's after that. I mean, I think he's a man who's, you know, wealthy enough that even these $1 million scores aren't going to make too much difference to his life. He just wants to win big titles. And
but I don't.
will be, of all these players here, I think the most willing to bust out in 9th, 8th, 7th, wherever it is. He will be going for it. There'll be no slowing down from that seat.
Makes a lot of sense. Speaking of not slowing down, aces for lip. A hand traditionally known for being one that you don't slow down with.
I've not seen it folded many times. There might be satellite players. Interesting you're saying, Kolev having folded the ace-10 suit the last time, now opens king-queen suited. Well, hang on a second, guys, I'm playing tight. You don't know what I just folded. Finds this 3-bet.
Wow. Snap fold from Kolev with the jacks.
Wow. Take a bow.
Just knows his ranges, the man. He's like, you know what? Not today.
That's one of those, this can be nonsense, but also, when it's not, I'm just screwed, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot. And it's a pretty sizable 3-bet, as you know.
Good cards.
In this spot, Lip will be very kind of polarized here. He won't be looking to 3-bet, get in pocket 10s or anything like that.
Deuces.
So it will be like aces, kings, and some bluffs.
Wow, yeah. Lip asking. Told jacks. Just some respect there. Like a quick, okay, you're playing the game.
It's easy.
Yeah,
for
well,
us. It's easy
he didn't
for
have a
us.
hand funeral or anything. He's just, you know, he just realizes it's no good in this action.
Otherwise, never.
True. Unfortunately.
But
Two jacks pass?
Need.
Me too.
see, I bet Lip is wishing that he made another tight fold with the king queen, and then he got to play the aces versus the jacks in the big blind.
Yeah, that would have been a different occasion, wouldn't it? It would have been a button open from aces. Jacks would have been investing, and yeah, it all kicks off. That's just the little hidden nuggets of luck in our game, right? Obviously, the king queen's going to raise. It should raise, but if you just had a slightly worse hand, if you just had a king 3,
we had the S10 suited fold the hand previous, so maybe it's like, you know, he's thinking it's a bad spot to open as aggressive, whereas behind it's going to play pretty tight.
Yeah,
just does it again, and we have a whole different scenario.
that's Bornik out. Oh, he's got the ducks raising into the duck, or as we now know, the Utka.
The Utka.
Kolev hitching a ride with King Jack from the small, and Utka flop. Wow. Keep a straight face here, Mr. Vaskaboynikau. I would just check that one
I
back.
check. Utka, not for me. I check.
Kolev now finding a queen.
Straight draw for Kolev as well.
Yeah, you check this back in the hope that someone catches something. Someone can improve on ace deuce deuce, in the sense they want to improve and continue, because the ace is always a scary card. But this is the perfect card, because look at this. Kolev recognizes that he gets to have some ace x, some queen x, some of these broadways. Come and stab in with that gut shot draw. Kolev now going to call, and Vaskaboynikau is just like, really, guys?
Now you're doing handstands. It's very rare you see a poker hand with 5 ducks. Let me just have a little double check here to make sure that I do have the Utkas. Such a nice feeling, just, you know, watching your opponents put money in and you just know you have the absolute stranglehold on the hand.
Now he's just dreaming that someone's backdoored into that club flush.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty unfortunate river card for him. As unfortunate as you can get when you flop odds.
Yeah, and Kolev obviously having to give up here. Stabbed, got called in 2 sports, and 1 withdrawals completes. No future for him. Kolev, well, that queen doesn't look quite so good when you've been overcalled. Now just a question for Vaskaboynikau. How much are these Utkas worth?
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him in the sense that of the weaker hands he's trying to pretend he has, clubs is quite believable, and now that would be a flush, so it's tough for him to sell too many bluffs now. But we'll see what he comes up with here.
One assumes then we kind of just got to bet and try and target an ace, then I mean it's like the only hand that could call, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the queen folds quickly. I think the club is quite bad for him. Shows the Utkas. I will never not refer to pocket deuces as anything other than the Utkas from now on.
I'm glad the river is not a 10. Каре положи. Каре гучей. Миллиончик вернул на базу.
Ladva.
Подкрепил.
Ace queen.
280.
Ace 280. Pass.
One thing I'm not seeing at the buffer here actually at this strip is any Utka. Thinking about it.
No, I haven't either, actually.
It has been here in the past. Maybe they've all flown south for the winter. I'll try and find out. I see a question in the chat saying, where is Antonius? Well, he's there. You can see his arm. As yet, only one minor involvement. 3-bet. Took it down.
Done.
He's the chip leader. Queen Jack 6. Well, Sherbacov. A bit of trouble here. The saving grace, perhaps, that he's up against under the gun and won't be too enthused about putting in a multitude of chips with this hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if it's against button, you can really put a lot more in. But I mean, you still have a pretty strong hand, and you know, bluffing is a thing, so it can be it's gonna be in line to possibly lose a few chips here. Unless we see another jack on the turn.
$225, happily matched for now.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You big blind jacks. King queen.
Sherbacov, disaster for him. He has 3 million chips back, 1.2 in the pot. Ladva with a stranglehold on the hand.
Good fold. If I'm you,
I mean,
if I'm him, I play.
just forecasting this one, it feels like the only way Sherbakov survives is if a brick comes on the river, because you know he's not folding this street.
King queen suited.
And he probably won't fold the river.
Happy, so it's maybe a
Yeah, it's just a disaster card for Sherbakov. This is, you're now on the flop, you're ahead of some value bets. On the turn, you're definitely ahead of some value bets. So it's just, there's just no prospect to ever spring out of the trap here. He's going to need a bit of saving on the river.
Maybe ace-5 of spades. Ace-5 of spades?
Let's see.
No, here's king. So must be ace.
Ladva, I know, very, very well respected
I wouldn't be that happy if it was...
online tournament specialist.
480.
He's going to know these spots inside and out.
Yeah, it does take this kind of smaller size that is indicating that he does want to bet ace-10. He does want to bet probably every ace-x. So betting a size that can get called, doesn't want to polarize to just really good ace-x or 2-pair.
Interesting though, by virtue of that bet size, making it far less likely he can go for the jugular on the river. It would be an over bet to do so.
Yeah, there is that. I think at finals you do need to kind of you want to play for all of it less frequently, so these kind of bet sizes come in. But there is nothing to say that you can't. You know, the game is unlimited. Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
All bet sizes are on the table.
Yeah, I meant more. If I'm Sherbakov, I'm a lot happier calling 480. I'm thinking, right, keep it happy in cold deck. I'm unlikely to be requested all of it. As it is, one of those scary cards does roll off. Although, how many heart combos Ladva has is yet to be seen. You'd think, like, obviously the Queen X of Hearts might check back. King X of Hearts is pretty limited to, like, the King 10 of Hearts, right? Oh, here we go. Block.
I do see, because of what you were saying there, James, the Queen X of Hearts might check back. It does, the heart does kind of a little bit in the favour of Sherbakov, so he does get to have this little lead out. I'm not, I think just that Queen X of Hearts region, but it's tough because he did bet quite small. Like, King Queen of Hearts can just maybe bet for the size on the turn, so I'm not sure if this leads here, but it will just get the call.
Yeah, well, one of those when Sherbakov's called, he was very happy. You'll see he loses the pot, but perhaps has avoided disaster here.
What was the other?
Yeah, quite an interesting river spot there from both. Like whether or not we get this lead as Sherbacov. If the heart, he's obviously of the mind that the hearts are favouring him in terms of combinations. And with the Queen of Hearts in your hand, do we ever raise as Ladva? But we are getting into quite a complex situation there that I honestly am not quite sure of the correct play, so I'm just going to make a little comment on it, spark discussion, and then move on.
Come at us, chap. What are your thoughts there? How would you play that ace-queen with the Queen of Hearts on the in? Would you look to extract a bit more value? Seems to be very wary that these players know what they're doing. Sherbacov would certainly bet that river with a small flush to try and induce a raise.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I don't doubt if he had Queen X of Hearts, he would make the same play. Just when you have the Queen of Hearts, that, you know, it's obviously not his holding, so interesting.
P8 from number 1. Money, everyone, he's still here. Kolev. Queen Jack of Heart. Oh, Queen Jack offsuit, pardon me. I was surprised he thought that long. He thought longer about that than he did about the 2 jacks.
That Queen Jack just hits different, James. I see some quite snug folds going around, just against the players. Very aware of the situation.
Yeah,
opening under the gun 9-handed.
And I imagine Ladva's not even too thrilled about calling here with the ace-8 off. Just everything you just said there is...
Precisely, yeah. It's just, I think if he had much lower, to be honest, he would probably just fold. I think ace-8's going to be a sad defend, you know, one of those ones you know you have to play, but you're not. You're almost upset about it.
We're never winning much with this hand, are we?
You take 2 minutes off the clock for each hand?
24 hands per level anyway.
Okay.
This is worth noting. Of course, blinds have now gone up. We are playing 71-40. A small increase. With a 60-120.
You hit for something.
It's one of those hands you defend and you go, in your head, a part of you's going, hope it don't flop anything.
Around 4 million?
Yeah.
In that hand,
8-8-3, please.
Yeah. It's like, let me smash it or let me miss. Don't. Let's not be seeing the Jack 8-3.
Yeah.
No chap.
It can be, but it can be chap.
He's a big up, Patrik.
Yeah, just, you know, been pretty quiet, just quietly going about his business. A little 3-bet bluff goes through. A little raise, C-bet and take it as well. These are the kind of pots that you can just quietly pick up as chip leader to extend your advantage.
Yeah, but he's recognising, you know, he's chip leader, but he doesn't have double average. It's not like this is some sort of sledgehammer situation. You've got to be careful.
Exactly. The stacks behind are to be respected. Everyone is fairly deep, you know, on average.
I have a question. If I'm real neat, can I fold this hand? Like pre-flop, no open.
My religion doesn't allow me. I don't know about it.
240.
Are you talking about that King Queen of Clubs or not?
Doesn't allow me to fold to 3-bet.
Could be, yeah, because we did fold the S10 suited before.
Too beautiful of a hand.
Yeah. I prefer this one.
Yeah.
These fucking boys didn't grow up enough to put more money with them.
If I know this, go smaller. If I know this, I need to go smaller.
With good hand.
I ought to sect in that one. King, Queen, Aces and Jacks.
You can tell how much these players all love the game, right? You're playing for over $1 million and you're just maybe giving away a little bit of strategy because you just want to talk about the hands.
Yeah. Will be 20 blinds.
Always amazes me
All in
when people openly talk about their strategies.
Да.
It's just a love of the game. It's just, you know, it is your job, but it's also for a lot of people, it's still your hobby as well. You just want to share the joy. You want to talk about your hobby with your peers, you know?
Bet Campbell asking, where is the Onyx Club? Well, we are deep inside the Merit complex here in northern Cyprus. Second high roller series. First one coming back in the summer. There have been some High roller weekends as well, some cash games, your tournament, sometimes broadcast on this channel. But this is still fairly new, although, of course, to the poker world, the merit is nothing new. Very well known now. Premier destination for poker. I'm going to go and say, certainly in Europe and perhaps outside the US even. Obviously, there are some hotbeds in Asia. But for those of us this side of the world, it's a place to play.
It is. It is right next to the Geodude Club. That is a very niche Pokemon reference there from someone who has a 6-year-old son and is allowed to make such jokes.
What club?
The Geodude. It's another rock-type Pokemon. We could take this stream off in a bit of a geekier direction.
Jessica Teusl has got 17 blinds. Kirill Sherbacov has 16. Those two are now starting to feel that pinch as Berardo waffles on about Pokemon. I didn't have that today. You know, I didn't think I was going to learn the rush for duck either, but we are where we are.
Listen, I've been a week away from my son now. I'm getting Pokemon withdrawals.
Okay. What was the augmented reality game? Pokemon Go or something people played for a while on the phones. It was really popular.
Yeah, it was very popular a few years ago, I think. Unfortunately it was some kind of sinister movement tracking device it turned out to be, but
I still see some. There's one person this summer at the World Series I still saw playing it, and more than one occasion. It's a European Greg who plays kind of all the games in at very high stakes, and I don't think you'll guess who it is.
I bet I know who it is.
Oh, okay. Maybe you do then. Maybe you saw them yourself.
Because people in my house still play it. I share the house with still play it as well, and they know. Is it Mr. Kenny Hallett by any chance?
No, it wasn't Mr. Kenny.
No?
No.
He definitely plays.
Okay. It was. This one will surprise you. It was Bruno Fitoussi.
Wow. Okay.
Bruno's still running around trying to catch them all.
Oh no, I do remember Bruno had that as well. Yeah.
Patrick from the button.
Oh wow.
Going after it. Mooney in the small, 3-betting, and Teusl in the big. She's got 2 9s, and just mentioned she's very short. This is a great spot to potentially pick it up. She does have full equity.
No stream.
Yeah, you do. At the finals, you do have full equity, but it's kind of tough. I mean, the chip leader has open, and Mooney's 3-bet position. She does fold.
This anyway.
It's very easy seeing it on the screen that she would be in a great spot, but it's a tough situation to be in. You perhaps think Mooney wouldn't be super wide.
Tell me what small blind had when I folded 9s in the big blind in 29 minutes, please. Maybe not the please. I don't know. I would have gone with 10s.
Of the mood.
Feels like it, right? A 10s feels like it's just too strong. I mean,
yeah, it's a tough spot. I think just that precise stack deck, like they're both pretty deep. Patrick's on. I mean, Mooney is 3-betting Patrik Antonius from out of position. You know, it's.
You see.
Yeah. So perhaps Jessica didn't expect him to be as wide as the Ace-7 suited.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. It's easy for us to say sat here, right? You see the hand, you see he's in there, but she might not be on the perception that he's going to make that move with that hand.
Precisely, yeah. I think that's one of the things we're talking about on the stream hour, that she'll know now and she'll be ready for the next time.
Yeah, it's exactly as you say. Like, if you look at the hand in isolation, hey, like button open, small blind 3-bet here, 2 big stacks, and you're in there in the big blind with 2 9s. It sounds like a slam dunk, but you look around and it's Patrick opening on the button. That's the chip leader. And then it's Jeff Mooney in the small blind, who I don't know how much data she'll have on Mooney. Player that I'm pretty sure I haven't laid eyes on before. Does have $1 million in live earnings. The Australian.
Yeah, he is second in. I mean, it is second in chips. It's a spot where you do tend to be a little bit tighter as well. Not really wanting to blow the pot out of position against the only guy at the table that can bust you.
Yeah, looking at actually, most of Mooney's results coming between 2012 and 2018, pretty active. Then just smashing her cashes, but last year picking up 370k of that 1 million in career earnings. So certainly making the step up. I wonder if they have even crossed paths before.
Scary. Oh, your nails.
Looks like he spent some time in Europe last year.
Yeah, I do recognise his face.
He was playing the EBTs.
Yeah.
World Series circuit here. Place that I imagine Jessica would have been as well, right? She's regular on the European circuit, so potentially they would have played. Sherbacov from +2. Antonius with his ace-9. If 3-bets this, we'll have to just call it the Patrik.
Yeah.
He didn't, saved us the indignity.
Yeah, these are the kind of things you see just at final tables mostly. The kind of these you do make these 3-bet folds to these kind of shallower stacks. This like 19 big blind open.
What's Lips thought of the fold?
Yes, the last one.
Definitely asking him.
Ah, okay.
The 9s and up. He pulled a bit of a face.
Needs to work on his poker face maybe.
Thank you.
It's tough to ask him though because he wants her to jam.
That's true, yeah.
It's in his interest for her to jam. Much more likely.
Yeah, just stick it
There's
in.
a ball in. Like,
just go with it. You're only here once, you know?
live a little.
Weird sizing.
Part of the sizing, and I have to confess, I didn't remember what it was.
It's quite small 3-bet.
Like 700k, wasn't it? Yeah, so it was.
I think it was 2.5x.
Yeah. Originally, we want to see the small blind better, a bit bigger than that against the button.
Got the job done though.
But
Patrick did have 10-8 off.
Well, that's always the flip, right? If the button's going to be super wide, then we don't have to go as big because they just have so many more hands that just fold.
Yeah, there is that. I think you are just trying to avoid getting called. You don't.
Yeah, you don't want Jack 10 suited going. All right, then I'll have a look.
Not sure it's on my bucket list to play out of position against Patrik Antonius. 70 big blinds deep as 1 and 2.
You have 3
at a final table with over $1 million the first.
Yeah.
I think I played with Patrik once, and I folded for about 3 hours in a cash game, and eventually bluffed him on the river.
Did it work?
Snapped me off.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
That does sound about right.
I was like, okay. But JP Kelly was in the game as well and just burst out laughing. Thank you. Really reassuring for me. I don't think Patrik remembered this. It's like a 4-liner in Omaha. And he called off with 2-pair. It wasn't even like middle 2-pair.
It does sound like one of those memories that will be a core memory for you and something that Patrik will never even realise has happened.
Yeah. I met Patrik quite a number of times. I still reckon he's got no idea who I am.
And interesting flop here with the ace-6-7. Lip does have the backdoor diamonds with the king high. And you can see this kind of bigger sizing that does happen when the board becomes more coordinated around the ace-6-7, obviously giving a lot of draws. But you can see that the byproduct of this as well is that it's already getting a little bit uncomfortable with the 7-5. You know, it's very easy to continue to quarter pot, but you're already, you know, not loving it. But you're loving it a bit more now.
Yeah, certainly getting a bit warmer in that seat with the open ender.
These are always really interesting spots to me, where you pull the barrels from. I'd imagine this is going to be fairly low down the list. You're still beating some straight draws, you're still beating some flush draws. You want your opponent to have king high, like you want an opponent to have king high backdoor flush draw, right? So I think this will not barrel super often, but where do you... I think you have to kind of get down into the dirt for your barrels here, just perhaps not a lot of high equity spots, maybe just the really low equity blasts.
Oh, hello.
Does get there.
Parachute deployed.
Jack's interesting. I think on a myriad of rivers, Kolev would have a nice little dinky value bet, a little block bet. I think on a Jack, maybe that just makes it a little bit tougher. Can Lip now find the value? It's always very interesting. There is obviously a premium on reopening the action at a 5.
Right.
Where you can get bluffed.
And this is the sort of hand that might just do that, right? The 7 with a 5 feels like the most likely.
Yeah, it's like once you reopen the action, you know, it's it becomes, you know, it's double jeopardy almost, because you know, not only if you reopen the action with a value hand and then you get bluffed off it, you lose your bet, and you also lose the pot that you would have won just by checking.
Yeah.
So it's the threshold really does go up, particularly at final tables, and the thin value betting does go down. I'd be interested to see where the line would be there. It might just be an ace is required, but it is something that you have to bear in mind, that you know you're not just risking your, you know, you do open yourself up to losing the entire pot.
It's funny because I read a tweet this morning from Seth Davies, of all people. Obviously a man who's played at all the stakes and very established high stakes pro. He just says, to crush low and mid stakes, you need to relentlessly be value betting thin. That's a good point, because that's something in a smaller game you get away with. The person's never going to be check raising you, very rarely check raising you even for value, let alone bluffs.
Oh, exactly.
So at this level, it's a completely different game.
Oh yes, I mean when you're playing lower stakes, even medium stakes, particularly out in the States, a lot of times you're going to be very aware of where you are. It's going to be very easy to value bet third pair and stuff. Just, you know, I know I can go the whole World Series playing 1Ks and 1500s and just pretty much know what everyone has though, most of the time, because they tell you not exactly what they have, but they'll let you know if they have a good hand. They don't check the traps, they don't, you know, but in this spot here, you know, that could very easily have went value bet, then massive check raise, and then now what, you know? And it's an absolute disaster to lose your, you know, your value in the pot is 100% of the pot until you reopen. So when you reopen the action, you better have a very good reason to do so. But yeah, particularly at a final, that, you know, that's a spot where, you know, 100 people left, you probably do find the value bet.
Right.
But there's just such a premium on chips at the final, so.
We were speculating, weren't we, at lunch, me, myself and Warbs, and just talking about this final table, and I sort of joked that I'm going to be stepping out the first break, Warbs going to be coming in, and I said I'm doing the final 9 down to the final 9, and then you're coming in, because, you know, all these players are so aware like that these little pots are never going to get built in that way, because just staying in is so worthy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's kind of why I like the flat payout structure. Is it's not as brutal to, you know, if you bust 9th instead of 7th, you know, you do lose 60k, but it's, you know, it's only 2 and a bit buy-ins. It's not. I mean, it's a lot of money. But it's not the end.
Raw money. It's a lot of money.
But it's not the end of the world, right? So you can be a little bit more. Because we do. I mean, part of me does miss the old final tables where no one had a clue. You know, and it was just big pots all the time. First and second there'd be a 6-bet all in with 8s, and ace queen would snap him off, and we'd have this big showdown. But as players get better and understand that was burning money, it gets a little more tactical. It's more of a chess match, which for me I enjoy also. I enjoy the little purist games. I enjoy the little edges.
So I really enjoy is where you get we get the mix on a table.
yeah, like a wild card.
Yeah, like, I mean, I say, if Basketballnikov can put together some chips, he will be that wild card, I assure you. He will be gunning for the title.
True, I could see that. Jakubishvili as well, that's why he's made it into my top 3 favourite poker players as well.
Yeah, he was certainly been going for it in the previous 3 final tables. First, this is a rarity. We're on a final table, there's no Jakubishvili. Sad.
He must have had the day off, James.
Well,
that's the only explanation.
Maybe he's sharpening up his 4-card skills. PLO is underway.
As I just said, we do see the 3-bet from Lip, and Mooney does fold the 9s. So nice 3-bet from Lip. Yeah.
A King Queen is like the naughty hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
In these situations.
That's it. Yeah.
Like Ace Queen. I'm like, well, Ace Queen, King Queen off. It's like, hang on a second. What are you doing here? Like, come on.
Yeah, so I don't want to flat with this hand, and I know you're trouble, so let me just whip you out as a little bluff.
Yeah.
You know,
and fairly conservative fold from Mooney. Not wanting to play the 9s out of position against the top player, which, you know, can be fair enough.
You expect more fun, huh? Yeah?
No.
Teusl, 2 5s. And recognizing the situation.
Someone tried to make sure to take a counter.
Yeah, when you're this short, you want to be going to battle with the high card hand. You'd rather have the king jack off than the 5s.
Better to make sure than win.
Both are not really happy to get it in, but it just stops your opponents are less likely to have hands that are going to attack you back. When you block a king and a jack, it's when you block 2 of the 5s.
Just like Lip here with the ace removal. Raising it up, taking it down. Once again, Patrik just finding dust in the big. Don't be fooled into thinking Patrick's going to be a pushover in the big blind. He's just...
It's true.
You deal him a big card and a deuce.
I know we've been banned from singing, but I have to hit you with a dust in the big. Okay, and we can move on now. All we are is dust in the big. I know right now Rachel is furiously hammering the group chat. Please don't sing. And I did promise her I wouldn't, so I will stick to that.
But you just didn't. Like you just sung.
17?
You literally just violated the rule. You'd be given one note.
It was like 3 words, you know. Like I think it's okay.
Then the problem started.
It's 4.
No. Problem finished.
You are. Mr. Technicality has got me there.
Okay, here we go. Teusl with King Jack suited. Just what you're mentioning, kind of much nicer hand to have. She does get peeled. Far more playability.
Yeah. It's nice when your point is exemplified the very next hand.
What's Lip up to here?
Well, this is the point, right? So
For more interesting, they should put translation here.
you
So
do, you know, these
like
kind
bad
of
for these guys.
blocker hands do become
Right.
more attractive to fight back with for the same reason. I think you probably in this precise spot.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Shorty on shorty violent. Sherbacov with the butchers. Now, does he have a decision? Or are we still just sort of somewhat minded by not wanting to make this a 3-way affair? Just hope that she's open with a real hand.
Yeah, I think you just go for a small 3-bet here. There's just not a lot of hands that you want to be flat calling with here, right? Like if you have Queen Jack suited, we've seen already the players making these kind of tight folds. You're not going to really have much of a calling range at all. And you will still have some bluffs at the stack depth in a final, so you can go for a little, you know, where there are bluffs, there must be value, and Kings certainly qualifies as value. And we will see a little 3-bet here. I think maybe we'll see something like just over 600 maybe.
My hand on the river.
And again, worth noting, of course, 2 short stacks, so it doesn't have to go as big. 625 the number arrived upon.
It was coming.
It was coming.
And now, everything you just said, the bluffs that are in there, King Jack suited kind of does okay against them.
Yeah, well, this is quite tempting. It's quite a tempting spot. You know, you can. A lot of these bluffs are going to be ace X. These kind of tends to be where the bluffs come from. These kind of raggedy aces, perhaps at some frequency and so on. So,
And if we,
unblocking those, it's quite tempting sometimes, which does make a nice
Fully
fold.
not allowed.
yeah, very nice fold
Who do
there,
you
Jessica.
mean
I was going to say,
put?
is this a spot where we would expect Sherbacov,
Also
if he
not
had, say, an
having
ace
in
king,
baseball
would
cap?
that fit into a 3-bet jam, or do we think he just doesn't have maybe even 3-bet jams?
I think there will be 2 ranges. There will be a shove range and there will be a 3-bet range. I think generally how the spot works is the likes of ace king off is your big daddy of the 3-bet all-in range. It's your guardian. It's looking after the ace queen. It's looking after the pocket tens.
Right.
It's making sure that they're backed up by something that's a bit more robust. And then you will see, you know, aces, kings, queens, maybe some ace king suited, and then also some ace 5 maybe, things of that nature in the little 3-bet range. So you got to have both parts protected, and the ace king is basically the bouncer of the all-in range.
And one last question on that. Where do the Utkas fit in that range?
For me, the Utkas can go in any range, but I'd imagine they will be seeing the muck, unfortunately, in that spot.
Choppy waters on the pond, perhaps. Have you got a card protector? Have you ever used a card protector, like a little lucky trinket? Have you been awarded a Pokemon that you should use?
No, I'm not a big card protector guy. You know, sometimes maybe an empty beer bottle. But no, I'm not a big accessories guy.
Okay.
I think it takes a certain je ne sais quoi.
Here we go. P8. Taking the sailboats up. Ranger K. Now, is this where Jessica is going to make her stand? It is.
She does.
How much?
What you want to hear? You want to hear? Okay, I fold.
Yeah.
Was this like 14 blinds? Something like 13 blinds?
14, yeah. 14 and a half.
Very hard, isn't it, for Patrik to call this off even with a pair against the big blind?
Yeah, I would expect him to call, but that's. I think Jessica will be aware enough of her reshoving ranges, she will have some ace deuce, ace three suited, some deuces, some threes, and a myriad of flips as well. And yeah, he does make the call.
Reluctantly calls.
Off to the races.
Here we go.
Wow.
Patrick taking the 2 4s up against Teusl's King Jack.
Wow.
Pass on a moment ago, a spot with 2 9s.
Purest of purest flips. 50% on both sides.
Oh yeah. See, we're counting cards removed. Is a straight flip, and she hasn't hit, but she doesn't hate that one.
Yeah, not the worst miss.
Looking at
Misses
the
go.
paint. Picasso. Oh, hang on.
Even more.
So much outs.
A little help. Ace for the win. 10 for the chop. The most unlikely route.
Queen.
Oh.
Oh.
Feels like that should be something, right?
Yeah. The running nine's no good for Jess, and we do lose her in 9th position.
Pretty rough, actually, because she got dealt into a few real marginal spots there, isn't it? It's not like, you know, she came in shortest, bust out 9th, but it wasn't stress-free.
No, I think she played pretty well overall. The King Jacks, you know, made a good fold with the King Jack. Sometimes you just get to a final and you're dealt what you're dealt, you know. I think the 9's maybe the closest spot for her, but it's very tough to evaluate if, you know, without the knowledge on Mooney, how wide he can be. You know, it could there's certain players that's a snap fold against. There's certain players that it's just never a fold in a million years. It's just tough to know who's who. So I don't think she can be too disappointed how she played. I think she played pretty well. And it was just dealt the cards she was dealt.
We lose our shortest stack, and the chips go the way of the largest stack. Patrik Antonius now with 12 million. It does form a bit of separation from Mooney, the next biggest stack.
Patrick was saying yesterday during the cash game that he was running very good in this tournament.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's still...
Yeah, I think you said he had like aces versus queens. He had like queens versus 9s. Got a big all-in confrontations.
Absolutely terrifying prospect playing against an elite player who is also running well. Quite a difficult combination to beat.
Must be said. I know we've only been on air for about an hour. Haven't seen him eat anything yet.
Oh, that's true.
You okay? We need a welfare check.
It was a
Has
kind
he
of
forgotten?
It was a kind of post-lunch start, so perhaps.
Okay, Verado, I know you're relatively new to this, but please do not confuse us of thinking just after lunch means Patrick won't eat. Man eats. Bring him some lamb. Flush draw for Mooney. This one. Raise. Defend. Check, check, flop. They're going to feel pretty good about that ace. And see if Mooney wants to stop putting chips in with his jack high. Looks like he will.
Been a little bit better about it, but now he's turned to flush draw. A little bit of backup.
And just like the delayed c-bets always just get a bit more credibility, don't they?
They really do, particularly in boards that traditionally, you're going to say really, when the button opens here, this board is going to get bet a lot. So when players check back, you kind of think, okay, this is a board that gets bluffed very often. So when you check back, you're maybe more likely to have something like pocket 8s, a 10 maybe, stuff like that. So I think you maybe you're right, it does get a little bit more credit. But, you know, for an hour until Lip finds out he had Jack 3.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe with A7 3-bet from the small blind, the Jack 3 open there. If players do get some intel, an hour in, and we basically are now an hour into the final. They'll be keeping tabs, having their spotters out there. But hey, this Mooney guy's not perhaps as snug as you think he might be. Although again, as you say, these guys would have played with him.
The red ones
they probably know.
in front. I don't. Oh, you have them behind, right? Thank you.
More than you. More than you, whatever.
I need to see them.
Okay.
Lip, don't bite. Don't bite.
Thank you.
Huge fan then, yeah?
Huge fan, it's like
17 years, I remember.
Both the Vascabonica in the bag with the S5.
Mm.
Just the sheer aura of the man makes it
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that one.
tough to defend.
I think exactly that. You might have defended against the rest of the field. Now, I'm not usually one to read out negative comments from the chat, Brado, as you all
Well, this
know.
one's about you.
Stay away. But fresh melon juice has written, Patrik has aged horribly. Now, I don't want to, you know, get in an argument with chat, but what are you talking about?
Oh my god, I don't want to think how I've aged. Patrick's aged horribly.
He looks about 15 years younger than me.
Perhaps it was somewhat of an ironic comment.
I'm hoping so.
I feel like you may have missed out on the irony.
you
It's
know,
like woody and bronzy, but it's made of iron.
I'm assuming it was in jest. So. In fact, it was then followed up by the same person saying Patrik should do a commercial for aging products. So,
Yeah, the pocket 8s
I missed the
in
joke.
the muck there from Ladva, just showing how what I said earlier, you don't really have a lot of flat calling range.
it's funny as well because we saw Kolev fold the ace-10 suited. They won't know that. He then reluctantly, you know, raised folded that king-queen suited. I don't know if he mentioned that's what he had in that hand. They were discussing it for a while. So, you know, he's really, and he mentioned how he folded an ace in the big blind against the button open. I'm like, okay, this guy's playing pretty tight. But then he opens under the gun again. I'm like, is he having me over? What's
Could be part of the long game.
right?
Or he could have queens.
Or he can have queens. Thankfully for Kolev, he's missed. Although he's thinking about it.
Yeah, this is one of these hands that do make it into the. I think people are unaware of how aggressively we do play these spots, and it's you do pick your bluffs just from a lot of different areas. Being, you know, two overcards and a backdoor flush draw just does get in there for the raise a good amount, particularly when you cover.
Right.
And in a spot where you have 4x and your opponent does not. Not going to work this time as of yet. But
No,
let's
two queens, easy call for now. Obviously, those sort of big Broadway combos would have been struggling. Let's see what happens. As perhaps Kolev bailed out with this 9. The check raise bluff now becomes a, how do I get this to showdown?
Yeah, it's interesting because I would imagine Kolev will understand Kislev's under the gun range is fairly tight, so I would expect this flop check raise to be followed up with a lot of aggression. I don't think the flop raise itself is going to be particularly successful. I think a lot of Kislev's range is going to continue, so I would imagine it was with devious intentions in mind.
So fair to say all the sort of the biggest ace combos and all the kind of like king-queen with backdoor flush draws, they would all probably have had to stick around, right?
Yeah, it was a fairly small raise as well. It's just, yeah, it's just a spot where we get check raised fairly frequently and we don't fold very often. It's just kind of the gentleman's agreement that everyone's decided this is how this will happen.
And now, of course, Kolev beating a fair number of those hands, not wanting to give a free card. Have a mergy bet.
Yeah, this is interesting because I think I'm not entirely sure how a 6 would want to play at this final table, whether you still want, like a lot of the times here you make this check raise and then you have a kind of small bet to kind of target ace high still and get a little bit more value. But I'm not sure at a final exactly what's going to happen. It's not often you have a 9 exactly as well, you know, right?
Worth noting, of course, as well, to complete the rainbow, some of those check raise bluffs may be hands that, you know, continue when they pick up a flush draw. This one not being the case, although there are some sort of 7-8 type hands perhaps that would want to carry on. But now, interesting river card.
It's a great card for Kislev. Doesn't have to worry about the 4 as much now. And now Kolev has top boat now.
Right.
Well, not top boat, but
I know
you know
what
what
you
I mean. Not aces, but... And it is the spot, like, do you find like the a very thin value bet though, the 300k, or do you check and then?
I think Kolev perhaps of the mind that Kiselev's only going to bet better here.
Yeah, well,
is he really going to turn like an ace high into a bluff now? Try and make a six fold?
This is actually really interesting. The geeky part of me is loving this spot here because I wonder if Kolev just, when he checks this river, just doesn't have any calls and you can just go ballistic. But
right.
I'll be interested to see. I guess if you're capable of going ballistic, then Kolev will have calls, right? I guess that's the adjustment you make. But I mean, oh, he does just check back, okay. Kolev probably thinks he's won.
It's funny there because you turn the hand over and you start grabbing his face. If I'm Kolev, I'm thinking the guy's got 8s and I've just done him dirty.
Yeah, exactly. You think he's just
He's not slow rolling in any way. He's just realizing he could have got value, but the instant reaction there would be like, I've outdrawn 8s or 7s.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a river bet there. Just I wanted to see how Kolev would have reacted. I think he probably would have folded, but you never know. I think that was the kind of. I mean, you have check raised the flop and barreled the turn. You are reaching the, you are stretching the limits of how much money you do get to put in with a 9 there. You know, I think we would have seen a fold from Kolev, but I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I cannot speak for.
I guess sizing dependent. Obviously, it was like 3.3 and they're 2.7 back.
Yeah, it's like it's a very interesting turn because it's. You know, it's a turn that you don't. It's not a hand clash you have often once check raising the flop. It's just top pair like a 9, right? Does it want to play the same as a 6? Does it want to do something different because you beat 7s and 8s now? Probably not, because it's not a big part. It's just. Just.
You're right there.
I'm getting right into it, James. I really am.
You're getting excited, aren't you?
Yeah, I know.
Moments.
You're glad I'm not upset.
As a player.
That you lost minimum, and I'm not upset that I win minimum.
Why I put so much?
What, this hand or last hand?
Ladva opens it up with the king queen. I've always been very impressed with Ladva. I actually played with him a lot deep in the 5k6 max this summer, and I see him a lot online. Always seems to do well in the big buy-ins online. So I believe he was a chess master.
Oh,
is that true? Am I making that up?
I don't know. I believe he plays with Revo online. Is that right?
Ah, okay. I just seen him on the real name on GG.
Chess Grandmaster.
Here we go.
Multiple GG Poker Super Millions winner. And right now, a man rocking the 4th biggest stack. But he's in that bunch, that logjam, if you will, between kind of Lip and Kolev, all in a fairly similar position. Just Jessica eliminated thus far. Sherbacov shortest with 21 blinds though. Still a lot of play. I feel like a broken record saying that, but it's a very deep structured tournament. Although blinds are a few hands from rising. Pinch will be felt.
Good to see the Estonian flag on the chip count as well. What a fantastic place. One of my very favourite places to play poker.
Just looking there, was that 7 different nationalities represented? 2 Austrians and 2 Russians.
That would be 6 then?
I don't some rivers.
Well, when there were 9 left, obviously we've lost one of the Austrians.
Okay.
So yeah, of the 8 remaining, I think we have 7 different flags.
It truly is an international game.
Here we go. I was just teeing it up, teeing it up, teeing it up. Would he take it? He did.
Kolev coming in from the button here. You know, you do want to be fairly snug here, but when you're on the button, it's, you know, one of the seats you can get away with a little bit more. Kolev here as well will have to flat like very strong hands, I think.
Right.
You know, it could be as strong as jacks. So you will get a little bit of leeway, and it's one of these weird spots where I think he might actually have the kind of stronger overall range. compared to the opener. Patrik should be applying a lot of pressure here.
Patrik aware of that, of course. Going to check ace 10-10 for those reasons. And also the reason he has 2 nines.
Yeah, you do get a little bit, it does get a bit interesting as well though, because normally you'd expect the flatter to have the more 10x as a proportion of the range, but it might not actually be the case now with how the opening ranges will look. Patrik will be able to open hands like Jack 10 off and things with this stack, so it actually kind of flips around. It's always very interesting how this the chip stacks affect these ranges and how they're just not, they're kind of flipped around from what we're used to playing with.
Fourth Broadway card. Not good news for Kolev. Check it back,
You will
and I
receive
mean,
6 more on the final table, yeah?
feels like we're heading to a showdown here.
I'm not sure. I think we might see a bluff from Kolev on the river. It is very credible for him to have an ace jack kind of holding and play it exactly like this. And Kolev's flying range shouldn't be super wide here, so I think we could see a bluff, and we do.
I like that.
We are approaching the bottom of said range. And it's very credible for Kolev just to have an ace that's playing, because you would play it quite cautiously with the stacks the way they are. So it's let's see if Patrik can sniff it out though, if anyone can. It's interesting in that, you know, the queens don't, the kicker doesn't play for a queen, right? King, queen, queen. Wow, there we go. And he does sniff it out. What
Keeps him honest.
What a boss.
Maybe, you know, thinking the ace jacks are possible, but then all these pocket pairs he would have called with might want to bluff the river as well.
Absolutely, and I think a key part of that is all the queens have the same kicker on the board because the ace is there, so you perhaps get to the point where betting a queen for that size is a bit dicey, so you are cutting down on value, and perhaps that's what tipped Patrik over the edge. I would imagine Kolev will be fairly well structured on that river there. Like, I don't think he's going to get there with 7s and bluff. It might just be, you know, it could be like 3s and 5s perhaps. But what a great call. Just read the situation perfectly, I think.
Yeah, he's on form. Mooney.
Normal life, I squeeze.
It's always tilting as well when you bet river to fold out that hand and then that hand calls it.
Yeah.
Breathless.
Yeah.
Day 1 play.
Ladva going to defend, and they can flop it straight. It's suited.
Boris know me very well. Boris know me. I never, if you're not 1,000,000% sure that I never turn to the bluff ace back. Because
flops best.
5-3 don't close. I will just take my chances. I will take my chances to.
Okay, small bet.
Yes, that's right. Because I need one more maybe time bank, or maybe sleep 2 days better. To feel this bet on the turn was like maybe 9. I forget about 9. It's mine this way, so.
Just listening in there, though.
That's the difference between professional and recreational players.
Oh, no. Mooney comes out firing here.
Sometimes only one step.
How do you feel as Ladva now? Not happy.
Right. I think Mooney specifically perhaps trying to get a jack to fold, but it certainly puts pressure on a jack. Open +1. Then FT. Nicely done.
Does get it through.
Yeah, it was interesting there. Listening to the setup talking about that hand, the queens v10-9. How he, you know, now regrets not betting and hadn't really thought that a 9 was possible. said, maybe if I slept a bit better. It's grueling.
It is. When you get to the end, you know, this is one of the things that's so important in poker now is almost a kind of physical aspect, you know, if you have to be fit, healthy, just be able to deal with these kind of grueling long days and then play at your A game. It can be quite mentally fatiguing.
And it's not that this one finished late last night. In fact, it finished pretty early. We saw Patrik jump in the cash game from the start at 8 o'clock, but it's the accumulation of the last week of play that they'll be talking about. It's not this particular tournament.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that anyone's out here doing decathlons or anything, but it does drain on you to a certain extent.
We'll come back to decathlons in a minute because we've got Ace King v Ace King. Might be a spot where when we assume Mooney comes in with this this 4-bet clause, can be like really like kind of forced in. Be static to see the hand, but
we've seen him fold the 9s to the 3-bet.
This one, a little over 30 blinds.
All in.
All in.
Go for it.
All in.
Boris calls, knows he has to. As I say, I think we'll be somewhat relieved to see he's up against the same hand.
Yeah.
Final table, you don't want to bust out an 8. Rather just move on. Next case, please deal it.
Yeah, it's one of those, you're going to play your hand like that, but how often is Mooney in there with Ace Queen, Ace 5 suited? Probably not that much, but we never know actually.
Feels good to be ahead.
We're going to see any shenanigans though.
Spade, a couple of clubs. It's Mooney with the flush draw.
Yeah, the free roll is with the offsuit hand.
One of these men was always going to be smiling after the flop. Okay, we move on.
Everyone love the chat bot.
Can you name 5 events in the decathlon?
Yeah.
Do you think?
We're so happy it's not clubs.
Club?
We're
Probably
so
not.
happy there are no clubs.
I mean, are you going to take running?
I mean, I would like the distance to
Running,
ahead.
running, swimming. No is the answer to that
I thought
question.
you're going to give it a go. I mean,
I'll give it a go.
We've got hours here. Come on.
To
Also, yeah.
3,000 meters.
This is one of your guesses. Is the what 3,000 meters?
Yeah.
Like never a distance has ever run in any Olympic event.
Is that not a distance?
You see 5,000. You see 1,500.
It's not a 3K.
Did you?
They need to lower their buy-in levels, mate, and get the
Yeah,
get the rest of the population involved. Get the field sizes up.
No, there's no 3K. Sorry.
3K. What am I?
I mean, I'm going to give you.
I thought it was
there's
like
10
100,
events.
200,
Hang on a sec.
400, 800, 3K.
There's 10 events. I've asked you to name 5, and your first guess isn't one of them. It doesn't bode well. Like that, your first guess is. I mean, if that was guess 5, I'd have had a bit more.
Give me like long jump.
Long jump is in there.
There you go. I mean, can I just say swimming, cycling?
You can say swimming and cycling because they're not in there because it's athletics, the decathlon.
Oh, okay.
So far you've had 4 guesses, 3 of them are not in there.
I'm not big on my Olympic sports, James. You know, I'm a working class man. We don't really watch the Olympics.
Be a clue. Day 1 events are categorized as speed, explosiveness, and power. Day 2 events, technical skills and endurance.
Oh, hang on. Okay, so we're going to go with like 100 meters.
100 meters is in there.
Shot put.
There we go. You've got 3 of them now. You've had long jump.
Javelin.
Javelin is not in there.
High
Oh,
jump.
probably javelin is in there. Sorry.
Yeah. High jump.
High jump is in there. Look at you cooking
You
with
have
gas now.
sparked a memory now. My brain has centered on what the decathlon is.
You've now named 5 of them. So
There you go. Absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, there's been the 400 meter run, the 110 meter hurdles, pole vault, discus,
There is a
and the
microphone.
1500.
Slightly more.
There we go. It was the 1500 I was thinking of. I just had the Grand Slam theme playing in my head, and then I was able to zone in. Do have a nice pot brewing here in the midst of all of that Olympic event guessing, where Vaskovanikov has turned the best hand against Kislev and holds.
Probably I can't bluff here. Check.
You can't bluff once you say
no,
that.
yeah.
No.
Team Botche in the chat saying, I can imagine Faraday playing track and field computer game as a child. Therefore, perhaps you should know.
I think I have played it, but not very often. It's the one. This is the button bashing one, right? Where you have to, you get the pen out and the elastic band and cheat.
Don't give away the secrets.
Yeah, little few ones.
Pro
Listen, I wasn't always as rotund as I was now. I did do a bit of athleticism back in the day.
I was gonna say, you know, it's a bit unfair that he's just assuming you play computer games and nothing else. Yeah, people have former lives. A lot of poker players coming from some sort of competitive sport, right? It's in the juices.
I was a very fast 100 meters runner, actually.
Come on now.
I was.
Come on now. Stop it.
Back in the football days.
Human calculator.
You want to throw out a time at us, your 100-meter time?
No.
I mean,
Russian calculator.
it's all relative, right? It's not, you know, when I say very fast. I would say, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure exactly. I was always like in the top 3 at school.
Okay,
thing,
okay.
You know.
It's a classic.
Maybe not first, but I was very fast over 10 yards anyway. Speed of thought and speed of move for me. I could wax lyrical. Get me a few beers and I'll talk to you about the striker I could have been.
Okay.
Break now or one more? 25 minutes break, yeah. So one more.
When is the break?
One more round.
Yeah, one more hand, yeah?
One more round. No, one more.
Sebastian, first time you explained this today, yeah?
Neither one more hand or one more level. Breaks are done on time.
Yep.
Break, it could be.
Oh, even in the middle of the level.
Inside the level.
Even in the middle of
yes,
the level.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Inside, in the middle. No matter.
One of the side
I
effects
like
of
inside
the
more than in the middle.
structure is you can have a break anytime because it's done on hands.
Exactly. Another benefit. It's good for us as viewers because, you know, it just means we get the maximum time between having to go on breaks.
Вчера финальный
Nice swap for Patrick.
сегодня.
Picks up another part. Just
Дама 6 раз.
Patrick doing Patrick things, just kind of quietly picking up chips.
Было здесь, когда
How many of the Decathlon events Patrick could guess in?
Дама С приходит,
Say 12
она просто
guesses.
выбрасывает. О, в борьбе. А С
I think there's a reasonable chance Patrick could complete all 10 events before I named them all.
Actually, I think he maybe like just complete fish on stuff like that. Like, he likes his tennis, obviously.
I think he's more of a specialist rather than an all general.
Yeah,
Даже не doходит до
you know,
флопов.
I mean, are the Finns that competitive at the Olympics?
What's the next one?
Oh,
Not sure.
that might set the chat off, mate.
I mean, how many Finns are in the chat? Come on, let's be serious.
So the Finnish people I know and that I've been lucky enough to spend time of are very competitive, but it does tend to be at gambling and drinking.
Cross-country skiing. The Nordic combined. The Olympics about to get underway. I'm salivating myself.
Yeah, you were saying that, weren't you? You're excited for, again, not a lot of big ski fans in Scotland.
Ironically, the only place in our fair nation that actually has mountains you can ski on.
It's true, yeah.
You know, that's how I said our fair nation, encompassing the regions.
So we would have
Prince
ski
Palace.
tracks, but we were forced to build big castles on to stop you guys invading.
Mooney from the button. Going in, lip. FPO from the small out. C. How aggro is Basketpoinikau going to get? Ace deuce off. Certainly one of those that you don't really want to call with.
Yeah, fives were folded in early position as well, so Lip is going set mining without a shovel, which is not ideal. Do you mine with a shovel? A pickaxe.
I mean, I got the reference. Body language of man is about to fold. I think Mooney just wants to take his money back now. Just joking, guys.
Let's just let it go. Perhaps the devil and angel were fighting on the shoulders.
Oh, yeah. I think they're often on those shoulders. They've taken up residency. Ace 9-3, as you mentioned. Lip won't find a 5.
Break? No?
Mooney has put out 4 chips, it looks like. see. Very hard to lip now.
Yeah, particularly without a heart, it's very tough to continue here. One of those where you need to be ahead now, you need to hold, you need to not get bluffed.
Mooney's been pretty active. He's going to get away with another one.
Quietly,
Later.
yeah, quietly motoring along Mooney as well. Yeah.
He is. I mean, him and Patrik came in, what, 1 and 2 in chips. They're still 1 and 2, and they've extended those stacks. And
Yeah, they are playing how you know what you're meant to be doing. You're just
Right.
putting that stack to work, picking up these little, you know, semi-contested pots. Every bet comes with the threat of further action.
yeah, been impressed so far. My first time getting eyes on this man in a poker setting.
I had very close hand. If I open, you 3-bet.
Maybe.
That's the right answer.
No. Too honest. You had another hour, Mooney. You could have got away with it.
That's funny. Welcome one and all here on this Onyx Live YouTube channel. Here's the second edition of the Onyx Club High Roller Series, and we are now watching 25k main event final table. Bit weird sometimes calling the 25k the main event. We've had a 50k and 100k final table already. But that is the way these things go. Here's the one with the most entries, at least, with 207 players ponying up that 25, meaning first prize is going to be a cool 1.15 with the final 8. Now having locked up 124k. Patrik Antonius, the man in the front seat for that. Now I'm going to do my little beg. I do it infrequently, Ferrado. Please just allow me to ask that those of you who are tuning in enjoying me, if you do like what you're seeing, do like the stream, perhaps even subscribe to the channel. Every subscription helps us move up the ranks when it comes to poker content on YouTube, and just makes it more likely we'll have more streams from this very venue. May even be able to keep Ferrado on for the next stop.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to hit some pretty juicy subscriber numbers to handle my wage hike requests after this exemplary performance in my debut season.
But great pace over 10 yards have been performed. Usually from the entrance to the buffet to the Ferrado station.
I was going to say, you've seen it in the buffet.
King 7-6. Sherbacov. Well, we don't know what he's got.
The mystery hand, James. It's opened up quite a shallow stack. King high, very good for it, Sherbacov. A lot of the kind of raise folding, the hands you're going to raise and fold to action bluffs do come from the kind of king highs, king jacks and such. So king high, and of course you will have ace king, aces, kings as well that do well on this board. So overall, pretty nice to see king high for Sherbacov.
And not so nice to see that ace on the turn, as it gives Mooney aces up.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, it looks like it's probably not nice, but you could have, you know, could still have ace king, kings. But yes, I agree. From what we can see, doesn't look ideal.
And so now how are we proceeding here if we do have like one of those hands you mentioned, like a king, queen, king, jack of holding?
Probably just going to have to check and hope. I think Mooney has been fairly honest in these kind of spots. Ooh. And as I say that, he does something markedly dishonest, James.
Love that check from him.
Shows you what I know. Beautiful.
Not the best river card to see in the backdoor hearts completing, but, you know, monsters under the bed and all that.
Yeah, certainly possible to have, you know, king x of hearts as Sherbacov. Perhaps now you don't really get to raise as Mooney facing a bet. Certainly be quite interesting if Sherbacov does bet here after checking the turn.
Does he? If he's got an ace here, is this like a mandatory bet now?
I think you would. Yeah, I think you would want. I think Mooney's story is very consistent with having just a king that check back turn. So I think you would be looking to value bet an ace. It's quite interesting because wow, shove. And it's tough for Yeah, Sherbacov to have too much air. He does call.
What is this? What are we going to table here?
Pocket 8s.
No!
Yeah, wow.
Знаешь, что было?
Wow.
Второй 9 череп.
That is a dirty river card.
Покажет.
8-8.
Вау, check turn, а? Check, check. Turn.
The perfect run out.
The trap ended up trapping himself with a dirty river.
Yeah. And I mean, how much is Sherbacov actually hating that when he jams and got snap called? You're thinking, oh great, the guy's just got King Jack of Hearts and I'm out.
Yeah, for sure. As I was saying, I mean, I was just about to say, it's kind of tough for Sherbacov to have
Да.
an air hand here. I didn't expect to see exactly 8s, but you know, if you do have maybe Queen Jack or something, do you perhaps keep betting the turn? You are kind of into a very specific subset of hands that want to check turn then bluff river. Perhaps difficult to keep that balanced. Yeah,
Alright.
very tough for Mooney.
Calm down, Sherbacov. We're going to get you the chips. Stay in your seat. You know. Okay. Exciting.
Call, все, поехали. 2 миллиона.
Yeah, done well, Sherbacov, because obviously we saw early on he had the aces and jacks, three aces and queens, could easily been at himself. Played it in a way that allowed himself survival, or not just survival, but survival with a decent stack, and then, of course, a big stroke of luck there, having that specifically ace-8 run out with your opponent checking back aces up.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just the turn check is a big stroke of luck in itself. You know, I think a lot of the times you're not going to be able in the position to see the river.
And that's not to say that Mooney's made a mistake there.
No, of
in
course
checking.
not.
We want to, you know, allow those king axes to perhaps pay off on river.
There is certainly an argument that if the river's at blank, that we might see a bluff from Sherbacov with the 8s, because his range is very tight to open. Okay. And 8s, you know, it's one of those, like, you might have to go as strong as 8s to find the bluff if you're, you know, if you aren't checking Queen Jack and stuff. If you're going to barrel that on the turn, then perhaps 8s could bluff and you snap off a bluff there with the ace 7 that you wouldn't have got any more value from if you'd bet the turn. So just an unfortunate kind of turn of events.
And now kings for Mooney. It may look steamy. If he does look steamy, Kolev might pounce here with ace 7 from the small, but he is just going to come along with a call. Kolev 10-9 off, going to make it a three-way affair.
Really, ace 7 suited, ace 7 of clubs. Get him twice here.
No.
Probably not.
But look at this.
The 10-9 might get him.
Yeah, a little bit of something for everyone. Mooney with the top set. Kolev with the double gut shot, and Kolev, that bottom pair, backdoor clubs.
Mooney has decided that is enough trapping for one day. Once bitten, twice shy, perhaps.
It's very tough for Kolev now, of course, with a player behind, with this being a three-way pot and a C-bet on that board. You know, Mooney has been pretty aggro. But even then, like, King Jack just fits the hijack, right?
Yeah, it's perhaps a spot you would use your hand as like a little check raise sometimes, but it's you know, it's tough to do so at a final, and perhaps not advised in this particular spot.
You set up with 8 clean ones to the nuts. Obviously going to call. Well, no improvement as yet. Mooney.
1 million. 1 million.
Quick bet. Just under half the pot.
Loving that, the verbal 1 million.
Yeah, he didn't really deliver it in a dramatic sense, did he? It was more matter of fact. 1 million. 1 million.
No pinky to the corner of the mouth.
No continue for Mr. Uka.
Double belly.
Nice to just flop top set the hand after you lose a big one, right?
Oh.
Look a bit steamy.
1 million was just, I'm not getting sucked out on again. 1 million.
Yeah, perhaps the one but I would like to see a little bit more time taken if we're going to pick a hole in the game over the last couple of hands. Just let a little seed of doubt be sown.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, you have just got very unlucky, so perhaps weighing on his mind still a little.
320.
Yes. Big one.
320.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, indeed.
How much?
3.5. 300 point.
Actually, Mooney's been involved in a lot of pots, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's the third time in a row he's made aggressive action. We saw him earlier all in ace-king v ace-king. Seen him 3-bet from the small. We've seen him play flops from the button. I mean,
You have to wonder if the ace-7 suited 3-bet against Patrik earlier has gone through to Ladva as well.
yeah, I haven't seen anyone at the table get up from the table. I haven't noticed
That's
anyway
true.
to
That is true.
get that information.
This is an ugly spot for Ladva. You just have a very strong hand, but it's one of those that if you put it in and get called, you're not in good shape, right? I don't think Mooney's going to 3-bet calling you with the 9s.
The problem I would find playing against someone like Mooney is so far I've seen, you know, it has been very aggressive post-flop. Concern, you're cool here and it's not as simple as thinking, hey, well, he's going to check back certain boards because it's my range and this, that. He just seems like the guy who's just going to jackhammer away at you.
Yeah, exactly. And the 10s tend to like to play aggressively just because a lot of the bluffs have a lot of equity against 10s, lots of the king queens and stuff like that. So it's one of these hands that does like to kind of play aggressively in these spots. But it's just, I wouldn't be surprised to see call here for Ladva, just perhaps thinking he can maneuver post-flop. And he does.
He agrees with you.
Okay, so I can see that being a genuine time bank between the two options for sure. I think it's going to be extremely close.
How much do you think it plays in there? The fact that he's, you know, just lost that big pot, and in the next hand he raises, bets flop, bets turn, and now he's 3-bet the next hand. Like, surely he's got it, right? Like, it just looks a bit obvious for Steam. I don't know. Does Ladva think that way?
He does give it the verbally announced 1 million again. This might be enough just to see Ladva fold, even though there is only one overcard. If you're calling here thinking that the 3-bet range is quite tight already, and now, you know, I think one of the most common hands in the range is going to be ace-king, and there's king on the board, and even if he is getting a bit out of line with king-queen, you know, that's the hit too. You're still behind jacks and queens. You're beating maybe ace-queen exactly that might not even 3-bet, so I think you can just get away on the flop, and Ladva does so.
Good fold.
Yep, nice fold. I think it's a spot where perhaps inexperienced players would like peel one off too often. They maybe lose another million.
Right. I've got.
It's only one overcard.
Only one overcard. I've got to have a look. But
Yeah.
sometimes you get bluffed in this game. If you're not getting bluffed, you're calling too much, right?
Exactly, and it's just, you know, when you really get down to what the ranges are, you can make those folds.
Look at that logjam towards the bottom. I'm even going to throw Sherbacov in there with 34 blinds, just 10 blinds ahead of the bottom place. Kolev, with the pay jumps being what they are, this could continue on as a tight affair for a little while, with Patrik Antonius just enjoying that run out front. Mooney still in second, despite that very unfortunate pot against Kirill. Continue 8-handed.
Yeah, I mean, Mooney had that very unfortunate river card, but I think he's back up over the stack. Like, he just erased the damage.
Yeah.
He's gone, no, thank you. I'm just going to
Top set,
win
top
the next
pair.
3 hands.
Yeah, they'll do. Worth noting as well. I see a question in the chat. Where is Adrian Mateos? He finished alive yesterday. Yep, that was last night's cash game. He had the 200-400 with a 1K anti-Yo Viral Invitational. And Patrik went to bed early because he had this final table, so they just subbed in Mateos, because why not? He did okay. I think he got off to a good start, ended up winning small, I believe. I don't think he's playing the PLOs. There was some conversation at the table, maybe in Dowell, but it's just, I think he said, I play poker almost every day already playing No Limit Hold'em. Why haven't I add another game to the repertoire? There's just too many Hold'em tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, when you're as good as he is at No Limit Hold'em, why would you play another game unless it was for fun?
Oh, hang on.
Wow.
This is no fun. Oh, and Ladva, I mean, with the solver bait.
That's ace 5 off. You're looking at. You thought it was suited.
I did.
You got your glasses on and everything.
I do. I haven't cleaned them.
This is wild. This 3-bet here. Sherbacov maybe just deciding, based on perhaps he's picked up on something physical from Lip.
I like it. We don't have to always play by the rules. Right, we can just get out of line.
I did notice, and for the old school among us, I did notice Lip did the double fist raise.
Oh.
Rather than the one-handed. Maybe he's just reading. He's just spotted the double fister and went, "Does a man really double fist a premium?" Turns out the answer is yes.
Is Lip thinking here on the idea that there could be a size that's non-all-in, or is it just a balancing time tell?
How's he farming 1.1? I think you can see a click here. There will be hands that just, yeah, there we go. And it's this ace-king suited again, right? I think ace-king off would just go in.
That's what I was wondering, whether that suited is just delicious enough.
Yeah. I have to tell you, it brings great warmth to my heart to see a young player bringing out the Jack 10 off 3-bet. I feel like just watching ourselves play 15 years ago.
Hey, don't worry about it. Don't include me. I was never in there with Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah.
Everyone assumed you were in there with Jack 10 offsuit, so I just had ace queen plus. Come on.
Maybe there is hope for the kids yet. But yeah, that click, it does look very strong, but there will be, because you're not playing pure chips, every chip does have a dollar value that's at this table, and you can make these kind of folds getting 3-1 versus a shove and stuff that you mathematically shouldn't be making, the first level of the tournament. Which does allow you to make these kind of, make it 2 million and fold to just over 4 million all in.
Oh, ace king again. He's doing a Mooney.
Here we go. A classic race. The classic race.
It's funny because we're suddenly seeing a lot of pre-flop aggression this table, but obviously the Jack 10 offsuit there wasn't warranted, but the 4-bet certainly was. We saw the 3-bet the ace king 4, the open with the kings. Actually, big hands are happening.
Yeah, well, as I said, there is that kind of thing, it's like, I don't know if it's psychological, but when you're still full ring, still 9-handed, everyone's just getting settled in, perhaps it just takes like maybe an elimination, a couple of big pots, and it kind of just drives it, psychologically people get more comfortable, they want to play more hands. I mean, obviously in this case,
that's what I'm saying, we're just seeing
hands,
big hands, right? We've seen ace king v ace king all in, we saw the kings, the ace king last hand, ace king queens this hand.
And I think here you'll see this
is the sledgehammer.
This will be the all in as opposed to the clicky click.
All in.
That's a good point account. I mean, might not be thrilled, but going nowhere with 2 queens, of course.
Does call. We are off to the races. I wonder how many.
At least flippy of all flips.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ace king.
That's true. 55% for
this was a political election. This would be a landslide.
I believe this was this is the independence vote percentages for Scotland.
Okay, we're moving back. We've got queens v ace king. Let's go. Eight, 6, 4. Nothing. The lip does have the covering stack. Well, that's bad news. Take somebody else off the board. Non-heart, ace or king required to eliminate Voska by an account.
Ooh, la la la.
No, a double up for the man who knows what it takes to win these big events.
The all number run out, not where you want to see when you have ace king.
on final table. Блять, клянусь, тоже было. Пиздец плохое было.
Big moment for Vasco and a big moment for the rest of the table, of course. Those chips moving around, no further elimination, means everyone's still in the 124 payout.
Off for a little victory lap.
I think Kolev, they're saying like it's the first time he's ever been on a final where he's not rooting for the short sector bus. Obviously, I guess a friend perhaps of Vasco account. I don't know how much sincerity there is in that comment. I thought you got to say it if it's your mate, right?
Yes, I was really hoping that I didn't win another $36,000.
Almost 4.5?
No, I would imagine that's very sincere.
Okay.
And again, you know, Vasco account, for those of you who just joined us, you know, racked up like $12 million in cashes in the last 18 months. But you can get it from the table there because, as I said to you, like, I think this man just really wants to win titles, really wants to establish himself as a well-known poker player in the high-stakes circles. Just getting out from the table how much it meant for him to win that pot. Again, not just for the monetary value.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, as I said when we started, I recognized him from the Triton runs that he had, the win in the second place. So he's certainly doing well in that regard.
2 laps sit out, don't Pyrenean. Let's go.
Enjoying the moment, which he must do. I know, you know, the wizards will be like, you've got to keep yourself emotions even keeled, but also, often you make finals with $1 million plus on top.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of stoicism in modern poker, you know, you got to keep level killed. I'm not for that, James. I'm more of an enjoy that, you know, what's the point in playing if you don't enjoy the, you know, you don't make final tables every day unless you're, you know, Yakashvili or Matthias or these guys, you know, so for us mere mortals, you got to enjoy it while you're there.
Yeah, I've always been the same way.
How much was that?
4. 9 million.
4.
I mean, the one thing I will say, guys, you can't win the pot and then question you've been paid out correctly when you've left the table. Like, just, you lose that right. Oh, lip. 2 jacks.
No.
We've seen a little theme here that when you lose a big pot, you will get a chance to win your money back.
He has just over 20 blinds now. But is he the shortest stack? I think he is.
I think he will be now, yeah. Just shows you how quickly things can change.
Sort of thought about it for a moment. It's a little like suited ace potential bluff candidate, but perhaps thinking, hang on a second, just lost that pot. Is he really coming in under the gun? Next hand light. I don't know. All these dynamics. Brady, you're going to tell me these wizards, they've got their ranges, but I'm still in the mindset of, you know, emotions do take over a little bit still.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people, you know, you're right. Some of the wizards will be like, you know, it does not matter. These are my ranges, but I think it definitely does. It does affect ranges at certain points. The emotions that are going through. You know, there are some spots that are what they call mixes. You know, sometimes they raise, sometimes they fold. If I'm steaming, they're getting raised, mate.
Yeah. And it reminds me of a tweet I saw of yours many years ago, where it was like, there's a certain situation where it's 50% bet, 50% check, and you said, I owe 826 checks.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, newfound wealth in the hands of Vasco Is going to see an open. The King 10 suited.
Yeah, you built this up, James. I'm excited to see Vasco with a stack now.
All right, Patrick's got his hand. Is he going to go after him? 200 this once before, right? Was ace-9 off, I think?
Yes, it was, yeah. Is he going to just, you know, let Vasco know this is still my table? And he is.
Well, the game, my friend.
He does like the ace-9 off, Patrick. Now, this is interesting. This is a hand that, when you're just playing normal chips, does get to likes to 4-bet a lot, but he does just make the fold.
Nicely done, Patrick, and Looks like the players have reached the first break of the day, and with it, Patrik has basically had the run of that frame without doing too much. Has increased his chip count up to what, just short of 14 million. And I guess just showing you don't have to do it in big ways. He's picked his spots nicely. A couple of those 3 bets there. We saw the ace-9s. Yeah, Jeff Mooney, of course, a little bit up and down, but not finishing the frame a little bit more than he started the final with. And Vasco Bonica running out the top 3 courtesy of that double. And then there is that big divide to those further down. So we do have, throughout, I believe, a 15-minute break coming up. The flip side of which I'll be ceding the booth to Mr. Steve Warburton. So guys, please do go make yourself a drink, do what you got to do. Come back in 15 for continuing coverage of this main event final table.
Ten big blind versus blind, and there used to be back in the glory days. There's a lot more raising and calling and than just the old sledgehammer.
I hear you.
But no, I'm very surprised at that.
Speaking of the sledgehammer, though,
I think we will be about to see it here.
Count, please.
no nuance here.
This is a close one for Kolev.
850.
I think we will see the call, yeah. He'll be very unhappy to be dominated. Right. You have to remember that Sherbacov will be shoving very wide here.
Yeah, you can probably just play Chippy V here, right?
Pretty close to it.
Yeah.
There will be some risk premium for you, but I think Queen 9 suited is just going to be too strong anyway.
Spin the wheel. The Queen Jack needs to hold, and that's not the flop that Sherbacov wanted to see. Let's come 9 high.
Domination rotation, as they say.
He's going to need one of the 3 jacks. We will be losing 2 players very quickly.
Yeah.
Queen is no good. Sherbacov will take 5th for 107k, just like that.
They just seem to mean business. This happens after dinner a lot. I want to know if are they going to the same buffet we're going to?
It's a good buffet.
Yeah.
Just like that, Frodo. We're down to 4. Is it something I said? I've just come in, bam, bam.
That was it. They've decided to ramp up the action.
Very deep. Deep.
Now we have a 50 big blind average, so...
Yeah, lots of play left, isn't there?
Yep.
I think almost 6.
It's the business end. 150k for 4th, 200k for 3rd, 275 for 2nd, 425 for the win. And the elusive trophy, of course.
6. 6-1 then.
Very nice trophies. I don't know if you've seen the Onyx Club trophies yet.
I don't think I have.
You were probably asleep last night when it was finishing, but
There's a very good chance that's
JRB
true.
took the first one. Another premium here for Reuter. I believe this man had a pretty good year last year.
He did, yeah. We were seeing over 7.5 million in cashes last year.
Yeah, just in 2025 alone. Kolev deciding here. Does go with Peel. Imagine we'll be taking this heads up. Let's come ace 3-9, 2 clubs.
It's not the board you're looking for with the red jacks.
Let's go with quarter pot.
Yeah, it's deciding just to range bet on this board by the looks of it. I think this would be a pretty high up candidate to check back if you did want to play some checks. So this would indicate he probably is just betting his whole range, and Kolev does get there on a turn.
Yeah, probably slow down the action though. Be interesting to see if Kolev does go for some value on the river.
I think on that card he might well.
Yeah, pretty nice card.
There is a couple of ways to look at this here where, depending on sizing, if you want to have a kind of block bet size, if you want to play two sizings, having a kind of smaller size for this kind of hand and a bigger size for your ace-x, whether or not, and we do have this kind of block sizing.
Yeah, you called it, Neil. Just go for the block 225.
And I think as
this is really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, you just have one of those must call, must lose a good amount situations.
Do you think he blocks a good 9 here, Kolev?
Well, I think
Obviously he doesn't have too many 9s pre, does he? But
he can have some 9s, but obviously with the board the way it is, all the 9s are same, right? With the ace king kicker, so that kind of that's what I was kind of thinking. If there's going to be, you know, if the kicker did play on that board, because all the 9s are the same, you probably no longer want to play a 9, to play like a, you know, you can't get called by a worse 9 anymore and win the pot, right? So you may just want to limit yourself to a king plus.
is it Gabduin? Gabdulin? What are we going with here?
I've been seeing Gabdulin.
Gabdulin, okay. Does open slightly bigger because of the big blind being short. Doesn't want to give him a great price to peel. He's going to look to connect with this 5-4 suited. 670k in the pot. He only has 625 left. It's quite annoying, isn't it, when you see the 4 right in the window and you think, oh, okay, I've got something to work with.
Yeah, you don't want to see the ace behind. I do think you probably will just have to go with this here.
Yeah.
You have flopped a pair. It's, you know, you're not loving life, but I think the button range is wide enough. I'm aware that I'm trying not to be biased by the fact I can see Jack 10 off.
Yeah,
but I think your hand just does require enough protection from these kind of hands, and you will on average be doing well enough that you probably just have to bite the bullet and go here.
You've already shown you're very honest by saying you had no idea about the previous spot, so
that's true.
We do believe you.
That's true. I've earned some credibility.
Here in the gantry, we do believe you.
It's lovely here in the gantry.
All in.
Yeah, everything you said there, Fraudo, he's dissected. He's not loving it. He has gone with it. Does feel the button's range is wide enough. And it's a huge pickup for him if he can get the fold.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine Gabdulin will find the fold here. I mean, he is ahead of some hands, you know, he's ahead of some flush draws, some straight draws and stuff. But I think bet calling Jack 10 here is just going to be a little bit too optimistic.
And even if you do run into a 7 or an ace, it's not like you're dead. So there's quite a lot of incentive to get this through.
I mean, he is thinking about it here, so perhaps he is thinking this could be a lot of 5-6, some flush draws, some 3-5, some 5-deuce. Things that he does bat.
Yeah.
That he does beat.
Do you think any of that just open rips? 5-6.
I think
5-3.
maybe not on an ace high board. I think there will be some boards, but I think we just don't have the range here to allow us to take the betting lead.
Yeah,
so I think we probably will just check. Wow, and he is deep in the tank about it here.
Yeah, I mean that good a price.
I think this is one of the spots where if you're thinking you might have enough equity to call this all in, that it may have been better just to check the flop back.
Gamble.
Wow, he does make the call. Gamble has been announced.
Does have 2 overs to the 4.
That's a real gamble, my friend.
Gamble.
He does have like, he does have 32%.
know,
That's
yeah,
a lot
yeah,
higher than I would have thought it was. I'm sure someone's
good feeling about
tricking me with these percentages.
I think bye-bye club. You tried your best, you know.
I have to stand up. No way I'm gonna win.
Ooh la la.
If you do bust this way, it's quite an interesting hand history for your mates in the
Yeah, that's one of the ones.
buffet, isn't it?
You text your backers and they go,
Call me the Jack Eye.
is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh,
instant
no.
service.
And a spade as well, just dirty.
We could be losing right to here unless he can find 2 of the 5s, 2 of the 4s. Here's the deuce of clubs and he is eliminated. It's an interesting hand history for the backers, as you say.
Bet 1 big blind. 6 big blinds.
But he does take 4th. It's good for 150k.
Jack 10 call. 8-7-4.
I love it. Faradin just tells the hands as like the guy with the guy sitting right next to him. He just doesn't care. It's like, have you seen this call? He hit a Jack 10.
He did say gamble, to be fair. I like that.
Yeah.
30% on the turn.
happy.
Minimum 30% on the turn.
But if you know,
Did 30% on the flop,
come
just
Jack,
didn't know
I'm
it.
not happy, you know. I'm happy now.
The players, despite their obvious talents, are only human. It is, I think it's acceptable to allow a little yawn now and then. Oh, wow.
2 big hands again. Doolin opens the button. He's 10 suited, 250. Lines have now gone up, 60, 120k. What are you doing here for Aldo?
I think, I'm wondering if it was a 3-bet fold, but he's went for the
Let's go for it.
nuclear option. And
We'll be getting looked up.
I would imagine this will be getting called once we get the count, but you never know.
Hey, the guy just put it in with Jack High.
That's
It was A7-4.
That's true.
You're not watching?
That's a good point.
I'm of course joking. But yeah, I think this hand's just a little bit too good.
Gamble.
Gamble announced again.
Wow.
And Faradin's going to have to pull a 9 from the fire here if he wants to continue. Just a bit of a core, really. 2 very big hands, 3-handed.
Yeah, you can't fault either player here. As you alluded to, he's going to have to find one of those 9s.
Well, he does find the 9, but is still an underdog. I guess he should have been more specific when asking for a 9.
It's Hollywood production.
If the dealer said to you, I will make this flop 9 high, you'd have taken it, wouldn't you?
Oh,
But
absolutely.
it's as bad as it gets. And wow, it's the whole deck now, pretty much.
Too many outs, Faradin says.
Graphic can barely fit the outs on the screen and top right hand and top middle of your screens.
Oh, and he does hit this straight on the river, and we do lose Faradin. Another strong showing for him at Merit.
Yeah, he does get that.
$200,000.
Miracle. Can we take a bit of a break?
I think we can.
Players down to heads up.
Small break,
And
thanks.
asking for a small break. One of the beauties of heads up is if you both want to take a break, you can.
Welcome back, one and all. The Onyx Club High Roller Series coverage continues. On with the 25k main event final table. Mr. James Dempsey has stepped out for a couple of hours, so calling the action in the meantime is myself, Steve Warbs, and the self-proclaimed fantasy football messiah himself, Mr. Neil Farrell. What an FT so far, Feraldo. Tell me what's been going on. I've been in the spa.
Yes, Steve, well, welcome back. We have, we've got a really interesting final so far. We've started with 9. We did lose Jess Teusl in 9th in a classic race situation. Patrik and Mooney have been quietly kind of accumulating chips, as you can see here from the Patrik kind of streaking out a little bit in front, and we're getting quite bunched together down the bottom end of the table, so it'll be interesting to see who can make a run up the leaderboard and who will crash and burn. That's how dramatic I'm going to make it, Steve.
Yeah, very helpful leaderboard there to get myself and the viewers up to speed if you are just tuning in on the Onyx YouTube channel. Patrik Antonius, chip leader, you're probably going to make him favourite with all his experience, would you say, Neil?
You'd imagine. So yeah, he's just done it. He's been doing very Patrik things. He's just been very quietly accumulating chips without a huge risk to his stack, just picking off a lot of small and medium pots. Boynikau has rocketed up the chip lead as well, and he's James was telling me he's a very, very dangerous player. Mooney as well has been playing. He took a big hit in a pot where he got rivered, and then he just instantly won them back like 3 hands in a row. So
yeah, he's probably the one player I'm not familiar with. Do you know much of Mr. Mooney?
I recognise his face. He has been playing around Europe,
okay,
and he has been getting in the action involved. He's proven a tricky customer for the rest of the table so far, so I certainly wouldn't count him out, especially with the stack that he has.
Sense. Nice life for Patrik. Played half the time as most of the people in the cash game last night and was the second biggest winner. And then just comes in today as chip leader. It's pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I was saying that to James. I think it was, you know, he played a couple hours, won 50k, had 4 meals, went to bed, woke up, he was still chip leader of this tournament, and gets to play for another $1 million.
Plus he looks like an absolute Adonis.
Well, there is that as well, isn't there?
Huge man crush.
Clip is finding the 3-bet here against Mooney. Now, this might be a case of they've had the break. Perhaps the table is now aware of the mad moves that Mooney has been making.
Oh, is he really? Okay.
He has been, you know, perhaps, you know, there can be a little bit of stereotypes. You see kind of an older gentleman player, not, you know, not some kid in a hoodie. Maybe you think he's a little bit tight, but it's certainly not been the case. And you see Lip now making that nice 3-bet from the small blind.
Loosey-goosey, would you say?
Yeah, he's been mixing it up. He's been playing very well. So okay. I think now, you know, perhaps before the break that he might have just folded there, but he's, you know, he had been opening like Jack 3 suited and stuff. So
yeah, it's one of the many advantages of obviously having the break, being able to watch a few hands on the live stream. Some people don't. They like to just chill 15 minutes, but most players, they do have a little browse, see what's been happening. He asked one of their friends who's been watching for a few pointers, who's doing what. Always a little bit cagey, isn't it? 9-8 handed, sort of working each other out. Big hand here. The ladies.
Yeah, Boynikau has a lot of success in the Triton events, and he is known as quite an active player. So when you give an active player a good hand, fireworks can happen.
Yeah, it does come with 525. It's 80-160k.
Kolev, unfortunately for Boynikau, doesn't have a hand he can continue with. Do we know what this hand is known as, Steve? The Jack Deuce?
Well, give me a second.
Okay.
Because last night even, you were just very quick to ask and I only had maybe 2 or 3 seconds. So.
That's fine, you take your time.
Jack Deuce. Deuce Jack. Jack.
The only clue I'll give you,
something to do with a car.
I have no idea why it's called this.
Okay, I'm not going to get it then.
No, it's the old Razzle Dazzle.
I mean, it seems makes sense. It's just.
Tell you it would make sense, Steve. I was just telling you what it would be.
Razzle Dazzle.
The old Razzle Dazzle. I think it's actually the ol with like an apostrophe, with no even a D. a reminder that I will be making some of these up.
Was that one of them? No, it was not.
No, that was not actually. But you must stay alert.
Patrik is chip leader here. Does open the king 10 off +2. Oscar pointing back out with a decision. 6 is on the button. Just let it go. Do you think that's just because it's the chip leader that's opening? Seems a little bit tight to me, would you say?
Yeah, I think I said this to James. That it's just maybe perhaps the pure aura of Antonius just has the intimidation factor, maybe. But
I mean, if the blinds were maybe a bit short, you could understand it. You get jammed on, but
yeah, I'm surprised to see that. But he perhaps knew he was going to be out-flopped.
yeah,
And a little bit of trouble for Kolev here. He does flop middle pair, and it's no good.
he has the back door diamonds as well, so pretty good flop for both.
The kind of dicey spots you get into here, and it's perhaps a good indicator as to why you play a little bit tighter against a chip leader. You just end up in these middle of the road spots.
Yeah, it's one of those that you've got a sort of very easy flop call. Just a bunch of turn cards facing action. It's a bit dicey.
The brickiest of all bricks on the turn, the offsuit deuce.
Got to be a little bit careful as well. Playing 3 million. Patrik does come with a meaty turn bet. Let's go for 800, half pot into 1.6. Too tight to be folding here, Neil.
It's very tough, because I think I talked about this in the previous stream, where you're out this shallow. It becomes very hard to protect this check call range on the flop. If you're, if you have king queen, you're probably going to check raise flop.
Yep.
So it does feel like you're just folding so often on the turn. Once you reach this, oh no.
Oh, and that could be curtains. Less than pot back, only 2.2 million remaining, 3.2 in there. Imagine Mr. Antonius is going to play for it all, and it's just a, dare I say, impossible fold?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would imagine Patrick's still going to value bet worse hands than your hand. I think Ace King's still just going to shove the river for value. So
yeah,
I think you're just, unfortunately, you've been probably slain by the poker gods here.
Yeah, certainly versus big blind. Patrik did have Ace King. There are a lot of kings he could still get called by. So I'm with you. Still be value betting Ace King here. So
that being said,
ones you have to go with, but
he hasn't called yet. He hasn't.
Yeah, he's not
called immediately. It's never nice to be facing calling all in on the river at a final table, regardless of your hand, to be honest. Well, obviously if you have the nuts, it's nice, but you can see he is reaching for the time bank chips. It's honestly very impressive that he hasn't put the chips in already. Perhaps he can just, sometimes you get that little subconscious feeling, you just know that perhaps you're beat.
yeah, I think as you say, when your tournament life is on the line, players do tend to take that little bit longer, but I think he's going to come to the conclusion his hand's just too strong. But as you say, it's not nice, is it? Just calling dead out, tap table gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be incredibly impressed if he somehow does Just a hero fold this.
Yeah, unbelievable fold. He does make the call,
Yep.
and he will be eliminated. Very unlucky for Kolev, that run out.
I think that face says it all. It's very frustrating.
The cards.
Not much you can do on that river.
Yeah, Kolev, he's our 8th place finisher. We'll take home $124,000. We're down to 7. I do have a habit of sort of getting in the booth and
Grim Reaper style, you just immediately get
bang bang.
elimination,
There's usually a couple of quick exits.
Patrik now just adding to this chip lead, and it has become quite a commanding chip lead now.
Yeah, it is now, isn't it? He already had daylight between him and second, but extends his lead. It's where you want to be on the final table, isn't it? Big chip leader, so much more fun.
Yeah.
Play loads of hands, no one can knock you out. Absolutely hate being like 9 of 9, so boring.
Yeah,
Chip leader.
definitely the most fun part of poker, having a nice chip lead at a final.
Definitely. See those up to 17.72 million. Over 100 big blinds. Comes Mooney though. It's open 2.5x. The ace jack off.
Mystery hand from a lip. Goes into the muck, and thus shall remain a mystery. Ace in the big blind for Sherbacov. Not a comfy situation, ace 6 up. My least favourite of the aces.
Yeah, I think you can safely say that is the worst ace, isn't it?
Yeah. No, not even a little wheel possibility. Just a horribly low kicker that doesn't do anything. I do like that they don't colour up super aggressively here. I am a chip stack fan. I do, you know, as much as, you know, playing poker has been my profession, I am also a poker fan, and seeing Patrik Antonius with a mountain of chips in front of him does evoke comforting, warm memories.
I mean, World Series back in the day when they just never used to colour up was unreal, some of the stacks you'd see.
Exactly.
Like, whoa, how much is he playing? 40 big blinds.
I hate it now when you see someone with 100 big blind and it's one stack of chips. It's just low morale.
Yeah.
And Sherbacov does reshove the 9s here.
Yeah, goes for
Nice
22
little
big
spot.
blinds. Sure, seems pretty standard. This is hijack open.
Nice pickup. I've enjoyed watching Sherbacov. He did he hit us with a kind of old school Jack 10 off small blind 3-bet an hour ago or so, and I was like,
Versus
no.
button or?
No, I think it was like hijack. It was just a very old school, you know, and I was like, maybe the kids are all right, Steve. Maybe we're not, you know, we're not just generating super robots, all 18-year-old coming out of Russia, you know. It's good to see that a bit of the old magic remains. I mean, he did it into queens and got shoved. He got clicked on. He did it into
really?
ace king suited and got clicked on. But
What age is he? Is he young?
he looks pretty young.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm just old.
I don't think he looks that young.
No? Maybe just has a good skin
Oh,
care routine.
Sherbacov, sorry. I
Yeah.
thought- yeah.
You thought I said Mooney?
No. I thought Sherbacov was... It's okay.
Oh, wow. And a tough spot for Ladva here. Mooney has been fairly active.
Yeah, we've just seen nines go in with a bit less than this. Wasn't versus under the gun, so he does have a little bit more, but wow, just let it go.
Just knows what a good fold.
Yeah, insanely good fold.
Antonius had a 9 as well. He was in bad shape.
You folding there, or do you like peeling if you don't like jam?
I mean, now I've seen Ladva do it, I'm going to fold there. But before that, I was saying no, I wouldn't be. No.
Seems like great discipline just to let that one go. Versus Mooney as well, who you've been telling me is a little bit loosey-goosey and...
Well, yeah, I don't know if he's been playing a lot of hands, but he's been dealt a lot of quite good hands as well, or some kind of medium strength. I think, yeah. I mean, I would play quite tight there, but I don't know if it's quite nines tight. I would imagine Ladva will be sharper than me in that spot, so I will defer to the good man himself. But
yeah,
I don't think I would have been folding.
Huge difference, don't forget. 7th, 160,000 versus 1.15 million. Another big hand here.
Wow.
Look at the aces.
Straight after the break, we're just dealing them out. Like, let's see some action.
21 big blinds. Assume he'd have some 3-bet folds here, so this is just going to be in the 3-bet category. Go pretty small, 750. Boynica with a decision.
Does make the call. It was a small 3-bet. You do have a suited straighty hand.
Yeah, you need to be very well disciplined to be folding here, don't you? It's very tempting, even though
you do cover. You can realise a bit more. And oh wow,
big flop, big flop.
I think we're about to see a confrontation here. Never nice to have less than 60% when it goes in with the aces, but that is the situation we're going to be in. A flush draw and a gut shot for Vasco Bonicao.
Yeah, and it's even better because he can incredibly rep a 10 here, can't he, as well? So
yeah, for sure. I mean, if he has Queen 9 suited, I would assume he has Queen 10 suited.
Exactly, yeah. See if he does go for check raise or call. He'll select a call, though.
Oh, he does call. Okay, interesting.
I think I might have been sure that one, but
that's not the card you want to see.
Let's go check. Kolev with only 2.3 left, 2.6 in there.
He maybe does think that Kolev, you know, he maybe has Kolev pegged for a pretty strong range here and just wants to maybe just see one for cheap rather than playing for it all.
Fair point. $2.5 is the bet.
Yeah, pretty small here from Kolev. As you can see, Vasco Bonicao is 28%, so you're getting direct odds just to try and hit as well.
Yeah, he's very much priced in, isn't he? Is he thinking about maybe repping that 10 now and just where he's jamming? I can't imagine so. I feel like he's just going to fold. He does, yeah.
He does
get snap goes with it.
He does call. I mean, you're not betting to fold, but perhaps trying to catch another bet from a bluff, a king queen or something.
As you can see it there on the top right hand of your screen, Vasco Bonicao with 10 cards to hit. That's not one of them.
A pair of classic bricks, offsuit 4 and 3.
Yeah, black 4, black 3. Nice double up for Kolev. He's back in this. Up to 7.2 million now. A regular here at Merit. Quite a few final tables.
And that certainly puts Kolev back into contention here. Up to 45 big blinds now. I think that puts him into 3rd place.
Yeah, dangerous player. Sure what that was.
Can only assume someone won the blinds and antes at one of the cash game tables.
With aces, that's why he's fuming. It's just dawned on me who Sherbacov looks like. Have you seen the show Adolescence?
I've not.
Looks like the kid from that.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. 8-6 of diamonds on the button for Patrik here. Quiet raise and take it.
Try and find a picture for you. See, that's not a bad shout, is it?
I can see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying.
Jamie Owen Cooper is called.
Okay.
If you're just joining us, this is the main event, 25k Ultimate Hold'em final table. We are down to 7 players, now playing for $1.15 million. Certainly less chatty than last night.
Yeah, well, I mean,
pretty wild cash game we had.
Yeah, a little bit different environment, you could say.
Yo Viral's cash game.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun yesterday. I believe I have another cash game at some point, also.
Yeah, it should be tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, is it?
Possibly day after.
But yeah, we are quite, for a final table, we are quite deep stacked here. This is the structures in these tournaments are very good, so it does allow skill to the cream to rise. We are over 40 big blinds deep. Well, I think we're almost 50 big blinds on average. Patrik opening up the ace-8, flexing his chip leader muscles. Vasco with the small pair. I'm going to see a flop and a nice disciplined fold from Kolev. These are the kind of marginal spots that you just have to give up on the final table. Or perhaps you would be seeing a little flop if it was earlier on. Decent flop for Vasco, but it's not often you only have 1 over to your 4s if you don't flop a set, but still a tricky spot to navigate.
Yeah, it could be tough to get to showdown, can't it? But 9-3 deuce is as good as it gets without flopping a set.
Patrik has bet his hand here. Quite an interesting c-bet. Just against the big blind, I think we would see a very, very frequent bet. I think against a small blind, we need to be perhaps we could be a little bit more selective. Just there's a lot of kind of pairs and stuff. But I mean, you are massive chip leader, so it does let you bet a lot more frequently than normal. So maybe it is just let's bet everything here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And small blind range as well on an FT is even tighter than it is normally.
Yeah.
Certainly way tighter than the big blind. And we do see a check raise here. Just a little small check raise.
Yep, just trying to get some protection. You know, if Patrik has Queen 8 offsuit or something, it's just nice to get that hand out now.
1.3.
Oh wow!
I was going to say, you know, we've all watched Patrik down the years. He's very much, I don't know how to describe. I was going to say notorious floater, but that's not the best the best way to describe him, is it? But if he sort of thinks that you're maybe trying to find out where you are, and you know, he will float in position. He will do what he just did then, and put the pressure on you. Snap fold there from the 4s. What great play.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you the power of the big stack. You can't just flex those muscles.
He's targeting.
Every action comes with the threat of further action.
Exactly. He's targeting those hands 8, 7, 6s, 5s. 4's what he had. Maybe a 3, maybe a 2, maybe some nonsense with backdoors. Just puts max pressure on.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed as well is whenever you see these kind of little out the box like 3-bet bluffs and something, he never runs into it, does he? He always seems to do it when it'll work. You never see him do it into a set for something, you know?
He's got a very good instinct of where he is in a hand. Point a cow again. The action this time with the Jack 10 off on the button. Goes to 320. Immediately, you can see he's dominated by Kolev.
This has been Kolev's hand at the final table. He just has King Jack off in the small blind quite frequently.
Yeah, you'd expect to see call, right?
Perhaps at this depth can just do some bluffing, especially when you cover.
Does go 3-bet, yeah.
I think both's going to be fine. And Vasco Bonaco having none of it.
Wow, the snap jam.
James was saying this man is here to win titles, and
yeah, maybe a bit of frustration in the last couple of hands he's lost, but just snap rifles in the Jack 10 off.
Now we got to
shows him as well. Did you see that?
Yeah. He says, "Get out of my pot."
Just like, just shows him personally. Doesn't go to the table. There you go. Pitches it. That was so fast.
Oh, he just knew he was getting messed with and sent in the boys.
Had enough.
Maybe that'll spark a little bit more wars. You know, if it's more, I'm a fan of this. You know, I do enjoy a narrative building.
Yeah, poker's the most fun when you can't predict what's going to happen.
Exactly, and it was absolutely spot on as well. He just kind of instantly thought Kolev was at it, and indeed he was. To be fair, Kolev has flatted King Jack every single time in that spot, and the one time he 3-bets it, he just gets it straight into his eye. He's succeeded for Ladva here.
Considering his options.
Yep. I think
go with call.
Nice to have some aces in this calling range, so you don't just kind of auto lose whenever the board comes ace high. Not the flop you're looking for with ace-6 of diamonds. Nice little gut shot over card and backdoor flush draw for Kolev.
Tough to do much here, isn't it? Even if you do have the best hand, it's very hard to get to showdown, so he does just let the 6 go. Big hand here for Kolev. Does open the ace-king off.
Yeah,
Cut off.
has been kind of active. Oh dear.
Yeah, this could definitely be one that's in.
I was going to say, it's been kind of active. I know we all play off ranges and stuff nowadays, but part of me would be like, nah, he's getting a little bit, come on now, you know. And I mean, obviously in this spot you do have a legitimate hand anyway.
Yeah, just go for the active all in.
Yeah, and you don't want to hear the snap all in.
I know, it was so quick, wasn't it? It's like, oh.
Yeah. Part of me is like, well, I've put 1-7 in, maybe I just keep the other half. But obviously was doing that not to fold, just giving himself a little out if Patrik decided to re-raise and then Kolev went all in as well or something. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, you can get away.
Ladva needs some help then. Need to see some clubs. What a jack. There's one club, there's two clubs. It's a good start. It's up to 42%. Cards at the top of your screen do take into account the ones that have been folded. You can see he just has 8 outs. Does find the jack though for the double.
Nice one to win for sure. You know, it's always nice to get your good beats on a final table.
Yeah, you've got some bang for your buck there as well, haven't you? You've had a bit of a sweat on the flop and ping the jack.
Yeah. Bad news for Kolev as well. Always kind of a bit of a gut punch that when you're starting to build some momentum and then a pot that would have put you up into second and you just... The poker gods get you.
Yeah, never nice to give
We had the same
someone on your left more chips as well.
Yeah.
A couple of people in the chat asking about the snap jam. I think it was quite clear from the 1.7 size. It was a effective all in, so Boris Kolev going all in there instantly didn't really affect too much. But there you can see it. Huge chip leader. Patrik Antonius has double what second does from Jeff Mooney. Ladva up to 44 big blinds now.
Up into third with that double.
Yeah, massive, isn't it? Oscar Boynikau, middling stack, 35 big blinds. Boris Kolev now your short stack after losing that one. And Lip and Sherbacov there sharing the same stack with 24 big blinds each. But Patrik with over a third of the chips in play, it's a commanding position.
Absolutely, and in someone as experienced as Patrik's hands, it will be a tough mountain to overcome, but you know, tough mountains have been overcome before, Steve.
Many a time.
It's not insurmountable.
Best we're seeing of Lip this level. Let's open the ace-3. Strawberries. I don't know why I said that. I hate that term. Strawberries. Ace-3 of hearts.
Pretty hand in the big blind for Mooney.
Let's see if he can connect. Not what he was after. I think he's already checked.
Not sure. Oh, I did.
Yeah. Could be hand over, and it is.
Yeah, nothing there. Not what you're looking for with a 9-6 suit.
Flat claps, flat caps, Neil.
Yes.
Do you ever wear them? Do you like them? What are your thoughts on them? Thoughts, feelings, opinions?
I'm not a big hat guy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you in a hat, actually.
Yeah, unless it's, you know, a special occasion, like a top hat.
Have you ever worn a top hat?
quite frequently actually at my many dinner soirees. But I think you need, you know, a certain type of swab, a certain competence. I think Lip's pulling off the flat cap and what I originally thought was a woolen waistcoat combo off quite well here.
Originally thought, but later found out it's not.
No, it's I believe it is a sweatshirt.
Okay.
But no, I don't think I have enough swagger to pull off a flat cap, unfortunately.
What about a kilt? Have you ever worn one of those?
Frequently, yes.
Yeah, you do. One of those.
Weddings, and that kind of thing. I actually own a kilt, but it's was bought enough years ago back now that fitting into it would be quite a challenge.
So you're saying to me that if you had attended my wedding, I'd have seen you in a kilt?
No, I would have been far too big for my kilt. I would have possibly rented one.
Okay.
You know, as a long-time poker player, if you hadn't put your wedding smack bang in the middle of the World Series.
Yeah, it's amazing that no poker players attended. Oh wait, yeah, they all did.
Ah, did they fly back from Vegas, did they?
One did.
Yes, unfortunately, it was in the middle of my trip. It was before a few other guys' trips, and I didn't quite have the... Got a son to feed, you know.
It's all right, mate. I'll see you at the next one.
I'm sure. I'm sure your boss will love that.
On we go. Sherbacov. Can I open the queen 10 off? Should see a defend here.
325.
That's what best, second pair.
Yeah, not a lot there for Vascobonica. In fact, has folded before the c-bet has hit the felt.
He's in seat 3.
Or should I sit here?
He's in seat 3.
I usually sit here.
He's seat 3.
Here? It's better?
Which one you would like to use?
I think here is better.
It's this one. So, yeah.
Players got a little bit more space now after those two eliminations, so just getting to pick and choose their real estate.
Yeah, he wasn't originally seat 3, was he? But
I believe that was Jess.
yeah.
One of the many benefits of still being in at the final table. A little bit extra elbow and leg room. Not sure how high up on the list it is, you know, behind
Say it's
winning
quite,
infinite
it's quite low
money.
down. It's quite low down on the list, but it's nice.
Still nice though.
Raise 400.
Gone with all the small chips for his big blind.
I respect it. Kolev here with the suited jack. Quite a short stack as well, but that actually tends to widen our defending range because we get to realize our equity more often. We don't get blown off the best hand as much as we would at deeper stacks.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to understand. The more shallow you are, the more you can defend and go with it.
Yeah, and it does make this kind of spot interesting for Ladva. Normally you're going to have a very, very high frequency bet, probably even a range bet. here you might want to have some checks because you will be facing a check shove more often. Ladva deciding a strong 10 is going to be good enough to just bet and get it in, I would assume.
Right.
But yeah, it does kind of change. You do have to be, you do throw in a little bit more checks and stuff. Just, you know, if you have ace jack there, perhaps you don't want to bet call it off, and you don't want to bet folds, you know, so it falls into check. So you do, it does muck around with your betting frequencies a little bit, these kind of shorter stacks.
Yeah, and how comfortable are you at bet calling? So I compare that. You get check raise or check jam.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's one of those like you are going to do it, but you're not loving it. You know, you do beat enough, I think, but yeah, not a great spot. You are. It's one of those you're betting for value, but you are quite happy when your opponent folds.
Yeah. Maybe a slightly weaker 10, 10-9, 10-8. You'd be checking back there.
Yeah, something like that. You know, pocket nines, maybe something like that. A little reason to take it from lip here. When you're down these kind of, you know, the 20 big blind stacks, these little pickups do become important, you know. They can multiple, you know. Now, if you happen to double up, that pickup gets multiplied. And this is how stacks grow, but it does nice to put a little bit of a distance between yourself and the stacks around you.
Patrik this time. The king queen off under the gun.
Is there one more red behind? Yeah. Thank you.
Not sure what Lip's thinking about here. Wondered if he'd looked at his hand yet, but he had.
Maybe just trying to get taking the opportunity to get a little count, so he knows exactly where Patrik is.
Yeah.
Beyond what I can only assume is a lot.
Up in the big blind, the ace jack off, pretty easy to defend.
Yeah.
Playing 38 big blinds.
We do see a kind of low straight board, which generally favours the big blind. That's maybe perhaps why Ladva is thinking before he checks here, just trying to discern if he has any leads.
Yeah, perhaps considering a lead on this board.
I think we have fewer in the final table scenario, but always nice just to take a moment and work out what your plan is. This is traditionally a board that you would see a lot of checks from under the gun on, but as the kind of overwhelming chip leader, one of the things that happens is as the threshold to continue is higher for the shorter stacks with ICM pressure, you see a lot more c-betting in spots that you would see a lot of checks, you know, like if you're playing for chips here and the big blind has 6-7, you know, perhaps a lot of the time they're going to maybe check raise and just get it in, this kind of stuff, and it's just not able to happen when you're under these final table constraints. So a hand like King Queen, which I think would be a very heavy check in normal circumstances, starts creeping into betting more often.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. He's almost thinking down the streets already.
Yeah, I mean, you just, you know, you're just under so much pressure as Ladva with so many parts of your range that despite normal kind of practices don't really apply as often now, right?
Yeah.
And Ladva does call flop though. It is high. 10 on the turn here.
Yeah, 10's really like the best card for Patrik. I'm interested to see if he does go for it, which he does. 1.4 into 1.9, just continuing the aggression.
Just perfect timing again here from Patrik, and just
putting pressure on all those ace highs, 6x, 5x, 8x.
Exactly, and it does just show the, you know, the power of this big stack here. That does just barrel off with not really anything. No draw, really. Just, you know, just the 2 overcards, and picks up a pot that others perhaps wouldn't. Adds to his growing chip lead.
Mooney with the open under the gun, just over 2.5x. With the ace jack off. Ladva with a lovely looking hand in the small. Did see him fold those 9s in a similar spot.
Yeah, tough spot for Ladva here. I think this is possibly even preferable to the 9s just because you can flop clearer equity if you like. You know, if you hit a king.
Yeah, got you.
You know, you're going to know roughly where you are a bit more often, right?
Yeah. Less headaches.
Yeah.
Let me check already. Oh.
Yeah, same again here. Ladva, when he calls here, is going to be quite pair heavy. Perhaps, so just again, a spot where he may employ some leads, but. He does lead. Yeah, so there you go.
Really small and gets the ace jack to fold, which is a huge win.
Yeah, I think Mooney has been quite honest in these kind of. No, we haven't seen this lead spot, but in kind of checking boards that would traditionally be kind of bet very high frequency and stuff. So perhaps Ladva just thinking that he can generate some kind of honest poker from Mooney there.
Yeah, and if you can bet, you know, less than 2 big blinds and get it done, maybe something to consider in the future. Would you use that information, Neil, to maybe appeal a bit wider in spots where Mooney's open, knowing that he's going to play fairly honestly, perhaps, and
possibly, but I mean, he has like there's.
Or just sort of stick to your ranges and.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you can't deviate too much. Although we see Ladva here just sneaking one through on the button here. With the 10 deuce of hearts, picking up some momentum. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of make these little adjustments. Specifically, that spot's kind of tough though because your range to flatters with Patrik and the big blind is going to be really tight anyway.
Yeah.
So it maybe doesn't work as well in other spots where you're not as constrained by that kind of restriction. But yeah, I mean, I definitely would think these players will be making adjustments based on what they've seen so far. In certain spots.
Mystery hand.
I do enjoy a mystery hand.
Do I every now and again, yeah.
Especially a Vaska Boynaku mystery hand. You know, I feel like this could be a bit more mystery than some others.
Hard man to predict.
Yeah. Beautiful hand for Patrik here.
Yeah, deciding these options. Does play flat. Mooney's in there now too.
Wow, will we see a family pot? No.
Just 3-way. Skipper out. Pre-flop aggressor. Spin the wheel. Does favour Mooney from what we can see. Imagine a lot of the pre-flop range raises range. We're continuing here.
Yep, you would expect Vasco to be fairly high card heavy from under the gun here, but you do never know. And he is betting into 2 players, so
yep.
He is continuing that story. Patrik can be a little bit wider with his big chip stack. He does, does get to flat some more speculative hands to try and put pressure on certain boards.
Yeah, he just go very small, 350.
We do see the call from Mooney.
1.7. Mooney obviously with the backdoor hearts. Not a great card for Mooney to see.
No, certainly not. A lot of straight draws. Well, the gut shot did get there. A lot of other bluffs perhaps pick up some equity. If he continues to bet the likes of Jack 10 and Queen Jack also.
Yeah, many players would continue that Queen Jack, Jack 10. A lot of other players might just check back. So let's play along with Mooney here. Now, I might have been folding to a turn bet, but 500k.
I think it was more than that. I'm not sure. That
Okay.
I think the greys are 500. I'm not.
It did come up as 500. I think it was fairly small.
Yeah.
We'll never know though.
It was just enough, and it was a bad enough card that Mooney does make the fold. There is, it is a tough spot. You have Vasco has to have bluffed the flop into 2 players.
Yep.
Both of whom cover him, and then he has to have done it with a hand that's not a Queen 10 that gets there. That's not. It's kind of unintuitive to bluff perhaps a lower pair, which maybe he doesn't even have at the stack depth. It's just a very dicey spot all around, really.
Yeah.
And I think folding there is probably quite prudent. A spot whereas Mooney, you'd rather have Jack 10 almost, rather than ace 8, even though it's third pair versus top pair.
Yeah, I get you. Having a draw to the nuts is much better there.
Thank you.
And
just green tea and the banana.
decision for Boris Kolev here. This is one of these hands. He does open. I was wondering if this might be too strong to put in the raise fold range. We might see it in the all-in range, but there might not even be an all-in range. I would trust Boris to get it right over myself, but he will just take the blinds down. Perhaps you just don't shove anything from under the gun with 11 at a final. It is one of those ones though, if you raise and get shoved on, it's, you can't be folding away a good amount of equity. It can feel very poor, you're folding against flips and stuff.
Yeah.
It can be kind of frustrating. We tend to find those tend to go into if there is an all-in range, they tend to go in there. Something a little bit weaker goes into the raise fold range.
Ladva once again. 6 hearts.
Yeah, building a little bit of momentum now. He'd be a very dangerous player to give a lot of chips to.
Kolev again with the King Jack, this time unsuited. What do you like here? Just peel?
I think versus +1, just peel. I think
this is late.
Can do, yeah, we can do some shoving versus late.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Ooh, action.
Okay.
Big hand for both. King Jack. Certainly strong enough to go with, and could definitely be check raising this flop. We do see a seed bet from Ladva. Comes in the form of 275,000 chips into 1.1. million. You got a size here for Aldo, or are you just ripping? Go a little 725 or something?
Wow, he just calls.
That's just call, interesting.
Yeah, that's very surprising to me. I think... Oh dear. Not good for Kolev. Yeah, I think I'd be looking to play fairly aggressively as Kolev on the flop there. It's one of those, you know, it might be close to range from Ladva in certain spots, like he might be doing that, and then there is room for you to do some little sneaky, but...
What is this? He's going for the lead. Very small lead, 400k.
Yeah, I mean, once you check call flop, this 9 of hearts is just very much your card in theory, right? You know, you have the perhaps just the kind of weaker flush draw that you may not play aggressively, and you will have a reasonable amount of 9x.
Yeah,
and you will.
If your opponent thinks as well that you're going to check raise a lot of your strong kings, then a lot of your check calling range is 9x, as you say.
Yep. I mean, you will have some like maybe Jack of Hearts 10, Queen of Hearts Jack kind of stuff as well.
It's a pretty dream spot for Ladva here.
Oh wow!
Pushing position. Maybe that card would save Kolev now though.
Yeah, I mean, what a run out for Kolev. You flop. What you're just going to play like the nuts basically with your 11 big blinds, and it just runs out absolutely horribly.
Yeah, maybe the worst run out possible.
Yeah, and yeah, it's interesting. Like, maybe it saves him now. You know, it's kind of tough though, right?
It's +1. I think he does get away.
I think. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, it's very hard to flop a very strong top pair with 11 big blinds and just not see showdown. But I guess on this run out, if you're ever going to do it, it would be something like this. We will have a 9 sometimes. We will have some flushes. Perhaps if we are going to defend a king part of our range, we might want to do it when we don't have a jack or a queen in our hand. And maybe just pull from king 7, king 6 kind of hands instead. I think Ladva with his stack is going to be a lot less likely to have 7-8 suited and stuff pre. But I mean, it's just very tough to fold here, right? As well. Once you start the hand with 11 bigs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what I would do as Ladva, you know, if you did have something like Queen 10, Jack 10 on the turn to the Kolev lead. If you have those hands with no heart in your hand, are you just fold in turn to that small lead, or are those hands still in down the river that would now be bluffing?
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey.
As you say, it's not good him having the jack in his hand, but yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I think with no heart you probably it's very close because Kolev can just have a lot of 5x as well, right? That you're doing well enough against. So
yeah,
you are dead to a lot of the range, but maybe that's just enough. And with position, you can do some bluffing. Perhaps that's what Kolev's thinking here as well. That if he does have a reasonable amount of 5x that play check call, because a lot of king x just gets it in on the flop, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps he's thinking, well, I'm going to have a 5 here predominantly, so I have to defend some king x. Just playing devil's advocate. Of course, I can't read minds, but
no, that does make a lot of sense.
And this is the problem with playing top players, right? You know, if you're playing a 1K at the World Series, you can probably just fold pretty quickly here. But against Ladva, who will find the requisite bluffs, it becomes a whole different game.
Stick your neck out then. Is he calling? Is he folding?
I think he's going to fold. I think
fold as well. Hate it when we agree. Last fun.
I can certainly see him calling, but I think I would. If I was a gambling man, I would wager on fold.
The way that you gamble, maybe that means that calling's now favourite.
That's very true.
I'd like to put all my money on him folding. Okay.
Looking over at Ladva, trying to pick up something perhaps.
I mean, physical, maybe. Does look very torn. Obviously, if he folds, he does only have 7.5 big blinds.
Does have that kind of curious face on that. It's the kind of face I put on before I call, so maybe I might change my mind. I have made this face. Just doesn't trust him perhaps. Ladva doing his best to look very nervous.
Yeah, he did look super nervous then. Did a huge swallow.
Oh wow,
he does call.
He will get the bad news.
Yeah, how disappointing for him, but you can't blame him. They only have 7.5 big blinds left, and for all the reasons that you described for Aldo, can't begrudge a call there. That will be Boris Kolev finishing in 7th place. We'll pick up $160,000. Next jump is 200k, so we have 6 players remaining here on this main event, 25k, Element Hold'em final.
Yeah, he did. Boris did run pretty bad near the end there with the Ace King versus the King Jack, and then that run out as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Tough to do a lot when the cards are like that against you.
Thank you.
As you can see, Patrik Antonius still your chip leader, just shy of 100 big blinds, 37% of the chips in play. Nice hand there for Ladva. A little bit of daylight now between him and Mr. Mooney in 3rd. Sherbacov, surely stacked, but he's still got 20 big blinds, same as Lip. Not danger zone territory yet. Plenty of play. They are all playing for that 1.15 million first place prize. Nice selection of flags for Aldo as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I was saying that was great. A nice variety. I was saying earlier, it's nice to see the Estonian flag as well. One of my favourite places to play poker.
I was going to ask if you can name them all.
Oh, of course. Come on now.
Finnish, Estonia, New Zealand, is that one?
I believe that is New Zealand. Oh no.
Where's Mr. Mooney from?
Might just be Australia. It's New Zealand or Australia. There's not a big difference, right?
40.
I'm going to research this. Please dissect this hand for us.
Okay.
1 hour. Thank you.
Well, we do have some big holdings. Ladva on a little bit roll now with the Ace King offsuit. Really with the Ace Jack of Diamonds, they both flop nothing really.
So, it's an Australian flag, but you're right, there is very little difference.
Okay.
There's less.
It's just the percentage play
stars
as well to guess Australia, right? Because it's so much bigger.
Yeah, less stars on the New Zealand flag, I believe.
And, I think that's some kind of one-upsmanship or just the way of the world.
There's 4 stars on the New Zealand flag. And 6 the Australian flag. But they're different sizes, so I'm quite curious to know what they all mean.
I think it's because Australia has won the Champions League 6 times.
That could be it.
Nice short from Mooney. Barring any disaster, is going to get a little chop.
Не такой ужасный. У тебя огромный стек.
I think Ladva's probably fairly sure he has the best hand now. Or we maybe see a little one big blind milker, as they say. Try and get a call from a king high maybe, representing something like pocket sevens or something.
Yeah.
Or does he think more value to be gained from allowing Mooney to bluff? And I think he has arrived at that.
Good.
Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. Only just not reading the board totally correct there. Did have a chop. It's happened to the best of us.
Yeah, I believe it happened even to Phil Ivey, very famously back in the day, and it can be, it's long days.
At least it wasn't a huge pot.
Yeah, well that's true, right? It's not a lot of money in the middle, you just lose your open, so.
Yeah, but everything going right for Ladva. He's even winning pots he shouldn't be winning.
I was going to say, that is a good, true sign of momentum there as well. Even when he's chopping, he's winning. He's a very dangerous man to get chips as well, I think. A very, very accomplished player.
Size 425. Pass. 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 Fold.
Two big stacks going at it here. Ladva with the ace jacket suited in the big. Antonius with the queen 10. Flush draw for Ladva. Not a lot of anything for Patrik, but that hasn't stopped him before wielding this big stack.
Yeah, just go to that previous hand, the chat asking maybe something wrong with the graphics. There weren't in that hand. I know it does sometimes happen, but just a bit of lapse in concentration, which can definitely happen.
That's 350.
Back to this hand though.
Antonius has gone for the bet here. We have seen him be very aggressive in these spots.
Yeah, this is almost, it's not quite the same. The flop was totally dry last time, wasn't it?
It was more straighty, but there wasn't a flush draw. It was
Yeah,
really
but maybe same sort of dynamic here. He will just...
you do get to bet more frequently. I think we usually would like to see a bigger sizing, perhaps, but just because, you know, Ladva shouldn't really have any two pair. Perhaps maybe 9-5 suited or 5-3 suited, but even then.
Yeah, and this turn card feels a lot worse than the other situation where the turn came at 10. You know, all these hands 5-6, 9-8,
yeah,
7-5-7.
We do see from Ladva here that he is, when he doesn't snap check, he's thinking that perhaps there will be some leads here.
Considering the lead, yeah, as you say.
It does go.
Here it comes.
That's 200.
And it is just a little 10%
Super
lead.
small, yeah, just one big blind.
And it's, yeah, we see this a lot off final tables. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know how it works at final tables specifically, but these kind of, they call them little equity nudges where once you've check called the flop and a card, you know, that hits you more often, like the 7, if Patrik's c-betting very wide on the flop, even just check call on the flop will shift the equity, right? Because we don't check call. We don't check call with a hand like Queen 10 off.
He does go for it for Aldo. We alluded to it earlier.
He's just bringing the hammer today, isn't he?
He's gone massive. He's gone 2.1 million. He said in these spots, Patrik does feel like you are, you know, maybe have a weaker holding or a weaker range. He does like to punish. Love his size here.
Yeah, just like 80% pot or so.
What do you do now with the ace jack of diamonds? This is really tilting, isn't it?
It's not great, but I mean, you know, I think it's better to have ace jack of diamonds here than it is to have like Queen 9.
Yeah.
I think you do just have a pretty clear continue, but mean, don't get me wrong, you're not really wanting to put too much in with ace high.
And I'm not just saying this because it's Patrik and I'm a huge fan. I'd love to see a brick here. Because, you know, it's like he then has to fire another. Oh, that is not a brick.
And confirm this is
fire another bullet, but you'd imagine that'll slow Patrik down now, especially after him calling 2.1 million on the turn.
I wonder if we actually see some leads on the river now from Ladva with this card.
Yeah, possible. Could see another 10%.
It isn't very changing, but he does just check. Yeah, you can see poker's just so much different from the old days. There's a lot of just always just check to the razor in every spot, you know.
This is one of the difficult cards to be firing as Patrik.
Does he find the final bullet?
5 seconds.
He does. He does give up, and wisely so. And that's a nice pot for Lab, and it brings him right up, breathing down Patrik's neck.
Yeah, nothing between them now, really, is there? Just 700k. Only a few big blinds. Big pot. Momentum for Ladva.
That's a very interesting pot. That's one for Geek Aldo to have a look at later.
Everything going his way. Looking forward to seeing a few more hands between those two. The rest of this final table.
515.
Sherbacov considering the 3-bet bluff here. Get the ace-3 off.
Thank you.
Let's think better of it.
And the banana? It's coming.
Patrik lets the Queen-6 off go. Mooney, Mooney. I've been waiting to do that, sorry.
Does change the dynamic here now. Ladva having this big stack can really hurt Patrik in a pot now. More so than before, so you can see he is getting aggressive on the button with the Queen-5 offsuit.
Yeah, definitely. We saw him a couple of orbits ago open the 10-deuce suited. Wonder if, because of Mooney in the big blind, he does go the Queen-5 off here. Patrik with the King-10 of diamonds. I did just say I was looking forward to a few pots between these two. See what this one develops.
Thank you.
Patrik flops best. Second pair.
It would be fine with normal banana. Thank you.
Yeah, does flop second pair here. Ladva with not a whole lot of anything, no heart. Little, very ambitious straight draw, if you can call it that. But I think he will be quite respectful of Patrik's range here. There's not a lot of blasting you can do. You are a lot wider than Patrik is here, opening the button as opposed to calling from the small blind. Sure, Patrik probably doesn't have aces, and you do have aces, but you also have Queen-5 off that Patrik does not have, so
yeah,
you have to be pretty respectful.
I quite like this check, even though he doesn't have anything, and the temptation is to just over c-bet. But I think it's a pretty good check. And would you just give this up? The Queen 5 off now, or now you have the gut shot and the over, do you?
I would just give up.
Yeah. With you.
Patrik betting quite merged here. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure it bets sometimes. I think. Yeah, I think if you're going to be looking to do some, I mean, I'm not hero calling with Queen 5 high, obviously, but it might be something to note if you're looking to call, you know, make some hero calls with 9-8 or something as you go, that he is finding these value bets with the kind of middle range. But it might be something where, you know, the counter strategy would be to start making some big old turn raises as well. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Is it king of diamonds?
I think he's just getting a little bit too bet happy with the middle part of his range.
It's okay, no problem. Maybe you saved me.
If you are watching, guys, on the Onyx Live YouTube channel, please give that button a like and subscribe. Still plenty more action to come. Lots of cash games, lots of PLO. Don't want you to miss any of the high stakes action. Do you see a 3-bet here from Mooney in the small blind with the ace-jack off versus the cutoff?
Yeah, nice timing from Mooney here. Nice aggressive action.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, very nice pickup. I think at times when you are in these kind of middling or shorter stacks, you can miss these aggressive spots against the big blind, against the big stacks. But if you think about, you know, logically, the big stacks are going to be opening very wide and stuff. So the pattern of play should, you know, in theory, be quite a lot of aggression, selective aggression, but a good amount of it from the medium stacks attacking that that wide range. But perhaps some players kind of miss. They think maybe ICM means you need to be very tight all the time, and you know, you do have to. You know, there is a game of poker to be played. It's not a waiting game. It's an action and gambling game. You do have to win chips.
It's a very good point. Yeah.
Size 425 plus.
Also, the other thing is it makes the hand actually quite easy to play compared to, you know, flattening ace-jack out of position and facing bets, not sure what to do on certain boards.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're in these spots, you want to be playing a very pre-flop oriented game, because once you get to the flop, turn, and river, that's when the variance ramps up, how the run-outs happen, you know, can you realize your equity? If I flop the best hand, can I fold it?
Exactly.
Can I not fold it or whatever? So.
And if you do get jammed on there, you can easily just pitch the ace-jack, can't you? Speaking of hands you won't be pitching.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of pre-flop action.
Does have the butchers.
How much you play?
Man, this perhaps Patrik realizing that Vascaponica might know the same things, you know, attacking these just what we were talking about, attacking these kind of wider ranges.
Yeah, usually quite a polarizing spot, isn't it, when you're faced with a 3-bet from the big blind. There is some trash in there. This time he does have the goods.
All in.
Whoa,
goes for it.
Hammer down.
Runs into it though. Need to hit a 5. Big pot for Vascaponica.
A massive pot.
Could go up to 12 million if this holds. Could be a disaster couple of hands, Mr. Antonius. He's our big chip leader, but let's see what runs out here. Looking for a 5. Safe flop so far. There's 2 5s in the deck. No, he can't do it. It's a big double. Big double for Vascaponica. 12.33 million.
All change at the top of the leaderboard as well, just like that.
Certainly is. Couple of hands. Wide open now. This FT. Takes Patrik down to 11 million. Still plenty to work with, 53 big blinds. But yeah, chip leader 15. Second in chips 12. Patrik 11. Anyone's game.
Yeah, it certainly makes it very competitive at the top now. Kind of a three-way battle.
6 minutes 15.
So I didn't lie to you, around 6.
Yeah, oftentimes when there's 6, 7, 8 players left and chip leader does have a third of chips in play, it can just go one way, but not today.
Yeah, I guess Patrik was just thinking there that with the two shorter stacks in play that Bonica is going to have a very good hand to put his tournament life on the line. And I mean, I guess that is could well be a correct assumption, but he just did happen to have a very good hand, the second best hand in the entire game, in fact.
Yeah. It's definitely a spot as well. I feel like some players could overfold. So, he might have seen a hand as good as. Well, I'm not going to predict, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes there's players that can just, you see like ace queen there, and you go, well, Patrik's raising a lot, so this hand rates to be ahead of him, and then suddenly you go and shoved on, and you're like, oh no, what do I do now?
Yeah, exactly.
Ladva now starting to take advantage of his chip position and ramp up the aggression.
5 seconds.
1.2.
Guys.
Patrik comes back to battle.
I feel like some players in this spot as well, they maybe don't take this because they've lost a couple of big hands, but not Patrik. He's just gonna carry on as normal.
Yeah, he's been there and done that.
Exactly. Yeah. Pressure. What pressure?
Exactly. Yeah, precisely. These are always fun. I mean, Ladva doesn't have a very good hand at all here, but party's got to be a little bit suspicious, right? Like what, like Patrik needs to have a pretty good hand to get the chips in here with. So
yeah,
very easy to overbluff in this spot. If Patrik has jacks, is he just trying to get them in? Tens? Perhaps not. Maybe jacks. Maybe, I don't know. So when you're just have a select amount of hands you're trying to get in, it is very easy to overdo it on the bluffs. It's one of those spots where you...
No, we were just saying, after now your chip leader. Not by much though. Just over 10 big blinds. Who's top 3? All fairly tight. The shorties, 18 big blinds, 15 big blinds. Sherbacov and Lip. Mooney middle of the pack there. Yeah, this is wide open.
What do you think Lip and Sherbacov have been thinking watching these massive pots and all of them go there? Can someone just bust, please? Come on.
Yeah. You are just always rooting for the bust, aren't you?
Guys, 425 pass.
Lip just has to fold the sixes there with Sherbakov stacked behind.
Exactly.
Just very handcuffed.
17 big blinds, he's not danger zone, doesn't need to.
Yeah, we've got the mystery hand from Ladva here.
Too wide.
Yeah, we're going to see round
5?
Yeah, I think around 5 or 6 between these two. It's always entertaining. And it's a bit of a role reversal here now with Antonius, who is the only one who can bust this hand now. So will we perhaps see, we do, I was going to say, a change in tact.
Yeah.
Recognizing the new situation and having to to play less aggressively now. Keep pots a bit smaller against Ladva.
This is a very good candidate to check back.
For sure, yeah. It's a nice one that can face a bit of heat on most turns, although this isn't your favourite turn. And what is quite interesting here is when two high clubs are on the board, that the big blind does have a big advantage in the number of flushes. Ladva will have 5-3 of clubs that Antonius will not have. So you can leverage a kind of a big sizing here if you want to attack. It's what you might think is a fairly capped range of Patrik here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a large wager.
Seems what he's considering. It's from his body language. Let's go. 8 into 1.2, 2/3 pot.
Yeah, it's pretty big sizing. I mean, I think maybe that's indicating he's just going to use one sizing and he wants to bet a good ace still, an ace 10 or something, and not carve out two sizes, you know, an overbet size for a flush perhaps, and some bluffs and some medium strength hands. So just kind of goes for the good old fashioned.
Oh, I didn't see this coming.
Wow, okay, this is very interesting. This might be this is like a kind of old limit hold'em play where you like raise the turn to try and freeze the action on the river.
Sort of saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He does get called. He's going to go check almost always. He does get raised. I guess he's just going to fold. You do sort of charge the pair plus one club hands, don't you?
Yeah,
Value.
the queen of clubs jack or something. You know, maybe doesn't. He may be banking on Ladva not 3-betting this turn with those hands and just trying to call to realize his equity. Does call. This is a lot more fun because it's a mystery hand as well.
Yeah,
I'm loving that. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't be surprised to see a hand like King 9 for Ladva here now, seeing this.
Yeah, agree. I mean, you can also just have like Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Certainly can't have 6-7. So it's not to worry about straight getting that. This would be a really weird lead though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there's much going on here.
Not a thing, Geraldo, would you say?
Well, he has just checked. Wow, he is thinking about it.
This would be a super weird hand overall if there's a lead coming.
Does he maybe sniff out what Patrik's trying to do here? Has he maybe got the dead read?
Yeah, he maybe thinks Patrik's got like the Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, no club. Race to sort of find out, get that cheap-ish showdown.
Wow.
Oh my god, he does.
That's 3,700,000.
3 million.
Insane.
7 into 5.4. I did not see this coming.
He's just given him the dead. He's like Patrik has pulled out a very unconventional turn bluff. Well, not bluff, but a turn raise.
Yeah.
With this kind of marginal showdown, and then Ladva's just dead red him for it. Like, just knows exactly what he's done.
Maybe, or maybe just has a small flush.
Maybe,
just like.
But that's still like, you know, it doesn't do this right unless this Ace 6 region exists for Patrik.
Yeah.
I'm just
what I'm trying to get at is, can you assign any bluffs here to Ladva?
I mean, I guess you can still have the Queen of Clubs Jack, the Queen of Clubs 10, right? You can have like the straight draw, flush draw, perhaps. Like, I mean, I think we're so far out in the woods here. I don't want to dare assign ranges. You know, I guess that's what the job is. But
yeah, I'd be surprised to see Queen Jack for the Queen of Clubs to play it this way, just call and then lead river.
I mean, the overriding thing is what I was saying earlier is that Ladva does have more flushes in his range.
Yeah, very true. I would expect to see something like 5-4 of clubs here. The problem is, if Patrik doesn't call, we're never going to see.
Oh, no.
You're never going to know.
I didn't realise that. I'm
Yeah.
so sad.
Unless the dealer manages to tell Ladva to put his cards over the reader again, you're only going to see this hand. Patrik does make the call. So I guess we have to root for that, don't we?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how unprofessional is it to go through and ask him?
No, that's not unprofessional at all. Sure, everyone in the chat would love to know. Maybe wait until he wins. You know, don't go and ask him if he finishes 6th. I don't see how Patrik can call this. Do you?
I mean, I think I would have been wrong at every point of this hand so far, so I dare not speculate. I feel it's tough to call here, right? But
Queen 10 with the Queen of Clubs. Does that just call that raise in the turn and then lead river? I don't even think he would do it with 2 pair here.
no.
So he's
no,
not got
for
King 9. So it's,
sure.
it is literally a flush or nothing, which is what Patrick's thinking. You know, he's not going to see Ace Jack or something like that. So it's flush or nothing. Having played this way.
5 seconds.
Thing is, you don't.
How many have you used?
Only 6.
Patrick.
I've used 6.
With this one, yes.
Wow. Patrick burning through the time banks. Has he used 6? I'm not sure it's been.
Oh, I think
6.
time is fine. This is just fascinating. Really
Yeah,
is.
really amazing hand. Check on the flop.
5 seconds.
After another gun open, big blind peel.
Oh, he does
Oh,
call.
he does call. We will get to see. 5-4 of clubs is what I guessed.
Yeah, that does have it.
Straight.
Straight?
What? That was one of the hands I said he couldn't have the 6-7.
with a
Oh my
Wow.
word, Feraldo!
That is amazing.
He just called it. He called the turn with the 7-6 off. The 6 of clubs. Made the 5 on the river. The only hand I've ruled out is the 6-7. It's like, well, I mean, this isn't possible.
Wow. That's insane.
I can understand Patrick's frustration seeing that one. That is not a hand you're gonna instinctively put Ladva on. Patrick sort of worked it out, but I don't know. I just feel like that is very value heavy.
I mean, I feel like if if the 6-7's calling calling turn, which I think is reasonable against it was a small raise, and Patrick is like, you know, he shouldn't have as many flushes. I mean, he will have some flushes, but it is. I think he maybe did kind of read him for the kind of hand strength that he did have. Perhaps thought there was bluffing opportunities, but
I don't know. No,
that was.
You obviously don't know if your club's good. Pretty iffy straight draw. I mean, when you miss, are you going to have any bluffs there? But everything going Ladva's way. He's over 105 big blinds now. That decimates Patrick.
It's a super interesting hand.
He's in 4th, down to 27 big blinds.
Guys, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
The last five hands for Ladva have just been incredible. Everything going his way. We saw that one that was a split pot that Jeffrey Mooney slightly misread the board. And from there, he's just been an absolute tear.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, insane. It's just the riverbed in particular, just an extra 3.7 million of value, which is, which most players just aren't finding. You know, it's just a very strange card to lead on the river. Like, it doesn't, you know.
I mean, how many times over the last 20 years have you seen Patrik Antonius lose his cool ever?
True.
He's one of the coolest customers in poker. And he just let out that tiny bit of frustration to see the 7-6 off there, make the straight on the river and lead. It all makes perfect sense now when you're playing the hand back. When the 7-6 off does actually make sense, but
yeah, it's just it all kind of stems from that turn lead, turn raise from Patrick. It kind of takes us off the beaten path.
Yes.
At that point, you are just like, I mean, I guess you are just playing a logic puzzle with a chess grandmaster at that point, which is maybe not the spot you want to be in.
Yeah, if he does call turn, he's going to face another lead on the river. Would have been interesting to see if he does still call the a6 there, because the hand just plays totally different in that way.
Yeah.
Incredible hand. Nice to see the unconventional hand histories from time to time. I did say I was looking forward to those two playing some hands. I just sort of felt in the water there was going to be something.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not. I mean, you know, after 15 years of playing this game, it's not often we get a hand where I would have, if I had to guess the action, I would have probably got it wrong on every street. So it's really a lot of fun to watch. And he does see bet here, thinking that he is bluffing, but gets the job done either way. And it's not a nice little pop.
Yeah, I'm just catching up on the comments from chat.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what chat thought about that one. I think it was just a perfect storm as well, because we didn't know the hand until the river as well. It made it really interesting.
So many opinions on that hand.
Yeah, I can imagine, because I was lost, you know.
Sort of understand a lot of them. My favourite so far is, can you imagine if that was Phil Hellmuth?
I think we might have seen the lesser spotted feature table flip.
Yeah, that was.
Considering it's drilled into the ground, would have been something. Yeah, I think that hand or the king-queen suited on the 888 board from the other final, my two favourites so far. Just love to see guys going outside of the beaten path, you know, and just taking it to the streets and just playing their wits against each other, you know.
Yeah. Millionaire work 8576 says Antonius comeback coming.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him for sure.
That was how long I had to filter through the less nice comments, let's say, about that hand. I found a good one. I found a good one at the end.
Everyone's a critic nowadays, Steve, you know. What a world we live in where a legend of the game like Patrik is getting called out by the chat.
Oh no, it wasn't Patrik.
No?
No. It was more the,
oh wow, it was Ladva.
Yeah, more the 7-6 play.
Ah, okay.
On we go though. Oscar Boynikau with a big hand under the gun. His queen off. Patrik working with 23 big blinds now.
Yeah, definitely a change in gear for Patrik now. You know, you not mashing up as much. You have to be a little bit tighter and stuff.
You've definitely got to have a strong mindset, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely.
For maybe over an hour or two, his chip leader, think about spots to put pressure on and these things. Now has to totally flip that in his mind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would expect Patrik to be able to handle it. Like you know, I'm sure he's had, you know, several, 7 or maybe even 8-figure swings in a night. You know, so I think he'll be used to the mental game side of it. You know, I mean, part of me is a little bit, you know, pleased to see the little table slam when he lost. You know, the fire's still there. You know.
Yeah. He is a man. He's not a machine.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
I'm with you. I get it.
That's a mouse out the window number for me. All right, we can take a breath, Steve. That was breathless action for...
Yeah, all I can think about is that hand.
As soon as I say that, we have an all-in from Lip in the small.
He's not put his cards on the reader, so it's another mystery hand. There we go. He is dominating.
Basketball account asking for a count in the big.
Yeah, 15 point. Big blind shove. Let's get the king six to fold. Mr. Bentz Varga in the chat says, you should let us hear the table talk. We do our best. We try and shut the heck up when the players are talking, but it's been a pretty quiet affair.
Yeah, not been super a lot of table talk, which I guess does make it more important to hear. But yeah, we do try and do our best to hear what the players are saying.
Certainly one of my pet peeves when you're watching streams. Commentators are talking over the players, so we'll do our best. Skibonic out. Does take this that combo. Goes for the 3-bet. Interested to see what Mooney does here. See him fold quite quickly when he is folding.
In position this time. Not the largest 3-bet in the world.
Let's let it go.
Fold. I think in fairness to us, Steve, that a little bit of table talk that perhaps we did miss was mostly just swearing and finish.
Good point. Resisted the urge to say, he's not finished. 28.
How much time till the break? 10 minutes?
It's a good question. I believe 17 minutes, yeah. 17 minutes until these players will be taking a short 15-minute break.
No dinner break today, right?
And Feraldo will be stepping out of the booth, and James Dempsey will be coming back.
Sherbacov does get a shove through with the 10-8.
Yeah, doing what he needs to do. Get that one through.
But food can order here, right? Food here, food available now, right?
You can order food here, or you can take a dinner break after you.
Он говорит, в 5:40 будет этот ужин.
Не, он говорит, что он поможет типа dinner break попросить.
А, зачем?
How much do you have? 3?
Yes.
3, like 350?
Mooney back in the saddle. Opens the ace-4 of clubs. Just Patrik to get through. He does take it down. Raise and take it. Just 6 remaining. 200k locked up for each player. 270k for 5th.
You take
355 4th. 490
just 3?
3rd. 717 for 2nd.
But before the hand it was 3.
And that huge first prize of 1.15 million. Feels like every day someone's playing for $1 million here, doesn't it? Ronaldo at Onyx Club.
It is.
High roller series.
Big prizes all week.
Seen too much of Lip. Loads to play with. Obviously been on that short stack. Let's open this one. Suited ace.
Yeah, hoping his kind of inactivity due to being kind of dealt out works in his favour. Perhaps can try and sneak one through here. Does so. These little pickups just become so important. The shallower you get.
How much now?
I like that.
Small is the same?
Blinds are up. How much is it now? Stop putting these blinds up.
Yeah, we are getting to the business end of this tournament.
Yep, 250k big blind now. Action folds to Patrik. Does have the ace-8 on the button.
Patrik just has down to 17 big blinds now.
Yeah, interesting to see he navigates this one.
Right.
Does open. Lip with a very similar stack. The big blind. The suited king.
All in.
I was going to say, this is one that we do like to...
With jam.
Computer does like to go all in with. King 7 suited.
An ace-8 off, you calling here?
3.7.
It's right on the line, right? It's right on the line. I think probably not, but it's tough to say no when you see what the cards are. I think maybe just ace-9. But I'm not certain.
I hear you, I'm with you, but I can see Patrik calling this one.
I don't disagree. Don't disagree.
Huh? 3 points.
You don't want to see the eye roll call. It's, you think, you know, that can be like the king jack or something quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah, I didn't think about it the other way.
Your lip.
Yeah, you're absolutely hating this. You don't want the king 10 suited or something.
Yeah.
Nothing gone too right for Patrik. Last few hands he's played. Not that that will be playing on his mind at all, but could this be the moment he does make what would be a good call? Get himself back into it. Will he decide? Yeah, I just had a feeling he was going to go with this one.
Lip will be pretty happy to see ace-8.
Yep, 66% of the time. Lip will be our 6th place finisher.
Surprised at how low that is, actually. The 34%.
Yeah, it does take into account the cards that are
okay. Yeah,
folded.
Right. Of course.
Patrik would be down to 480k if he does not hold here, so it's a crucial pot for both. See what the dealer brings. Making them sweat.
Absolutely.
That's gone king high. As I said, nothing going Patrick's way. Since he was that huge chip leader. Now needs to find an ace or a 10. Or he'll be down to absolute fumes. Less than 2 big blinds. 10 or an ace needed. Here's a deuce. What a cruel game this can be. Still a chance though. He finds it! Oops. Never write this man off.
Wow. Did I see almost a little twitch of a smile on the face of Patrik Antonius there when that river hit? A little curling of the corners of the mouth.
Told you, he is a man, he's not a machine. It's the most emotion I've seen from Patrik Antonius in 20 years.
Oh, yeah, I said so.
Oh, 20 minutes after the last
This is what I mean.
in general.
You know, first he's slamming the table, then we get a little smile from him.
We do lose Lip. He's on the other side of that emotional spectrum at the moment, getting rivered to bust the tournament.
Yeah, I got a bit carried away there. I have to obviously mention Lip does finish in 6th for 200k.
Yeah. Kind of dealt out of the final, played very well with the hands he was dealt, but you know, in this game, you know, you can. It is a game of skill and a game of luck, so there is, you know, sometimes you can only work with what you're given. I think he played very well and certainly look back with pride on his performance at the final.
Yeah, I like his jam there with the King 7 suited, but great call from Patrik. It does hold eventually. 5 left.
With that elimination, we are back up to an average stack of over 40 big blinds here. Although a lot of them are in the stack of Mr. Ladva.
Yeah,
perhaps looking to add some more with the ladies.
Ooh. Maybe round 7, these two.
Yep, very tempting hand to get to work with. This is the hand that gives me the Vietnam War style flashbacks with all the stacks I've punted off putting this in. He does go for the 3-bet.
Yep, as we expected. I've got a great candidate to use.
Yeah, I've got a foreboding feeling here for Patrik that if we perhaps do see the small 4-bet that we do see at these final tables, that it, I know I'd be tempted to rifle it in.
Yeah, Patrik starting this hand with 33 big blinds. Ladva does take the small 4-bet size option. Which he does. This is a dangerous spot potentially for Patrik. He's kind of unpredictable though, isn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't.
No, you're not.
Hasn't instantly folded. He hasn't moved yet.
He does go for it.
Goes for it.
You called it for Aldo. Another big hand involving Patrik Antonius. He is the player all in and at risk.
Massive pot.
Absolutely huge. Ladva would be up to 29 million. If these queens can hold, which is only 65% at the time.
Well, that's what you can see. You can see even when you get called with ace-5 suited, you still win 35% of the time. That is the power of this play.
This is why it's such a great candidate indeed. What's the dealer got for us? 10-10-6. Queen's holding, looking safe. 2 cool customers. The turn is a deuce. Just 3 aces, or we will lose Patrik Antonius in 5th place. He lets out a big sigh. And he's out. Ladva's Queen's hold. What a roller coaster for Patrik. He does finish 5th, picks up $270,000. And everything just going Ladva's way.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, Patrik had a big roller coaster there. I think that is a very reasonable play from Patrik. You know, you can't just get run over, and you do need to have some bluffs in every spot, and the ace-5 suited is the kind of nominated one. Not what he would have wanted coming in as chip leader, but that is tournament poker. It can turn in the blink of an eye, and Ladva now with a dominating chip lead going into 4-handed.
Yeah, it's his to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, Sherbacov with a big smile on his face. A great 10 minutes for him as he just ladders up 2 places. A mountain of chips now for Ladva.
That's a lot of physical chips, isn't it? You'd be getting those stacked in a nice pyramid.
You going pyramid style? Are you castle?
Intimidation factor, isn't it? Huge pyramid.
No rest for Ladva. Pocket 9s now.
Everything going your way. Getting dealt the big hands at the right time. 117 big blinds he's playing. Second, 48 big blinds. Third, 33 big blinds. And the shortest stack, 11.
And you will start to see there will be a lot of this these big shoves as well, Patrik. This is what you look for when you're playing tournaments. You like this is the fun part. There'll be a lot of these kind of big shoves and a lot of raises, putting a massive amount of pressure on the stacks that are remaining.
Yeah, some big jumps now, aren't there? 355k to 490k to 700k to 1.15 million. Chip leader, as chip leader, you know, you're getting your chips in first. Very difficult to want to call off. And these ICM ladders are so big.
Precisely, you know, you have Sherbacov with 9 big blinds. You know, it's a bit of a disaster getting it all in as either Mooney or Vascabanco.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, Mr. Ladva will be well aware of that fact, and I'm sure he'll be ready to use it to his advantage.
Дань, уже так никто не думает, как дядя Витя.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful, especially second in chips, 48 big blinds. You don't want to be busting before that 9 big blind stack. For all the reasons you've just illustrated there, Feraldo, that's what the chip leader will be thinking. Put that pressure on.
Мы с ним молодцы.
All in. All in.
Breeze with the jam here. Mooney says no.
A little bit of freedom now for Sherbacov. You know, he is a little bit adrift in last place at the moment, so
yeah,
you know, he's kind of free rolling now. Not free rolling, but you know, like he's.
You're pretty happy to make the last 4, aren't you?
Yeah,
was,
and
so.
you are. You know, you are fairly likely as things stand to be the next one out, so you can make a little bit more use of your stack now, trying to accumulate some more chips. No one left to outlast for more money.
Yeah, you can almost relax a bit, can't you?
Ladva does fold the button. And oh, look at this. He just knows. He just knows.
Make it 700k. Hooks. No action.
Let's get it through.
The break, yes?
And with that, it does look like the players are going on a short break. Peralta will be stepping out. Mr. James Dempsey will be stepping in. But as we've just alluded to there, this is Ladva's final table to lose. Huge chip leader with 120 big blinds. But you never know. Basketball in a cow, doubles up, straight back in this. 4 left. We will go on a short 15-minute break. Please come back.
Ace high that kind of just was trying to value bet flop even for a bigger size, and I'm not exactly sure, but it's just very interesting how one making the flop size 2/3 rather than one big blind can change the whole trajectory and ranges of a hand all the way to the river.
It's a great point.
Понятно, что хедзап.
And number 92, Mr. Kolev, does open the button. Ace 4 suited gets the defense from the King 8 of Hearts. A little bit of something for everyone. Let's go check, check. Backdoors for Gab Dylan.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Gab Dylan. He does have this like, king high showdown. Maybe doesn't show down for super a lot, but it is there. But he does turn the gutter, and we have seen him be quite aggressive in these spots.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times, haven't we? And he had a little bit worse than he has now, so I'd imagine he's going to continue that trend.
And he is reaching for a lot of chips again, and he is.
Goes big again. 1.4 mil to 1 mil.
I wonder if Alex has just seen this too many times now and might.
It's tough though, isn't it? I mean, you call here.
I mean, king high, you know, like if we're into like any 8 territory, any 7 territory, any 3 territory, that, you know, that's a lot of hands that could be over bluffing.
I'd like to see a brick, and we kind of have a brick.
Not really. The 3 is a straight.
There, yeah.
Open ender gets there.
I mean, in a sense of his hands actually missed, and spades have missed, 7x has missed.
I think now that we're here with this hand, I think I would be looking to go for it.
Yeah, he does.
I think what you don't want to have, I think if you want to give up, it would be 7x more often, because you want Alex to have like king 7 and stuff like that, ace 7.
Yeah.
So I think 8x is natural. So I wasn't completely convinced about the turn, but I really do like the river.
Yeah, and I can definitely see Alex calling this, by the way. You know, it's obviously going to be going through his head.
I mean, it would be
these previous turn hands we've seen.
So certainly in the tank here. Ranges are wide heads up, but it is, you know, I mean, a big subset of the bluffs did get there on the river, like the 3x. Remember, this flop was, this was limp check, right? It wasn't raise call?
No, it was raise call.
It was raise call, okay, that changes things then.
Yeah.
That does change things.
Last 3x.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of the offsuit 3x no longer exists.
Exactly, yeah.
You'd think I had, you know, one job is to watch the stream here, and I didn't know it was free, but
we got 92 hands in. It's it's not a huge mistake to forget in a heads up if it was a limped or an open.
Yeah. Yeah, this river then gets a bit dicier because we are missing a lot of the 3x that I thought we had, so I'm not sure how much I like it now in the river. I do like an 8x, but I don't know, it's just...
How much?
Yeah, I would need to see it. I would need to see it.
I can see him calling here, he does.
Oh wow, he does hero it off, and what a call.
Nice.
A very nice call from Alex.
Looks like a big genius because he's folded every time that he's been behind, and the one time he does have the
It's always a nice feeling.
fourth pair, he's in there.
I mean, it's all very well and good and saying like breaking down the hands and saying there could be an over bluff or whatever, but the difference between sitting here and talking about it and just actually executing in a very big heads-up match is quite different. So
yeah,
a very impressive call from Alex.
It was a pretty big river shove as well. It was over pot on the river. It's not like he was getting an unbelievable price.
Yeah.
Fantastic call. Puts him right back in it.
Oh yeah, that's it. We swap places now, right? Alex is 2-1 chip lead or so, I would imagine.
Got to be loving that. Been at it for quite a while. Over the 9-8 off does go for call. It's looking 8-5 suited.
Does sneakily have Gabdulin dominated here.
Does.
Nothing worse than a sneaky domination.
It's going to open. This is the limp.
Yeah, let's go with the aggressive option with this hand here.
4.5x looks like. Kolev does come along. This could be a crucial one. 1.6 in there, and it does come 9-8-4. Top two for Kolev in position. A raise pot. Gabdulin.
Yeah.
With middle pair, you'd imagine. Yeah, he does. He does check.
Yeah, this is a board that Gabdulin is probably going to want to employ a large size or check strategy, and 8-5 is just right where you don't want to be putting in. You can't, you know, value bet.
780,000.
You know, for 2/3 pot too easily, especially with the run out to come, also out of position. So I think I do like the check. It's going to be tough to let go of this, to be honest.
It really is, yeah. Proceed.
I think we'll see a call on perhaps some kind of straighty diamond card might save him on the turn if he's lucky. Wow,
he
does just try to end.
Not too shocked to see it. He's in really bad shape. 98% for Kolev.
Perhaps just wanted to protect his equity against overcards and
yeah, it's one of those he doesn't really want to call, see a turn he doesn't like, has just kind of gone with it, hopes it's the best hand.
And just like that, it's very, very dominating position for Kolev.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? He's going to be dead a lot of the time on the turn. It's his hand 102. This final table.
That's it.
That does kill it.
Great run.
A worthy champion. Alex Kolev does take it down. We are just learning that these two did actually do a bit of a deal. Kolev took just over 314,000. Tomea took 315,000. They played on for an extra 70,000, which has been won by Alex. I think both players played really well for Ado. What do you think?
I thought it was fantastic. Yeah, Alex played excellently, as did
Demir?
Yes, Demir, sorry. I was using his surname the whole night. I didn't want to use it for that. Very enjoyable heads up to see two high-level players going at it. So I leave the booth a happy man.
Yeah, and a few guys in the chat just asking about tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, it's pretty hard when you basically just reporting on like the same big hands together, and you have to like use their names sometimes, get words in, but can't really do much with Patavi and Brazai, so you know he's gone for smacks the river to stun. Like it.
Just looking, I sort of said that he won towards the end of the year the 50k here. It was summertime. we were last here for that. It seems like it was...
Was it August?
More recently. It was August.
Yeah, okay. That's probably because you've done absolutely nothing since you were last here.
Thank you.
A little bit of skiing, that's it, right?
That's it, yeah. He actually won the tournament, but got slightly less than the second place finisher, Mr. Dave Nicholson, Little Dave. They chopped it. Little Dave got 1.1, Razai 1.04, but went on to claim the title and whatever extra they played for.
Nice.
And of course, as I mentioned, he won the 50K in Paradise. It was a one-day turbo, and I remember everyone was keenly watching that one because with 3 left, it was Mr. Canet and Paul Puat from Triton fame. Keenly railed that one actually myself. Do remember, I think it was Muster who got really lucky on Paul, and they were like 1 and 2 in chips, and then Razai kind of just stayed out the way somewhat, and then found himself chip leading and winning as turbos can go. 1.9 million he got for that one, big payout.
How good was that hand in Bahamas with Muster and Martin Cabral?
Yeah.
Just clearly he's been sat next to him for like 7 hours straight. And
Yeah.
just like... Martin! Mateus going for it here. Check raising the Jack 10 off.
Oh yeah.
Versus the cut-off C-bet on A7 ace. Jack of diamonds in hand, obviously.
Oh, hello. Artur. Artur.
These are the hands I like to see. No one really got much. 2 of the world's best.
Ooh.
Seems like a really good card for Mateus to continue to bluff on. Would be surprised if Artur can do much.
Right, it does and it doesn't, in a sense to me that, like, how many of these hands does Artur continue with? Like, when he's called the check raise.
Agree, and I've just kind of noticed the stack size as well. This is pretty awkward. He's got 1.1 million left with 1.3 in the middle.
Does he come out with one of those real small sizing that screams nuttedness?
I would never like to predict such a top player, but I would imagine 200k is coming, 250k.
Yeah, I was thinking that sort of thing, like 300, something like that. Like one of those.
Jam seems a bit punty, right? So
that's what I mean. I feel like if we jam, we just get looked up by an ace and a flush.
Yeah, you can also just be dead, but
he does go for it.
Let's just fire it in. It's gonna take it down.
Just knew Artur's in there with all these kind of high card spade combos. I guess always going to stick around. Maybe even some sort of King X with the King of Diamonds type holdings.
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously have some like King 7 suited that has to fold. I mean, even hands like 8, 10 jacks. What the hell are you doing on the turn? It's tough to find the call without an ace or a flush, I guess. Many James, first of many.
It was 11 streams in total we have over the next 2 weeks, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
Mixture of cash games and tournaments, all high stakes, of course.
Yeah, we've got some juicy stuff coming.
Question in the chat saying, where is Yo Viral? Well, he was the man who bagged the chip lead yesterday, but he's no longer in the tournament. But we will be seeing lots of him, especially in relation to those cash games. We know at least 1 or 2 of those streams are the Yo Viral cash game.
Yeah, he's got his own stream cash game, as you say.
Highly entertaining. I remember doing a Yo Viral cash game in, I believe it was Kings, on the games he organised, and he got absolutely destroyed in his own game.
Oh, really?
It was sickening. Held with the...
Yeah, he's going to get looked up here, isn't he? He's got 11 and a half, 12 big blinds.
Here we go then.
He's jack suited, just too good.
That's covers, but not by a lot. Just 1.1 million back at the 120k big blind level. Crucial pot for both players. And well, that is a disaster flop for him as Ertz picks up the royal flush draw. You also see one of those 3s already discarded, so he's got to hit a 1 out and then hold.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one to wriggle out of.
He's trying everything to stand up. The hoodie's going on. Quick, quick, put it on, put it on. Black card on the river. That's what he needed. But no. No more. Latest man out, bringing us to 11, just 3 away now from the money. But again, as I say, just 3 away is sort of 30% of the field. We're not crazy close just yet.
Yeah, and JRB has extended his chip lead up to 13 million now.
Who's he hurting?
Thank you.
Is high that.
And welcome back to the High Roller Series here at the Onyx Club, where the $25,000 main event final table has been reduced from 9 to just 4 players. And a little delight, a little treat we have ahead of us. And I have to say, I've been out in the booth for a couple of hours. There's been a fair amount of change, because there are 8 left at that point, but the combination of the Patrik Antonius and Ottomar Ladva wrecking ball have worked their way through this field. Of course, there was a little bit of knockout-y or knockout-y action right towards the end of that frame, which is how we have arrived at this final four, with Ottomar Ladva leading the way. I am, of course, James Dempsey, and still alongside me is Steve Warburton, who got to call the action through that kind of hectic frame there, Warbs.
Roller coaster, that's how I describe it. But yeah, there's one clear favourite now, Ladva. But as we saw before, Patrik had twice as many chips as second. Only takes a couple of hands. But yeah, it's been pretty wild. I've enjoyed it.
Well, no surprise to see an open from the man with all the coins.
Yeah, continuing where he left off. Just such a strong position. He just almost wants this to remain four-handed for as long as possible, because he's just making so much money. Plus, everyone's pretty handcuffed.
Yeah, especially Sherbacov and Mooney, I suppose, with Sherbacov on just 11 blinds. Kind of really forced to wait. You know, I alluded earlier to Boris Kolev perhaps being the one who's least likely to care about that kind of stuff, but, you know, you still care. We're still dealing with 6-figure pay jumps. He's going to treat it with respect.
Yeah, the difference between fourth and second is 300,000.
I thought you're still going as well.
He's had that the whole FT, right?
Yeah, it's getting expensive. I suppose it's performance-related pay.
He's got 355k locked up, so.
No further interest from Mr. Mooney.
Yeah, if he knows he's folding, he's sort of snap folding, isn't he? I like that. He just gets on with it.
I feel like these 4 are all kind of that ilk, right? Maybe not too much time wasting going on.
Agree.
Nice to see.
What did you do with your break? Because the weather is dreadful today.
I, believe it or not, I went to the gym.
I do not believe that.
I did. I went in there, got a banana, left quickly to the spa. Watched a bit of the stream. Tuned in just the moment to see Patrik Antonius slam the table down as he called off and was shown a hand that the commentator reliably informed me wasn't possible.
Yeah. I was saying to Feraldo, that's the most amount of emotion I think I've ever seen from him after watching him for maybe 20 years. But yeah, he absolutely did me, didn't he, Ladva?
Yeah.
Yeah. Played it in a way that I was like, well, there's absolutely no possible way this can be the 6-7 off for the river straight, and it was.
Found a way.
Found a way indeed.
He looks like a winner. You know? Some people just look like winners. $4.2 million in his hand-em-up career to this date. One more ladder secures his largest career payout. So somewhat uncharted territory, but I don't think he's going to feel inexperienced in this domain. Still some way to go, though.
That's kind of nice if he's got over 4 million earnings and he's not had a score bigger than 355, did you say?
The 486 is his current largest score. Obviously, one more pay jump would guarantee him 490k. So yeah, he's sort of put it together over a bunch of results.
Yeah.
Number 2 on Estonia's all-time money list does have some work to go, though, to dethrone the man number 1. The man, the myth, the legend, Gambledore, Vladimir Korzinin.
Oh yeah, of course.
Kind of was the star of the poker world a couple of years ago. Oh, hang on here.
He keeps picking up these premium hands.
And Mooney's gone for the 3-bet. Well, that's going to be short-lived.
Yeah, interesting decision to use.
How much? 1,300,000.
Use this one as a 3-bet. Especially in these situations where Ladva is just so incentivized. Just a 4-bet all in.
Right.
Knowing that 2 and 3 in chips and not going to be wanting to call off with that 9 big blind stack sitting right there next to them. Obviously, we can see Ladva does have a premium hand. Interesting, he just go click rather than jam. Maybe he just let it go.
How much are you enjoying that? You're sitting there, Sherbacov, with just 9 blinds. It's like open 3-bet, 4-bet with a chance of a ladder. That's what you're after in that seat.
Yeah, you're kind of just thinking about sort of getting second, aren't you? You just want those other 2 players to get knocked out and then see what happens heads up.
Such a great result there as well. Can't be overstated for Vaska Boynikau, given that he now has more than double Mooney. He can really just try and keep his powder dry and let Ladva do the work. And Ladva's the kind of man you want doing the work. He ain't going to shy away. Sometimes you get that big runaway chip leader courtesy of maybe just running hot on me. You don't do what you want them to do as the second chip leader. But this man is going to oblige.
It's a pretty dream spot.
See that, that's a point of count. Out of position. Oh, pardon me, of course, Sherbakov in the middle. Easy, Jeff.
Thank you. No, no need. Thank you.
И вот так мне все раздают. Я привык на самом деле, что
How's your Russian?
раздают. Приходится как-то.
Say again, my friend?
How's your Russian?
Путями выигрывать.
How's my rush?
In Russian. Russian language.
Oh,
How's your Russian?
I don't know any words. It's not
So
me,
you
I'm
mean-
afraid.
Hang on a second.
Haven't been to
Just-
Russia.
Hang on a second. You mean Corrado didn't pass on to you the Russian for duck when I left this booth?
He didn't know. He knows a few little words, doesn't he?
Outrageous. Sherbakov all in, king 10 runs into the same hand in Ladva.
Yeah, nice to have that little 51%. But no Russian words.
I was in more of Koselev's duck. It's green duck he had. Card protector.
I've not been before either. Moscow at some point.
Oh, God. Two spades.
Ladva now with the free roll.
Got Sherbakov after that joke. Just put me out of my misery. Black card.
Safe.
Nothing happened. Boring.
It's Utka. It's duck.
Okay. We know you're a big fan of duck.
Yeah. Utka.
You're even bigger fan of duck stories.
What, like DuckTales?
DuckTales, very good.
Boris flopped 4 Utkas earlier. That was a funny hand.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that one. Chip leader over 30 million now.
Yeah.
Pretty nice, 400 average stack, 13 million.
Yeah, what, a little over 50 in play. He's got 31. It's not a bad spot to be in. Hard to see someone else winning at the moment. It's one of these things, right? You say, okay, someone's got 60% of the chips in play. So theoretically, no ICM. Everyone's skill edge being the same. They should win 60% of the time. It's as simple as that. But that is not how poker tournaments work. ICM is a thing. Yep. The players are forced to try and outladder each other. So Ladva is way more likely than 60% to win, especially things like this keep happening.
Yeah, he's a professional at getting these big hands, isn't he?
Getting big hands, we're not supposed to have a hand.
Exactly, and he's not really lost with any of them yet either.
And Mooney, the kind of player who would fight back. We saw it a minute ago, 3-bet in the 2 4s.
Yeah, did he? No, he can't have just... Did he just jam 20 bigs here? No, he must have made 800k, yeah, makes sense. Slight graphical error. No biggie.
No, no. Stop. I'm out. I'm done. This is ridiculous.
Just said he's a professional at getting these big hands, but this is a little absurd, 400.
This is actually insane.
Yeah.
More than absurd.
Playing for 7 figures. Now is the time.
I mean,
hands, and he is going to get some action.
Yeah. Again, Boris Kolev, of course, and just call this. It is the one that's going to say somewhat out of the way. He's got 50 blinds, Mooney with 21, and Sherbacov with just 7.
Yeah. Boris has got to be very careful here, whatever the flop comes.
No, not having it.
That is one of the worst ones he can see, but he doesn't know it. It looks like one of the best ones he could see. But he does have to be careful.
This is insane. How he keeps getting these hands, how this flop's come out as well. 2 4s, of course, nullifying the 2 pair outs of Boris Kolev. Even worse situation than you might imagine, but a great looking board for him. Oh, what's going on here?
Does decide to elect to check.
Oh my god!
If he had a C-bet, this hand would have been absolutely huge. It still might be.
This is insane.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because obviously with me saying he's second in chips, has to be careful, but he will know that the chip leader knows that.
Yep.
I know you're going to put pressure on me and things. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see the check back, but Queen 4-4 is a very dry flop.
Yeah, I am surprised somewhat.
We do see the check as well from the Queen Jack. Sorry, James, go on.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I would expect when this flop's checked through that Ladva's just never going to check turn, right? If he's got nothing, we've got so many hands destroyed dead almost as well, I suppose, with Queen Jack. I mean, I know that the hands bet the flop, but he didn't bet the flop, and we expect him to bet the flop. So I like the deviation here, the change from Kolev.
Yeah.
Listing that bet now. Question is, can he do anything but call? With the
wow.
I actually quite like this. I know you're going to tell me that probably not, but just the situation being what it is, as a player on 7 blinds, we just don't want to ever get stacks in, right? So
I was going to say, normal poker, this is 100% sort of getting check raised, but yeah, a product of the fact, as you say, 7 big blinds for 4 of 4. I mean, how is this pot so small though? I mean, it's an absolute dream, really, when you're getting cooled like this. There's no way you can fold river.
What a great run out as well, yeah, with the clubs and the diamonds missing.
So Vaska Bojnakar has done very well to lose whatever he's going to lose. You know, even if we do see a 3 million bet here, he'll still have 8 million.
2.2.
Looks like he's going to lose 2.2.
It's going to be an easy, quick call.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he shooketh. But he should be down to fewer chips than he has. That is a saving grace.
Exactly.
Really surprised.
He's still second in chips.
I'm really surprised by the check back from Ladva. I mean, obviously there's reason to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably fine, isn't it?
I'm sure it's right. I'm just, you know, there's little old me trying to understand it.
What did you have? Queen? A check queen? No. Yes.
Yeah, putting in the chips, but maybe feeling like he lost when he hears that news.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd actually be pretty sort of happy there with Queen Jack.
I'd be ecstatic.
I'm still second in chips. I've got 36 big blinds.
Yeah, I should be on like 5 million instead I'm on 9 million.
If I'd done anything else in the hand, I'd have lost, you know, way more chips. So it's not the end of the world. It's a very, very unlucky hand.
Here we go. Uka Uka for Mooney. Min raising into the 7 big blind stack. No. Gonna work. Sherbacov on absolute fumes. Even better situation for Ladva, the chip leader.
Yeah, just 5 big blinds now. The shorty.
You almost always win.
Здравствуйте. Мое спасение, надеюсь, пришло.
Here's a completely meaningless, irrelevant stat, but I kind of like it.
Go on, hit me.
Jeffrey Mooney is 3,333rd in the all-time money list. 3-3-3-3.
Sydney, Australia.
Wonder who's 2,222nd.
I didn't know that the Australian and New Zealand flag was so similar.
Hmm.
That's what I learnt today when I was looking.
Oh, really? Countless stars. Big stars, white stars, red stars.
Yeah, yeah. I know that now. I did not this morning.
I feel like going for it from the button.
Yeah, this is quite annoying because it's only 900k more. With ace deuce off. Has to flick it in. Sherbacov, a big favourite here. Get himself back in it. Now, what you're rooting for here is chip leader. Do you want the ladder, or do you want to keep it four-handed?
Well, you're rooting for a chop, aren't you? Just keep him on 5 blinds.
Chop is actually, yeah, I didn't think of a chop. That's the best outcome.
Makes you
Yeah.
feel even better when you win.
Don't want him to double. There's only
you
10
feel
blinds,
even better
things
when
can
you
happen, but
Yeah, just want to keep him down there.
keep him on 5, you can pretty... Well, chop is a possibility.
Had deuce and 7, I think.
But the ace 10 of
Deuce
clubs
and
going to
eight.
like that one.
It's not deuce and 7.
A decent start. Only the deuce of diamonds.
That'll do it. Good things come to those who wait.
I'd love a Guinness now.
It's the season.
It's the one thing in Cyprus they don't do.
Yeah.
Food, hospitality, it's all absolutely incredible.
Cheeky G.
There's no Guinness.
You know, one of my, perhaps my best talent in terms of global average.
Okay.
I don't have many talents, but
Other than telling duck stories, yeah, go on.
Other than knowing the Utkas, ducks. Also, the interestingly, you know, duck, something flying at your head is different to Utka in Russian. But anyway, I digress. Oh, hang on, come back to this. Vescoponikau, 2 jacks.
Nice to see.
What are these big hands, by the way?
Yeah, nice to see someone else with a big hand, but
like
It is surprising. It's a lot of big hands, especially four-handed.
Is it call or raise?
Raise.
Okay.
Nice try.
Gonna get through, I imagine.
So good.
I actually have a very, very, very accomplished split the G game. When it comes to drinking Guinness.
What, as in you've managed to make it more complicated than it needs to be?
No, just as in I have a remarkable talent.
Oh, I
Splitting
see.
the G. I know where it is.
Me and Ludo tried to do it last Irish Open. And I think we were both like 0 for 11, but we just couldn't stop until we'd done it, and it just got...
It does get harder the more Guinness you have.
It's so much harder when you're failing and
oh my God,
getting more drunk.
What is this?
Is this the same hand as previous hand? Or
what is this? It's madness.
He's had a lot of big hands. And more crucially, they've all been doing well.
Again, at least the two jacks going to get no action, one assumes here. Can't imagine Bonagal wants to continue Queen 5 with that. Two players on fewer chips than he. Yeah, split the G, come at me. I'll take anyone on. I'm also pretty good at adjusting for elevation. This is the thing.
Really?
I mean, yeah.
You mean elevation is in like where you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're spending time in the mountains, it takes a long time for a Guinness to settle. It is a different amount. Oh, it's not the same money you have to drink. It's you know.
Sounds like nonsense to me, James, but I believe you. I believe you.
Find me a Guinness.
Next time I see you in the UK, I'll challenge you. Anytime, buddy.
Let's get an ace. What are we saying? Sherbacov with around 13.
Yeah, just 13 in the big blind. He's going to jam, which he does. Takes it down. Yeah, he must just be planning to have a massage the whole left tee.
Thank goodness, you know, she's invested. My question is, you know, no electronic devices at the table. That doesn't extend to your masseuse?
Good question.
Not really a good question. It's absolute nonsense, but
she'd have to somehow communicate what she's...
Well, you know, taps on the back, left side, got a hand, right side. No? Okay. A joke, of course.
I think that's your imagination playing tricks on you. Sevens here against the mystery hand. Does just let it go. Four-handed. Interesting.
Stay out of the way.
Yeah. Short stack behind him, chip leader behind him. Maybe doesn't want to play calls. Have chip leader take advantage.
Yeah. Oh.
One way to get the glasses down, isn't it?
Mind do tray. Come on, lad.
Well, he did do this a couple of times earlier in the FT. Played the small blind, led on a similar flop with King, Queen of Diamonds. So yeah, I'm not too surprised to see this. He thinks Mooney is pretty in line and he can get Ace Jack, Ace Queen, maybe Ace King to fold. But we see a quick call.
For 400k, one assumes any kind of turned improvement may see escalation. Hey, that may even see escalation, because why not? He's got the most utkas. Oh, for Mooney to have one.
Yeah, imagine on this turn we would normally see check, but maybe just that the situation he's in just wants to keep applying pressure. But yeah, I do like the check there.
Doesn't mean we can't bluff the river.
Yeah, especially after such a quick check back. You'd imagine all the overpairs, 9x would be betting turn as Mooney. We could opt to try and get him to fold out some ace highs. Maybe 5, 6s, 8s.
One and done.
Check. One and done, and I'd assume maybe ace-queen wins, is my guess. He did have a 9, interesting, okay.
Top pair?
Yeah, not too much of a kicker, so fair enough with the check back.
Welcome to all of you joining us from all around the globe for this Onyx Club High Roller Series main event final table. Just 4 remain. Do not fret, this is not the end of the Onyx Series. You might think main event final table makes sense, but no. We're merely at the halfway stage because we're going to switch things up, move over to the 4 card, where I do gather the field sizes have been even bigger than they were in the No Limit Hold'em. Of course, we have some more cash game action as well coming. Another edition of the overall game. We have a Patrik Antonius game on the cards. I feel like they invite each other to each other's games, right? We saw Patrik playing Yo's. Yeah. It's a bit rude if Patrik didn't invite Yo overall, I think.
Maybe one of the first events where there's more runners in the PLO than the Hold'em, which is nice to see. Good timing for Mooney to pick up a hand there.
Certainly was. Thankful, I guess, for Ladva that Mooney just had a few more chips. If he'd been a little bit short, he might have just sent in the ace-5, right? But
yeah, that's a very good point, actually, yeah.
A couple of orbits to go.
We start that hand with 27 big blinds, now it's 30. 28 big blinds.
See if he was on like sort of 17, 16, I imagine that might have just been an all-you-can-eat situation. This is the man. We'd like to hear that. Sherbacov still working with the shortest stack, but he's seeing enough action. You're not deterred too much with that shortest stack right now. There's a chance one of these guys busts before you. They are playing.
Yep, this is true.
Okay, last time Ladva raised the button. He had aces. This time it's Jack 5 suited.
Yeah, that sort of goes to show how unlucky that hand is.
Oh wow, Vaskabunikov this time just makes way with the Queen 10.
Yeah.
Again, Sherbakov 11 blinds. Vaskabunikov 32. I don't know, I thought that one perhaps we could take a flop.
Yeah, that's the sort of information, if I was chip leader, I'd be wanting that message to me straight away.
I think if Sherbakov had like 5 blinds, I could see the thought process, but you know, 11's not out in a couple of hands.
Just wants to steer clear, doesn't he, until that 4th place is busted. It's not the worst strategy though.
Certainly not.
Tight is right.
Makes a lot of money. Remember, 355 is the on-deck payout. 490 for third. 717 for second. 1.15 going to the eventual champion. Which at the moment, smart money says Ladva. Sherbakov. Just going to move it in.
Yep, and you're not thrilled with this, but I imagine Ladva will call this 11 big blind shove. He kind of wants to keep it four-handed, doesn't he? But
I'm not so sure he will. This is a great situation. I mean, if you knew Vaskabunikov was folding Queen 10 and such. I mean, it's an attractive price, isn't it? 10 blinds.
Yeah.
You know the big is the most incentivized to go, and he does make the fold.
The only reason I said that was because if he doubles, he has 22 big blinds. Now you're up to, you know, 3 stacks of 22, 29, 30.
Yeah, it's still a great situation.
That's like you can sort of screw them further.
Yeah.
Like
there's no bad situations right now for Ladva.
So yeah, I just thought maybe that would be going in, but fair enough. He knows that it has to be shoving fairly tight still, even though he has 11 big blinds.
Also, he knows he's probably going to get a big pair in the next 3 hands. So.
Yeah, next time for sure.
Interesting, you know, I mentioned a minute ago, Ladva was up to 60% of the chips in play. He's now up to 66. You know, he is accumulating still. making it more and more likely he's going to take this one down.
Definitely a chance he just lets this one go. Obviously more than good enough to raise on the button, but you do want more the high card hands rather than these at this point, just because Ladva can just put you under so much pressure, which
I
did say before I saw this hand, but this would be one that maybe 3-bet does go with call. Sorry, James, go on.
I was kind of curious if we might see him sort of employ a limp strategy at this point.
Yeah,
we're playing 30 blinds. We want to keep things deep. Right. He went the more conventional route.
800. 8.
Does take it down. I think I do like fold pre though in that hand.
Yeah. Tough, right? We know Sherbacov's not going to be opening super wide. King 10 board. Reeks of the opener.
One more hand? Okay.
No, just that they were getting comfortable. Blinds will be going up next time.
How much you have? Like
5 million.
5 million?
Maybe 5.2, something like that, including this 5.2 or 3.
Our count. Mooney a little deeper than that.
Yeah, he said 5.2, right? He's got 7.4. It's quite a big difference.
One of us is wrong. I eyeballed the stack in a second. I was going to play this King 6.
Let's go with call.
Looks more like the 7.5 we think it is, as both players find a 6, but Ladva's got his man absolutely locked.
Yeah, big flop.
Again.
Flop's top 2. Mooney definitely can't fold to 1-bet. Do you see a check though?
Hard that surely will induce a bet.
A couple of questions in the chat. Is Patrik out? Patrik Antonius is out.
Yeah, start of the day chip leader, finished in 5th.
Certainly did. And a question about the payouts. 355 for 4th, 490k for 3rd, 717k for 2nd, and 1.15 million is what these 4 gentlemen are all playing for.
What was Ladva checked again there? On the turn?
Yeah,
Very
there's been no betting,
surprised.
yeah.
3 diamonds, 3 in a row.
I think this might be a product of thinking that Mooney's quite, I don't want to say face up, but quite sort of honest. When he does have something, he'll bet. So I think he just assumes doesn't have much. We're also not loving that turn card too much against a big blind. Big blind hand that checks, as he just has all the hands. He can have the deuce 3 and all sorts of things.
For this, Mooney gets away from this now.
Just
King
gets away
6-5
from the
board.
bet, yeah.
Looked like he was set to do some chips.
Now,
He's done well there. He's lost absolutely nothing.
Twice. Ladva's kind of somewhat surprised us. We saw him check back aces. See him check that top 2 twice. So we continue 4-handed. The new blind level, 300k. Blind increase. Just more good news for Ladva.
Yeah, mystery hand for him. Last time he had a mystery hand, probably the best hand of the final table. This is Patrik. See if we can try and guess what he has this one.
Let's see. I'm going to approach this. We saw him before, Queen 10 off. An orbit ago, folded. Now obviously ace high better hand, but
600.
harder to play. And he's going to stick around.
Yeah, doesn't like the queen 10 here, but ace 3's in there.
You're a little surprised to see the queen 10 fold, ace 3 defend. I mean, I know ace 3 is a better hand, but it seems to me playability-wise up against this player who's going to be betting, betting a high frequency.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're both appeal, but if you were going to fold one, I'd be more likely to fold the ace 3 off.
Yeah.
This is queen 10. I mean, you can actually make a pretty good argument to fold the ace 3, but anyway.
All right then. This button position is kind of like the big one at the moment, as it were. Sherbacov being in the big blind. It's the most likely hand where I see a change. Oh, he's just got up. He's off. Why not? Set a hand out. What's going on?
Does he know his hand's going to be dead?
I mean...
Oh, they give it him. Technically, hand should have been dead, right? But not that we want to see that.
Yeah, I think there's some leeway given perhaps.
Yeah, he didn't really leave the area, did he?
But yeah, you've got to be careful. I mean,
Alan?
Some wizard out there can run the numbers and tell us what a hand's worth at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to quite a lot.
But it's a lot of money. The Pipple too low to call it off there with the Jack 9. They've been in great shape.
Yeah, we can see that. Jack 10, you'd imagine he would have been in there. I just wouldn't take that risk. I just wouldn't stand up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, even if I am just going a couple of meters away, 4 left, shortest stack on my big blind, I just wouldn't take the risk at that point.
You know, hands that take that long could probably just do what you do off the next hand. See what Basketball-Nical's going to do on this button. Fold, walk, easy game. Ladva gets richer. It's funny, we've been playing forehand for quite a while now, and you know, on paper, you look at this, the average is 13 million, we're playing 300k big blind. It's not surprising we've playing forehand a long time, but actually we came back with Sherbacov very short, and there's been some action, there's been some hands. Well, I'm surprised we're still four-handed, but one of the players are kind of really settled into this match now.
Yeah, usually you'd see 1 or 2 clashes, wouldn't you? Especially as the other two aren't super deep. They've got 22 big blind, 26 big blind, so it doesn't take too much for them to be jamming and re-jamming over opens.
I feel like Basketball-Nical probably, you know, 15 minutes ago, at sort of 50 blinds versus 20 and 7, and was kind of sailing towards very high percentage chance of getting heads up, and now things have started to slip back the other way a little bit. Perhaps he's the most frustrated the way things have gone. You know, Ladva has just continued to profit. Sherbacov remains in. Interesting there, he went with the leave 1 chip behind. I mean, might have been all in behind. But
yeah, not sure why I did that.
I mean, maybe he does fold. May play the next hand for the ante. See what he does here. 11 blinds, king 9. Big blind ante. It's expensive at the table.
Let's go with open. This is so polarized with the chip leader here on your left. I wonder if Ladva can pick up on this.
Suspicious.
600.
Mooney's having a ponder. Oh wow, it's kind of cool. This is the problem, I guess, with the min open with the king 9. We don't want this kind of action, albeit we have the best of it. Basket now coming in, 10-6 suited. This is disastrous for Sherbacov.
Yeah, you don't see these pots very often, do you? in this situation with the big chip leader.
Yeah, the chip leader's just sat out.
He's not in there, and all three of the others are.
Like, crack on, boys. Have a go of it.
Nobody has flopped anything. King 9 still best. Does elect to check. Opening the door for one of the others to take a stab.
Well, Mooney catches a piece. That's a point account. Got a shot draw, but perhaps from the big blind thinking he can do something here. 3-5-7, certainly more of him. Sherbacov surely would have been heard from if he had a hand with the pot the size it is.
Yeah, tough spot for Mooney to continue. Does have that gut shot, but very difficult out position. Does let it go.
Nice pickup.
Very nice pickup, yeah. Shouldn't really have been involved in that hand really at all, but it's that 3.2 million. Most of the time there, it's going to go fold. Chip leader opens and he just pitches the 10-6, but he got in there three-way and really nice pickup.
Yeah, very significant, of course. I always say in these situations, it's not just the matter of winning the chips, it's who you win them off, and he took it off the other two short stacks. Just so important. The chips he wins off Ladva nowhere near as valuable.
Sorry, out of turn.
Oh.
Yeah, I raise out of turn.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought he folded out a turn, and I was expecting the 10-9 to open.
Oh my word.
But Mooney has got a little head of himself and opened 700k. Ran right into it.
Yeah, and it's funny because Ladva would have opened the 10-9.
Yeah.
1.5.
And I mean,
Let's go,
you know,
super small.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. I was about to say, do we attribute the out of turn open to strength? And it is 2 7s, I believe, up against the aces of Vaska Boynikau. Sherbacov doing cartwheels over there in seat 7.
Massively. This is why tight is right in these situations. You never know which of the other stacks is going to clash. Mooney deciding it was just a 3-bet bluff. Enough of the time, so he does jam the 7s. He's going to need to find one of them.
Yeah. And that walking stick, he will be walking. Well, a 5 now works as well, as long as it comes in the non-diamond variety.
Yeah, just 4 outs.
Oh! Wow! Well, well, well.
Where did that pillow come from?
I got lucky.
I mean, you're worried about the pillow? I'm worried where the 5 came from.
Got shot. Four cards.
That is brutal
Got lucky.
for Vaska Boynikau. See now that's just 3.5 million. Costs him a ladder up as well. Yikes. It's a cruel game. Sherbacov also fuming at that one.
Yeah. So just because I'm...
Works every time except the last one.
5 million?
Just like to think about these things. If the 10-9 off had opened, what do you think he'd have done with the 7s?
Just jams it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
I think he might just go out of the way. We saw it before with 2 7s, right? But it was
Yeah, I think he might have just folded versus chip leader.
Well,
or
Sherbakov's got 7 blinds, he might have done.
Yeah, and even if he called aces 3-bet, then I think maybe then folds. I know it's like a similar situation, but
yeah, it's possible. It's certainly possible.
Anyway, it's worked out. Worked out fantastically.
Well, not if you're Nikolai Voskoponikau.
For him, I mean, yeah.
Surveys the damage. Little nod, still in here. 3rd in chips. You know. 1 card away from being almost certainly due a heads-up match to now in a real waiting game. It's Sherbacov to his left holds just 7 blinds and he holds 12. Mooney now, the one who's just like, okay, put the kettle on.
Yeah, that
cruise our way to a guaranteed 2nd place.
That 7's just cost Sherbacov $135,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
At least.
And all he was doing was watching.
Exactly.
Well, you gotta love tournaments.
Of course, this has been one of the better final tables in terms of drama.
It was funny. I wondered if the raise out of turn was a sign of strength. And I had the chance to question it. It was revealed to be that case. Well, it wasn't long ago, it looked like Bonica was motoring towards that heads-up match. Now it looks like it's going to be Mooney versus Ladva. How many more twists in the tail do we have here today?
Nope.
Bonica jams, Sherbacov folds, and then hopes to hear the word call.
Сейчас бы 14 было.
Я подумал.
14.
Yeah, down to just 6 big blinds now. He does have the button.
2.5 blinds every 4 hands.
He does still have some fold equity. 6 big blinds.
It's quite funny as well, actually, because in a sort of small blind to big blind encounter, he probably has a little bit more fold equity than he should. Ladva incentivized to keep him around. It's like his little pet.
His little duck.
His ukka.
It had been 7 hands since Ladva's last big hand, hadn't it? So he was due.
Very interesting to see how Ladva would approach the situation with the, you know, typically we see the opener sort of raise a little bit bigger when the big blind is a shallow stack, but I guess already so much leverage in the 6 big blind stack behind, just
I think that's
continue to admin.
isn't it? Yeah, he's already got that leverage from situation, but yeah, you do usually see that, don't you?
Here we go.
Bigger open.
У меня не может быть 125 же в руке.
Imagine this is the one with Sherbakov. Gonna have to post, what, a third of his chips here?
Значит, мне не додали второй раздачи.
6 of them dead.
Да?
Indeed. I'm not sure what he's asking the dealer.
Ну, они куда-то делись.
I was wondering, maybe just some friendly chat. I was curious if he might be asking for future reference about whether it's big blind or anti first, but I mean, I think we might have found that out before now, given how shallow he is.
Yeah.
Даже тут обокрали.
Come on, chat, tell us. What's he asking? I only know ukka. This looks a pretty good spot for the King 6 suited.
Yeah, he's just going to continue what he's been doing.
One of these things, that, you know, Mooney's got 38, Bonical's got 12, Sherbacov's got 6. So wasn't out the realms of possibility. Just sort of
oh
my word!
Sorry to interrupt you, but what a spot this is!
What has gone on here? Sherbakov finds the aces with 6 blinds. Cut to Bonicao. I want to see his face.
Wow.
И вот сейчас 25-ку.
They only play aces.
Надо, конечно, выиграть.
This is what you absolutely dream of, isn't it?
All in must be aces.
Fold down to 5 blinds and find aces. What a dream.
Yeah. Ladva's hot though, so. Ooh, does flop that gut shot.
9-7-5 board, as Wolves points out. 8 will do the job. I mean, aces were cracked just a moment ago. Surely it won't happen twice.
Sweat.
Add kings and 6s to the mix.
Feels like more than 8 outs, doesn't it?
Oh, my word.
Brutal.
Oh my word.
Aces done can't win.
Brutal. Improved on every street.
Running two pair.
Aces don't play on this table.
That is brutal.
Yeah, it's very, very cruel.
I've got a
Poor
100%
Sherbacov.
record against aces in the tournament so far. 100%.
Wow.
Притом slash.
I mean, how many big pairs have we seen four-handed? Then aces has got all in pre-flop twice and lost both times.
On call и street по 8.
Very, very cruel end to his run there.
Love a big pair.
355k the payout.
That was very cruel.
490. So now guaranteed sum. As we continue three-handed in. Vaskaponical now way adrift.
Only big blind.
I think Mooney has, what, 3x's stack and Ladva has 10x's stack, so expect to see him play his hands for straight up value. Well, 2-8s. They got some value.
Yeah, more than good enough.
Oh my word!
What is happening?
Aces again.
This is insane.
Three
This
hands
is
in a row.
absolutely crazy.
Okay, my turn. Next hand for aces.
I mean, it's good to be Ladva, isn't it?
This is actually insane.
What on a final table for him?
Ladva finds aces again. Vaskaponikal's got 8s, three-handed, 12 blinds. He just had aces himself cracked. Can he return the favor? Well, ace, queen, 4, all but seals it.
He's just basically dead.
Running clubs.
It's the clubs.
The only real way of getting out of this one. How about 8 of clubs? That's a nice potential way out. No, not to be. Bang, bang, back-to-back
What
hands.
odds are aces again next hand?
Back-to-back all-ins. Vaskaponical, at least a saving grace
That's
being
three
that
hands
pay
in a row,
jump, but he's going to feel very aggrieved.
Three hands, somebody had aces.
Having been one hand
This will
away
be
from taking
50-50 chance it'll happen
big
next hand.
stack into what would certainly have been a heads-up match. Instead, it's Mooney with that opportunity.
I'll go.
I've seen a lot, James, in the 20, 22 years I've been playing this game, but this is a bit absurd, isn't it?
Because it's not just that we've seen his all-ins with the aces and all this.
No, I'd rather be in the middle because then it's easier for everyone.
It's the sheer fact that he's just had so many hands we haven't had to showdown. We've seen like multiple jacks, queens, kings, the whole lot.
Yeah, and he's got a 100% record with all of them.
Okay.
Also, I mean, Mooney wanted to move to the middle, but it's actually a rare treat for us because it's sort of seat 2 versus seat 8, which means we don't need a break because that's where we always put our heads-up combatants.
That's a good
we can
point.
just carry on.
Yeah, that's a good point. May as well.
Now then, heads-up will commence with, what, a 4-1 lead for Ottomar Ladva, who is surely not going to get aces again today, but
Must to have, do you know?
he's got
8, 7,
whatever 52 minus your stack is.
8's there as well.
Maybe
It's just such a big
a
hand,
bit
isn't
under 10
it?
million.
Even when he gets snapped, he's still...
a bit under 10 million.
It was one of those.
So
I
much.
was,
Good, so
How much you
much.
want?
I was before I could get the word in. I thought, is this the hand Vaskaponical was going to trap with from the small, but decided just
Big
to move
blind.
all in.
Okay. Maybe 9.5 now.
Yeah. There we go. Each player has 717k locked. 1.15 for the win.
Big match. 400k and change.
Check.
And I mean, who would bet against Ladva? Not just because of the chip advantage, but the deck has been very kind his way. Of course, Mooney was 9 toes out the door a moment ago.
Yeah, he needs a couple double ups really, doesn't he? But plenty of play, 33 big blinds.
Yeah, this could be a long one.
Doesn't have to panic.
Settle in. And that was breakneck there. Sherbacov, Vaskaponical finishing 4th and 3rd respectively after what was started to turn into quite a long four-handed battle. Now though, just pure poker, no more ICM to worry about. Mooney versus Ladva. And Ladva, no spot of bother here. Facing the 2.5x. He's going to call. Dominated.
Yeah, I think he'll fancy himself down the streets. I've already seen a few pots of these two where he's had a couple of leads.
Window. I mean, come on. Come on. Give Mooney a chance.
Yeah, domination, rotation.
Oh, sounds rehearsed.
Just a call. Mooney doesn't want to see a jack here.
Yeah, Jack would probably end this.
He's safe. For now.
Yeah, I'm not ruling anything out just yet. Swift check back. Ladva's got to feel pretty confident about this hand strength, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'd assume so. I mean, a lot of sevens, I feel like Mooney might do that sort of quick check back on the turn. Did see that hand early with the 9-8. Sort of feels like he has something.
Yeah.
Solitary blind the wager.
Yeah, I think he will. He will call this. It's one big blind.
Okay.
Pays to see.
Pair of something.
6.
Yeah. I just pay to see.
So this will be Ladva's largest ever score, won't it, James?
It is indeed. And Mooney's.
And is it also Mooney's? Yeah.
Mooney's previous bet being 168k. He's passed that.
Oh, right. So he's absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, a long way back.
What a successful day for him, whatever happens.
Both players, yep. Setting new career high water marks. Sadly, he won't be 3,333rd on the all-time main list anymore.
Yeah, he'll rocket up that list, won't he?
Indeed. Good start to the year. His first cash. Ladva, ace-8.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's contemplating there. Maybe deciding whether he wants to opt for a limp strategy here or open.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I feel like he's going to know his plan from here, right? Playing 30 big blinds. Assume he's very well studied in this format.
Yeah.
105.
No. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct.
I think maybe some players will be tempted to just rip this in, but I much prefer just a call here.
Yeah, I think Ladva are going to recognise he sure has much more experience than Mooney. Or at least we'll believe he has more experience than Mooney. He is, I imagine, going to try and win this one by 1,000 cuts rather than one big knockout blow.
Yeah, nice
Also,
spot for him.
Yeah. Probably going to get aces in a minute.
Yeah, it's possible.
Why rush?
Maybe that's it for hands though. Maybe he's just had all the big hands he's going to have now. They've all dried up. Contemplating here. Either to peel the ace-8. Does let it go. I think it's a wise decision. Sometimes has the best hand, but Mooney does feel a little bit tighter in his pre-flop raises. Excuse me.
Got plenty of time to fill his opponent out, hasn't he? That's the thing. There's no rush here.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredibly deep heads-up match. Should he
And you change
get
this
chips
to pink.
back?
Change this one to pink and make easier.
Color up on request.
Next, please.
Next, please.
I like that. Just next, please. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, nice.
You know, Ladva's just moving quite slowly, isn't he? Quite deliberately. This is just part of himself trying to keep himself sort of not centered, but not carried away with the moment, if you know what I mean. Just come on. Huge match. $400,000.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a cool customer throughout the final table. Very grueling, these things. Hard to maintain your focus and concentration. He's been involved in a lot of hands.
Yeah. But I actually like this. This is a good thing to note for those watching at home. If you ever do find yourself in the situation, you know, already guaranteed as big as cash, playing for even more. Just slow everything down. Take a second. Can't help but feel some emotion. You'll see this, you know, you see this in other games or other sports, anything. Anytime someone's playing a big moment in their career, it's just take a second, take a breath.
To pink, please.
Don't rush.
Yeah, it's very true. You can get a bit sort of lost, can't you? You've been there a number of hours, so much has happened.
You can leave the ante next time.
Let's just take a breath, as you say. Readjust, refocus.
How many 500s you have, do you know?
8.5 million.
Thank you.
King, queen. That's a nice hand. Mooney sticking with the sort of 2.5x open. Ladva at the moment mostly employing limp. I think I like both players' strategy there, really.
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
So Mooney.
Mooney wants to play sort of bigger pots. Ladva wants to play small ball. Makes sense for both.
Ladva, well, after saying all that, now incorporates a raise into the game, and Mooney, as soon as he does, he's going to come back over the top, but only in a very small way.
Yeah, interesting decision here.
Just 700k more. Now, take this hand in isolation. A guy does a tickle re-raise out of position. You're thinking, hang on a second, this is, you know, the absolute goods. But we've seen this quite a lot from Mooney in this final table.
Yeah.
Has gone for the smaller raises. It's not necessarily nutted, and that'll be why Ladva going nowhere right now with Queen 9.
And in those situations, it's sort of been find out where you are.
Yeah.
You know, he has been 4-betted, snap fold. But with this one, I think if Ladva did move all in, I don't think he would fold. So,
ooh,
interesting one. He has been out flop though, as your ooh signalled.
A tricky spot now for Mooney. 2 overs to his pair, but
1.6.
feels compelled to continue.
1.6.
1.6. 600 more.
Ladva's thinking, wait, does this guy just have queens? Well, probably not queens, he's got a queen, but you know what I mean.
600 more, right?
Yeah.
1.6 more.
Ah, sorry. Yes.
And 1 more. Yeah.
Check.
And on the turn, Mooney sends the action over to Ladva. So he wants to play this one. Pot big enough, perhaps, already? I think, what kind of hand can Mooney have that could pay me off?
Yeah, interesting. I might have gone check here, but I'm guessing he's going to go small. Just decide.
Wow.
Wow, it's a really good fold, yeah. Snap fold. That's a really, really good fold. I thought he'd at least consider that one, but he seems to have a good strategy of, if he thinks he's behind, he's just going to trust his instincts, not think about it too long, just snap fold. That's a really difficult fold there.
Incredibly difficult fold.
So many hands that his opponent would definitely call flop with and, you know, start bluffing turn, but
I feel like any hand that had a gut shot, probably going to want to start betting.
I guess having having 2 8s in your hand is not great. You want your opponent to have those 8x hands, but you know, Jack 8, 7 8. But all credit. Only has now moved to limping, and I'd like to see him continue. Opens. He has been flopped.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But
well, he just keeps doing it.
He just keeps doing it. I mean, he's played fantastic, don't get me wrong. But you can't give a wizard like this all these goods as well, have any chance of overturning this.
Yeah, you do make your own luck and you do have to do what you can with it, but it's been very heavily weighted towards Ladva in terms of card distribution.
Embarrassment of riches, so to speak. We see the river. Well, one that I can't imagine Ladva's going to want to bet.
And if you don't believe me about that, just ask Patrik Antonius. He ran into it a few times against the man.
4 is good.
Another small one to Ladva, extending the chip lead.
Such thing as a small pot if your name's Mooney.
It's true, yeah. 153 big blinds, plays 19 big blinds. It's a long way back, certainly possible. I've seen it before, many a time. But Ladva a big favourite here. 400, just over 400k difference between second and first. This is a big heads-up match.
What started as a 4-1 lead, now an 8-1 lead.
5-8. Hey, this fucking nuts. 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 I mix. I don't want to know which one I miss.
Continuing a limp strategy.
Check.
Only with the king does check. The big.
I never look at King Deuce the same way after last night's cash game. Antonius limp called a raise with King Deuce, flop trip kings, and managed to get a full double up.
Oh yeah, against hands.
It could have been. It could have been kings. We'll never know.
It wasn't. Ottomar Ladva just continuing to extend that lead. 9-1 in chips. Although, at times 9-1's won. Cannot take it for granted.
Call.
Another big hand. Expect to see an open from Ladva.
Yeah, Mooney limping in, Ladva, I guess, deciding. I presume deciding with ace-jack that it's a lot of hand in.
All in.
Well, he's gone the other way, just gone all in.
Jams, yeah.
We may see him just sort of tickle raise, don't want to dissuade his man from coming in. I mean, stack's shallow enough that have to fold most flops, but went route one.
Yep.
I mean, the picture tells 1,000 words. Just how many physical chips he has in front of him.
Physical chips is a almighty sight, isn't it?
And yet again, a powerhouse hand for Ladva. Just coming in for a raise this time.
Ooh,
oh my.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Mooney to do anything other than move all in.
This is cruel. Ladva has had the run of the hands. He has that big chip stack. And now he has his man up against the wall. Just 28% for Mooney. Well, Ladva will be the main event champion.
Yeah, Ladva's been pretty much invincible so far. Can he have another big hand hold up? You've got a feel for Mooney. Just found an ace there and just had to go with it.
Yeah. Dealt into this situation and, well, a lot of clubs on board.
Hello.
Mooney.
He's saying there's a chance.
Not flush draw. Can he do it? Can he keep this alive? Just a few moments ago, he was all in with 4 left. In that case, he needed to hit the river to survive. Now, it's a little help. Not to be for Mooney. Ottomar Ladva makes 2 pair for good measure and seals the win with an absolutely dominant performance on this final table. You have to say the crux of the final was his battle with Patrik Antonius. Once he got past that man, it felt, Warbs, like this was inevitable.
Yeah, fantastic performance. I couldn't see past Patrik, but after he won those 2 or 3 big hands and so Patrik was gone, as you say, it was all him. All the big hands he had held up, played them great. Fantastic performance and a truly worthy winner.
And there's the man, second place finisher, Jeff Mooney, not to be sniffed at $717,000. Obviously, a little disappointed a couple of days ago. Busted 1 or 2 off the money in the 50K, but made it pay, coming back here strong and getting that career best score, as this man has done as well. Picking up this Onyx title, really announcing himself on the high roller stage.
Yeah, biggest scores for both. Fantastic day for both players. What's going up tomorrow, James?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Currently, we are scheduled to be streaming the final of the 10K PLO. You 4-card fans out there may be in for a little treat tomorrow, but as always the case here at Onyx, things are fluid. There may be a cash game stream instead. So, best way to avoid disappointment, of course, Warps, will be to head on over to the Onyx Club socials. Give us a follow. You will get all the information you want from there. Or better yet, click subscribe here on YouTube and you will get notified when we go live tomorrow. We will be live tomorrow. Just a question, 10K PLO final table or a cash game? So, till then, from Ferrado, from Warbs, from myself, we wish you all good night and we will see you tomorrow.
Good night.